Chandelier, broken glass, I can't stay here. You can turn back, so don't come home, so don't pick up. You can't ignore what has been time of day, heart of stone. You can't stay here, you can't go home. So don't be scared, so don't unwind. They're at your door, it has been done. Chandelier, broken glass, I can't stay here. You can turn back, so don't come home, so don't pick up. You can't ignore what has been time of day, heart of stone. You can't stay here, you can't go home. So don't be scared, so don't unwind. They're at your door, it has been done.
How's everyone doing? That should be good. That should be good. Hey, hey. So we're going to pick up almost immediately where we left off last time. Hello there, Akua. Hello there, Grayson. Hello there, Connor. And hello there, Chrissy. Those are the 4 people. This is being streamed on both YouTube and Twitch. So I am going to be responding to both chats. If you're wondering, if you're on one of the chats and the stream side and you're wondering who the hell are you responding to, It's because I'm monitoring 2 chats. Alright. Stretch out the limbs. We're going to continue the development we did the last time. I hardly got any work done since the last time happened. I was busy on Halloween, and I woke up extremely tired on the day after, so I was all super sleepy yesterday. I am here today, though, and I have a few objectives. I did get a little bit done. Primarily, I put some of the base coding stuff together. It didn't take very long. Because I am borrowing a lot of code from other things and plugins from other things, and yeah. All good, Akio. Because Grayson is bugging me. I'm kidding, thank you for reminding me. I'm teasing. We did meet our goal last time, so I'm not in crucial need of funds. So know that. I am in a place where I will make it through the month A-okay. Any money I earn additionally to this will just go to reserving future bills. That's literally it, really. But hey, I don't mind having bill money to have covered, so yeah. And I will just, I'm not going to spam this throughout the entire stream. I'll put it into both the chats right here. It should be in the descriptions, but hey, I don't know if it is or isn't. For now, though, let's just go into Panera. Hope you enjoy your Panera there, Grayson. That's going to be probably the one time I mention that, because I'm fine, and that's good. Still, though, to roll with and go with, I am going to be finishing this game, as I said. We'll see how ambitious this game is, because I took an extra day off, and I want to get this done by the 4th, and I 100% can't work on it on the 5th. I could work it on the 6th, but I don't want to wait till after the 6th. I guess we'll see what we can make in 3 days. That cuts our time a little short, and I've got some ideas how to manage that, but we'll see. We will definitely see. And that's more on me than anything. Anyways, let's put the screen on. You're going to see the character sprite that we saw last time. It's a character. Look at them. Aren't they just an adorable thing? So I did pick out some things about this project since the last time we talked. So there's a little bit more I've worked out and a little bit more I've decided on. So to talk about this specifically, we have a weird camera-esque character. I did decide the super basic story we're going to be telling here. We're going to be, in this game, titled Disturbingly, which that's the name, Disturbingly. We are going to be following a cameraman, in a very, very literal sense, who gets a little obsessed in kind of a creepy way, but not a sexual way, which is a very big distinction to make. After he witnesses a girl who makes an expression of pure fear on her face, and he gets fascinated with that expression of fear that he saw, and he wants to see it again, and he wants to film it. And that's the character we're following in the game called Disturbingly, who wants to see that expression on fear and film it. Of course, there's going to be a lot more to it than that, but that would be the most basic synopsis I can give at this point in time. And the thing which I have decided 100% on. So yay. I know that's kind of a weird story, but that's okay. I like making weird stories. I have music selected and put together here because it's nice to have music, and probably the first thing we're going to be doing today is finishing up this character sprite. I appreciate it, Akio. So, what I will say right up front is that we will probably today finish up the main character sprite as well as probably the girl sprite. And I'll probably get started spriting the locations. I've decided I'm going to keep the locations kind of simple because, we only have a few days to make this. Theoretically, I could extend it if I want to, but I've got so many other projects that I don't think I want to extend this to garrulate onto the other things, but I will definitely give this my solid effort to make it the best I can within the time frame that we're allowing ourselves. On top of that, I'd probably use a very simple style for the environment so we can sort of make things rapidly. I sort of know a few of the settings I want to make, but I'm also going to be open to a lot of things the stream people talk about. I will mostly be asking questions as we just go through, but first we have to finish this character. I predict finishing this character is going to take us a little bit less than an hour. We're actually already almost done. Because we have the front sprite and the side sprite finished, all we really need to do is make the back sprite. And after we make the back sprite, we just have to make the legs and hands move a little, which will not be very hard. Especially since this character has they don't have a human leg functioning thing, so they'll just sort of have their own stylistic look. And then and that'll be it, really. The other character will probably take a little bit more effort, but not too much effort. Anyways, I'm going to put a few songs on. You might have heard them during the last stream as well. But they're good. Working on the background songs. Let me do some of this. Just getting some music for the fun of it. Alright, that should be a fun set. Alright, so music done. I can see everything at the moment for chat-wise, so we should be fine. Let's get this character finished with. And I guess I'm going to move these things down here so they aren't exactly blocking my way. I believe you guys can see everything. Yeah, you guys can see everything. Just wanted to confirm. Let's get this rolling and going then. Alright. Also, one thing I did finish. Outside of the coding, I did finish the music last time. The music's not exactly catchy music, so I'm playing some catchy music as they do the sprite work stuff because I find that to be a little more fun. But I did finish the soundtrack for this game. It's a very short soundtrack, but this is going to be a fairly... we'll see how it comes out. I don't know at this point. I just predict how long it'll be. Let's see. I'm going to try and do the back character sprite before I do the walking cycles, because I feel like that's going to be the hardest aspect of this character to do right now, especially since they've got like a wire thing going on. So trying to imagine what the wires look like from the background. Paste down to a flip side, scroll them down to the bottom side. I accidentally am blocking what I need to see here. Alright, and that should be by 88. Since they're a 3D character, they have to sort of touch the very, very bottom. That should be the right angle to do it. So a lot of this will be the same, but I'm going to make a few specific changes. One change I'm going to make is that the red vest, though similar, will not be exactly the same as on the front. The red vest, I think I want to raise things by a bit. So if I raise things by a bit, let me show exactly what I mean, actually. Alright. I think I want to do that a second time as well. Yeah, this should be good. And then... not like that precisely, but in fact I could probably just do the black pixels first. This character will not actually have the sweater line thing in the middle. It's going to be replaced more this way. Okay. And I believe the other lines that have to be replaced will be the dark lines. So let's get that through there. Simple, easy as easy. Let me... should I alter something? No, that's fine as it is. And then, of course, we will not be seeing the front of the camera. We'll be seeing the back of the camera. I'm going to try and see if I can find the right layer. Yeah, it's the right layer for the head stuff. Because I'm going to try and observe how some of this stuff is positioned to help me piece together where I want to put everything. So put this over here. I think it's one more lower. It was. Alright, because I want to start. I'm sometimes a weird stickler on very specific little things. And right now I'm being a stickler to make sure that the wires and stuff mostly add up. Okay, the other thing which I can say, these don't exist on this side here, but the only places I should do is there, here, there, and then get rid of the light pixels. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm here for back right now. Panera is fancy as hell. Happy you're enjoying your food there. Okay, so we're actually seeing the back of this character, so the hands in this side won't really be visible. I guess the way which I'm going to do this is pretty simply like this at first. Of course, I'll go a little bit more in depth in a second, but that's how I'm going to start things off. I guess another thing I can do is just copy and paste this side over here. Because really, in theory, it should be like identical. Except for that pixel, which shouldn't be there. Alright. Alright. Gonna try and figure out how some of the pipe stuff works from the very back. We got this, which is sort of center bred here. Hello there, Lay. I'm welcome here. I want to make that joke, but I'm gonna resist. I kind of make it on the outside before I make it onto the inside. So I know what I want to do with it anyways. I think this way might be a little easier for me. Not that much. We don't want to cut that much off the top, officer. Put that here. Okay, that should be fine to put that there. Flipperoonie. Can put all that there, and then move it from here and figure out how the rest of it goes. Right now it's one smaller than it should be, which actually makes sense because this is 3 across, so yeah, that should be more like... Voila, look at that, real magic. Right here, proof of magic on stream. Okay. So then that should be sort of centered here. Also, I realized that I made a little bit too much space for the backside of things. Well, that's fine. I'll figure it out as I go. 3 by 3. Okay. Figuring out some of the back stuff is going to be a little challenging, but we'll do it. We'll do it bit by bit. Alright, so then gets to the shape of the pipe, which would be accurate to say sort of goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So the lowest we ever get is here. Okay. Actually, it'd probably be pretty accurate to say it could just kind of look like that and probably be okay. And then, of course, that good old gray matter that's going to fit in here. Okay, and then I think the last bit there can just be sort of like 1 there, and that might signify once I get to some more of the details though. We have a long neck friend over here, so get some of that neck in there. Okay, then again for the pipe. I guess it's just pure black here. That should be fine. Okay. This also means that this side of things sort of... And that makes sense because these are supposed to go one lower. Okay, so this sort of works as the head off, face off, haha tee. Can I be happy if I put this here and not there? Yes, I can be. Okay, flip this around. That's alright, not all of that. I just need to take this bit and move that there. We have the red pipes to go with though, and also some of that brown matter again? Turn that here into more like this. Oh, but yeah, it goes like that there. Okay. And next up is the red pipe stuff, which I sort of have the first basis for here, but not exactly. So the red pipe should serve install 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So very basically like right here and right here. I'm going to undo a little bit of that, but I think I do have the basic shape that I want from this here. And I think pretty much indenticating that to the other side. And then that should go and I'm going to give a little bit more detail to it in a second, but first I'm going to take that there. Let's do a little bit of a pattern because this does have a little bit of a pattern. I chose the darker side first, which means time to the lighter side. Okay, and that should be fine here. Doing the very best I can. Put that there and take the pixels and fit them in here. This will be fine. Okay. Anything more I want to do from the back? Not really, actually. Maybe like one small thing. It's gonna be like a really small thing. It doesn't really matter. Put a little latch here, which is very unimportant, but for some reason I wanted to do it. Okay, which means we can delete this over here, and we have almost all of the work we need to get done for this done, but of course we're not quite done yet. Save. Also, I need to export this, get back to the character side. Disturbingly, image, characters, MC. Replace there. You have to replace the character. Okay. So now we need to do the walk cycles, but frankly speaking, they're gonna be kinda easy. Some characters are really, really hard to animate the walk cycle for. This character does not look like it's gonna be one of them. I might even keep it super simple and basic. But yeah, the main part was designing them and getting all the directions done. With that done, the rest of it's kind of a cakewalk, honestly. Let's put them where they belong. I guess I was thinking about making the hands move, but for convenience, even though I did actually make different layers for the hands, they'd be easier to animate. But I think I might. Whatever. I'll put the effort in at the moment to try and get it done the way I'm thinking of. But yeah, I might animate the hands a little bit, but I'm not gonna try and overdo it. Very subtle. Let's see. Wait for this to paste there. And here. And now this character as well. We're gonna flip them over once we're done because this character is very symmetrical. But yeah. We'll start off with the basics here. I'll animate the other parts for the side view layer because I think the side view is going to be a little bit harder to animate. Take some water here. Okay. Also, I've had the same song looping for a little bit, and I meant to make this into a playlist. That was not my intention. Oh wait, I forgot. Right, I still got the stuff from before here. Which means I should do this. Let's do it. This is a little more of a grooving song anyway. Okay. Time for easy peasy lemon squeezy leg stuff. They're kind of like crab legs. They're supposed to be a little more of like a tripod thing, but sort of they're kind of crabby, not gonna lie. Our character is kind of crabby. Let's see. Such repetition, this was not your intention. Oh my. There's a few ways I could do the animation here, but I'm going to keep it kind of super simple. Okay, if I do this... None for the moment. To fix up just a little. Crab walk. I don't know why I'm so excited about crab walk, but it's a crab walk. I guess the one thing I can set here. Crab dance. I said their walk cycle is gonna be fucking easy peasy. Basically, just do a little crab walk thing. Might kind of look like they're dancing, but that's fine. I want to have I should have a footstep sound. Make it like a, not like that loud, but like a tapping sound. Yep. And frankly, it's pretty much the same from the front and the back even. That's how easy this is. Sometimes I make it incredibly hard for me walk cycles, because though I've made a number of walk cycles in my life, and I've gotten better at them sometimes, other aspects, I, still do the thing, and this is definitely not one of the more challenging walk cycles I've done. Maybe it'll look like trash once I put it in the game, but I bet it'll look fine. It'll kind of look like they're dancing a little bit, but I kind of want it to look like they're dancing a little bit, so that's fine. Yep, don't worry, you're completely correct. Actually, you know what? Tom, good point. I still have more adjustments. I'm just getting the legs out of the way first, because their hands are also going to shift a little bit, but you're right that maybe they might lean a little bit more over to one side or the other. Sometimes the small things that make a difference, but you're right about that. Yeah. Yeah. Good call. I probably would have thought of that eventually, but... okay, I don't know why I approved that. I'm good. Also, Tom, I'm going to do this while you're here. Voila. You don't need to moderate it, but, if you want to, you can. Well... Put this here. Warble, warble. Now I'm going to make the hands not move very much. I think they will work better if the movement is very, very subtle. So my main thing I'm going to do is I'm going to place the hand position just a little bit more this way. Outside of that, and then of course do the fix-up that comes with putting those fingers there. But outside of that, I think I'm going to keep it mostly how it is. And since one finger moved up, the other one can move this way. And the one thing I think this hand will be a little more complex, but not by a whole lot. In my mind, that would make this finger go up a little bit more here. Alright. I was thinking the hand switch just a little bit. I don't want it to be too complex, and on my side I just want it to be sort of a slight adjustment. That said, I might do one thing. It's a very, very, very minor thing. I'm debating if I should actually do it, because I might just make things more complex. I'll think about it. I noticed also from this combo, or from this bit, that I never fixed this finger here. The side view is what's going to kill me if I do too much on the hand. So at least on that one, I put them on different layers, because that one's going to be a little more complicated. Okay. Funnily enough, I can probably just do that there, and I'll make that look a little better. Except... Yep. And then this one can probably do okay just being put here. And the one thing I think this would do is that it would raise this bit up by a bit. Do this hand a little bit the opposite. That one went to the top first, so now okay, and then that went up previously, which means this one go down a little bit more. You know what? I'll do one thing for the glint thing, but it's not going to be as precise as you're thinking. But we're both on a time limit, and I don't want to make it too complex right now. I think actually, can I just... Okay, and that went down, so now it's time for its turn to go up. I have it wrong. I did. That's okay. Alright. Definitely more to still get done with on me, but hello. Alright, now put them here, basically. And I think that this finger should move a little bit more there for that. For these 2 pixels, of course. I think I can probably move this there. Actually, no, it's better there. So there needs to be a little bit of bend to it. Now fixing this design here. It might look a little bit weird, but we'll see what it looks like in person there. Now I'm actually going to do something a little silly, but I think it actually is going to save me a lot of time. I should have thought about doing this before, honestly, but hey, it is what it is. I'm only going to take away the hands from here. Put that there. This should probably make my job on the hand stuff on the backside a billion times easier as well. Okay. Take that from here and there. But now I'm going to put it on a layer below everything else so far. And I should be able to do this well once I put everything into position. And then similar over here. Is the right layer? Yes, it is. should be able to just sort of copy this. Because I've scaled everything correctly, it should literally be as simple as... voila. And yep, it all fits. Now the side is a little bit more complicated, but I also did a few things to make it a little bit easier than the front and back, so maybe it'll be about the same, hopefully. Alright. Sit there. Let's see, I'm just thinking it through for a sec. Oh, I will do one more thing, which isn't exactly what Tom was asking, but I think will be enough for what I need this to be. That is on the right layer. Isn't exactly what Tom was asking for, but it'll work well enough for what I need this to be. This one. Yep. All right. Thinking about the side for a sec. Thinking. I'm like really thinking for a second just to make sure I do this correctly. So really this leg is the only leg that's viable here. So I'm going to do this leg first and then I'll do the other ones and the other layers. In fact, really this should be as simple as kind of just... because they're like the same thing. This is cheating a little bit, but hey, cheat where you can. Realize what to spend all your time on and realize what you can just sort of cheese. That's the game developer way, don't you know? I will make one adjustment, I think, to make myself more happy with where this is. And I will shift its position a bit more that way. Actually, I can just do this from here as well. This is currently should be like 47 or so pixels away, I think. Yeah. And then this one should still be 48 seconds shifted over. Yeah, yep. I'll shift it over one this way. Let's export that there and save that there. Just for little bits of progress. Good stretch on my side. I'll do the simple back legs. couple layers back. It will kind of look like they're doing a little dance, but I'm okay with that. That's in some ways that's kind of how I want it to look. Yep. Right, that was part of you. I remember now. I'll start off just getting the arm stuff there, so. Give me a pretty good idea, probably where I want to do this stuff. I guess they see pixels and think Minecraft. I don't know, honestly. Only gonna be a slight thing here. Here and there. Okay, and then hand stuff. I'm gonna make this even simpler than the front, so get ready for that. And I believe I did this on probably this layer. Yes, I did. And literally all I need to do for this one . Did on the wrong one, but yes. It's just a simple fix. I just, well, same as before. This is the one where it should go twice as high. And this is the one where it should go twice as low. Okay. What did I say? Easy peasy. Now before I confirm, let me quickly go into the game. Right now the game doesn't really have anything in it because we haven't worked on it yet. Also, I need to set the main characters right. That is the one thing I do need to do. System 1, they now start off transparent. Alright, well I'll watch them march around for a second. I need to make the arm invisible. But outside of that, yeah, it looks fine. But the carrot, what I wanted it to look like, it looks pretty much like I was expecting it. Which is fine by me. There are two things I need to fix. But outside of that, yeah. First one is the arm in the background that you've kind of spaced on it. Right, the arm only exists right now from that side.
Judge me too harshly, for I obey a desperate law that forms both my strength and my weakness. If your heart is wounded, mine bleeds too.
I think that's correct. That is quite right. No, yeah, this is correct. Now, silly thing I realized also partway through this is that I had the direction reversed, but that's like super easily fixed. Layer, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down. So what I'm gonna do just to get this working easy peasy, take this character. Move them down 96 pixels, just get them in a precise right location. Perfect. I'll take these and flip. Sport there. I bet the character will look better moving here now. Yep. Looks pretty much like I expected them to look, so that's good. I could make more parts move, but really we don't need to do anything too complex here. Also, it doesn't look like it right now because we're in a black void, but true facts, we are playing in a 3D space right now. Let me see if I can remember the camera buttons to show off. No, not like... hopefully this button doesn't stop and start the stream. Let me remember what I said my hotkeys to. What is the button for that stuff? Whatever the case, it is. We're playing in a 3D space right now. No, it really doesn't look like it because we are currently looking at our character from like in a black void, but it is. Okay. Now then, stretch out my limbs. No, actually I cannot due to how the system is currently plugged in. I know what you're thinking, but the answer is no at the moment. This is using a slightly different system than I think you think it's using. Okay. I think all's good. I think all's good. Okay. That's fine. Anything else? I guess what I could say and what I can do, I'll get the girl sprite done. Yay. Now, like the camera guy, I don't 100% have a design for her in my head yet. I don't really want her to look like a real human girl, though. I think that actually might be, well, let's see. So trying to think how I can do sort of stylize the thing. All good. Thinking about this for a second. I'll make this into girl. And think about this very sincerely for a second. How should I make this character look? I know these two, so yeah. Though we got the MC out of the way, so that's good. And I'm going to make this character very, very simple as well, I think. Thinking about sincerely. Like the cameraman, it might take a second or take a little bit for me to think because I don't have a design in mind right now. Sometimes when I go into spriting, I have a design already sort of decided in my head. Other times, I sort of decided on the spot and let intuition take me a little bit. That's kind of where that cameraman came from. I wasn't looking at any reference, I wasn't looking at anything, I was just trying to think, what do I want this character to be? And voila, I guess what I wanted was a 3-leg cameraman. Of course, he didn't have 3 legs at first, if it's a tunic, there I was really like that, so. Similarly, I don't have something directly in my mind for this girl yet, but I'm going to think about it for a second. And of course, you guys are free to say whatever here, but just thinking. Well, actually, could I use that? I could use that, couldn't I? Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of sprite reuse. But I don't actually need to make a new character for this. It's the character who I currently isn't really assigned to anything, because that project's probably not going to happen, and that's okay. Sometimes projects don't happen, we got a little bit done for it. Let me go fetch something. I'm going to do this little off the screen for a second. I'll show what I'm thinking about. Happy like camera guy. There's some character designs I can say 100% are from me, and we're not based off of anything, and I think just come from whatever mental space I've done my character designs from, and that would be one of those character designs, because that was not, when I started to make the character, it wasn't how I imagined he was going to look initially, but I'm happy with it, so. And I know what character I can use for the girl, so let me go get her. Some of you guys will recognize this character. I did not have a use for her currently, so I guess I will use her here. Hey everyone, say hi to our girl. Gonna pop up. There she be. She currently wasn't assigned to anything. In fact, her being highlighted could make sense in the story even. But hey, I think she works. Now, one thing I will say though, will she work? She might be. Going to think. I think I will do... No, this should be fine. Alright. Move that there to here. There's one... Oh, no. This should work fine. Because I know what I can do and I can practice with something I've been thinking about. This actually might be a good opportunity to practice with something I have been thinking about practicing a little bit on. So yeah. Yeah, which probably will not be made. It is pocketed ideas from it, but I think I might just use the character from there. That both A will save us some time because that girl's probably going to take me like 2 or 4 hours, dependingly, if I plan to something simple. I think I'll fit here and fit the game's athractic style, and I like the design, and it wasn't really assigned to anything. Sometimes the point of game development is to reuse. Reuse what you personally have made or things that you personally have available to you, which you're allowed to use. In this case, it's another design that I did make it, a design that I sprited. So yeah, not a thing to think. Alright. Decided. Which means, honestly, we can probably pretty much get started with making the game side of the game almost. Because even though we got the 2 character stuff I wanted to get done today, then the next step, we still have a lot more spriting to do. Spriting takes up a lot of your time because I want the game to have a very specific look, which means I'm not reusing sprites I've done previously. And that also means that, hey, we have to sprite this stuff. We could start, but currently they would exist in a black void. Movement stuff and all that's already working, so you know. So really the answer is, hey kids, more spriting. Alright. So move this here, and let's give this a solid think. Nope. This is now what I'm going to discuss a little bit down. Here's the disturbingly document. I don't need too many locations in this game. Not to mention, I only have a few days to make this, so it's probably a good idea to not buckle down to too much. Today's stream is also probably going to be shorter than tomorrow's stream because I plan this. Today I have to start some stuff early in the day. Tomorrow I want to get started a bit earlier if I could. I'm a little bit worried about timetables right now. Let me kind of explain some things that came up, and I'm like, oh boy, what am I going to do for time? I don't want to delay this project because I've got other things to do. So I'm going to work more on this tonight no matter what, but I'm going to just discuss timetables for a second. I know, but I want to do something nice, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to go for a simpler design than I'm hoping to go for. Here's what I'm concerned about. So our landlord is coming on Thursday. Today is Tuesday evening currently. I need to help a little bit. I did help cleaning up yesterday to help clean up some. I have more I need to clean up for before Thursday. I'm not doing that this evening. I did cleaning before I started the stream today, but there's still more to do, which means it's probably going to take up more time tomorrow as well. I only found out the landowner was coming to visit a couple days ago on Halloween, and so that's fun. And with that in mind, I want to release on Thursday, and I would say, oh, I can push it back. People probably won't mind, and I already have my bill stuff met, so which is stuff was due by the 5th, so that should be fine. But on the 5th, I'm going to have to work a little bit on making sure everything's ready for the following day for the beloved Juice stream that's on Saturday, and then, of course, on Saturday, I'll be doing the beloved Juice stream. Tisk. How do I fit the timetable here? That's what I'm mainly deciding, because deciding the timetable is going to make me decide how ambitious I'm getting with this. Not very ambitious regardless, because I don't want this project to take too long, because I've got various other things to work on. But I don't want to rush this. Does that make sense? I could go for a very, very simple game and just kind of go for it. And I might change a few things I was thinking about doing for that purpose. But do I want to do that? Is that how I want to do this? I'm not sure if that's how I want to do this. So I'm thinking. I'm debating. I'm seriously considering. We have a few hours that we're probably going to work here today. I expect this stream is probably going to go on for the next probably 3 to 4 hours, most predictably. Then I'll probably get tired. That seems pretty accurate to me. Tomorrow I will be streaming, but I also have to do some cleaning. And I'm not sure how long that cleaning's going to take. That's the problem. It's not like, oh, I'm going to clean from here to there. I'm going to clean until the cleaning's done, because the next day is when the landowner comes, and I don't know how early, or I think they come pretty early even. So I need to spend some time cleaning tomorrow, and I don't know how long that will take. It could go by very, very quickly if things go well and everything seems fine. Or it could take a few hours, and that's what I'm debating. On Thursday, we got the landowner thing, and of course, so that'll be happening. But I don't need to be the one of the most attentive to them, so that's fine. Friday, I have to get prepared for Beloved Juice. On Saturday, I'm doing Beloved Juice. I want to work on the game entirely via stream, but I'm right now debating how to go about this and how to fit in with the timetable. That depends 100%. So let me just explain something. This isn't simple cleaning. What we need to do, we're cleaning a space so we can move the drying machine, which is probably going to take a lot of effort, and then we need to fix the wiring of the drying machine. It's not as simple as like, oh, hey, clean this space and make it uncluttered. It's a little bit more complex than that. It's going to get into wiring and refitted tooling the dryer and moving the driver and then moving it back. And then, well, first we have to clean the space to move it to, so that there's space to work on the wiring. And I don't know how long that's going to take, honestly. It could go by faster than I think it might, or it could take longer than I think it will. I don't know. So I'm thinking. Still... What do I want to do here? Debate. What I'm thinking right now, is there a game I could make super quickly? Like, super quickly. Should I make this game super quickly? Should I take something I've already made and make it super quickly? Right now, I think I either need to commit to this, but give it a little bit more time so it's not rushed along. Commit to something that's partially complete and get that done. Make the simplest game thing I think I can make good in a very short amount of time. And just not try and complexify it. I am right now seriously debating. Handy would definitely not be quick. There is a lot of stuff done for Handy, so it'd be quicker than some things. A lot of the character sprites are wdone. But the problem is I wouldn't want to, like, it would need a lot of testing. Like, even testing would take a lot of time, because it'd be a systematic game and you need to make all the systems work with each other. I am so seriously considering, because a few things came up within the last few days, which makes a little bit less time than I was hoping for. But that's life sometimes. Things come up and you just gotta deal with them. And, yeah. I do have time to work this week, so that's not a bad thing. I have something I need to work on Friday, and then, of course, the stream's on Saturday. The thing I'm busy with, I'll be cleaning tomorrow. I don't know how long that'll take. But then I also will be doing, of course, the landlord's coming out Thursday. Again, I don't think that'll take very long, but it'll take some amount of time. I guess, with all my heart, fly to the land of art. Alright, so I'm going to actually leave this to a little bit of a stream discussion. For the record, I can see the chats, but I have no idea how many people are watching. I predict it's not a very high number, because I understand spreading is the most exciting stuff in the world. And that's fine. However, I'm going to leave this to a little bit of discussion for a second. Hey everyone, this is Dusk That Gamer, and I'm here to make a decision. So, I think right now there are 5 possibilities. I'm going to zoom in on text for a little bit, just so you can make sure you guys can all see this, and I'm going to lay out what I think are the 5 possible ways we can move forward right now. So, option number A. We commit to our deadline. Do the fastest possible version of, and I guess I'll zoom out a little bit more. I think you guys can still read that. Disturbingly. Plus and then cons. On the bright side, we do what we said we were going to do from the start. Downside, it might come off a bit rushed and sloppy. Okay. Option number, well, I guess I'm giving them letters, but you can make them numbers. Letters doesn't really matter. Option B, we extend our deadline due to life stuff. Spend more time to realize it. Plus, minus, we make a fuller game closer to, let's see, give it the time it may need to be realized. Downside, I have a lot of other stuff to work on. It may, may was lined up perfectly with the it may right there. I have a lot of other stuff to work on. Could get in the way. Okay, and I'll get the plus and con stuff written down a little bit earlier, because I know the other plans I'm writing down. Plus and minus. Not two pluses. Alright, option number C. We take a partially completed small project and finish it. Plus, get something off the backlog. Probably, let's see. Probably get something done and out there. Cons. Maybe giving too little window to potential projects. Not what we said we were doing. D. We do a Ludum Dare-esque make a game in X hours challenge, a la Close Your Eyes, Cutie, TC, because I made a few Ludum Dare games. Bright side, definitely know what we're making and fits into the timetable. Can use things, can use past, I can't fit resources in here, but that's what I'm trying to spell there. Downside, another shelves disturbingly for who knows how long. Basically makes our work on stream so far more a warm-up. Here's the thing. I cannot work on Game 7 from Found Horror Game 11.x on stream. That'd be the one thing. Otherwise, I would, but working on stream is a little bit self-defeating for the type of thing it is. I wouldn't mind working on it. In fact, it'd probably be fun to work on it on stream. But that's probably the wrong project to work on stream. Alright. We do a Ludum Dare-esque. And finally, we shelf making a game. Hopefully peeps understand. And do game playing instead. Bright side, a lot of people have wanted me to play games. I have a lot of games to play. Downside, people who want me to make a game might be disappointed. And I mean on stream, obviously I still make my own games. With that, yeah, what's the other aspect I could say of that? There was something else I thought of, but I lost it. Is it a game that's important to you? Wasn't the goal of the game to be a shorter game, quicker to make? That was the goal, but I planned it with how many days I thought I had, but then something came up on Halloween because I found out the landlord was visiting us on Thursday. So I'm like, And right now, if I wanted to get done, I have less time than I thought I would, and I'm gonna have to like rush it. And I don't like making something which I feel is half baked. That I understand when I make certain projects, they are 100% not for everybody, and some projects are a lot shorter than other projects, but I think that they're good for what they're supposed to be. Decaying Delicacy is actually a wonderful example for me, because Decaying Delicacy is probably my briefest game, even though I would argue it does have a decent amount of replayability. However, though, that project is a very niche thing. When I was working on it, I already knew it was going to be one of those games that some people would like and some people wouldn't like, and that's perfectly fine. I made it, and I'm happy with what I made for it. But I don't like releasing something which I feel like I half-baked and I'm not happy with it. Does that make sense? Thinking. I don't mind if I release something and certain audiences, like some of my games, don't like it. It sounds a little bit weird, but I don't make projects specifically because I think everybody that likes my games will like them. There are projects I think that are more liable than others, and some projects that I think are only for a really specific niche. And both those are fine. But I don't like really... The thing I do not like doing is rushing something and releasing it in a state where I don't feel satisfied with it. Even if I think something won't set the world on fire, or if I think something might be more negatively received by most of my audience. So sometimes I'm surprised. I thought Please Love My Computer game was going to be fucking hated by a lot of the people that follow my games. It was very unlike anything I made before it. And not to mention, it's a very complex game. It's a little bit hard to get into. It is one of my worst received games, but it did a lot better and succeeded every expectation I had of it more than I expected it to. But sometimes I make games that I think, oh, this game is only going to be for a really specific niche. I kind of expect it'll get more negative reception than my other games, but I want to make it, and I think there will be people that appreciate it and like it, and that's fine with me. And I don't release, but I'm happy with those. I don't release those in a half-baked state. I release them when I'm happy with how they are. But then, like, I don't like it if I feel like something isn't as well prepared as it should be and it was just rushed along to get to a certain point. Even if it's like a brief thing. I know that's maybe me being a little bit of a stickler, but it's just how I feel on this. So, the two projects, actually, let me correct myself. The three things I released, which I expected would get a lot more middling reception. I thought that Please Love My Computer game was going to get a little bit more middled. I thought Take the Dream 9 was going to be received worse than Close Your Eyes. There'd be people that would still like it. I knew when I released Decaying Delicacy, it was going to maybe be one of the games that some people in the audience are like, oh, I actually like this a lot. And other people, probably more people in the audience are used to my usual games, would be like, I don't really like this. And that's fine. That's perfectly okay. But those are the three games. None of the three of those I think were half-baked. I think that they are good for what they are, and I'm happy with how they came out. So, yeah. Alright. A, B, or A, C, and E. Or wait. B, C, and E. That's what we're talking about. Tricky. I guess for C, what would C be in this context? I have projects that are partially finished. I could do another Close Your Eyes anniversary. Probably the easiest thing for me to do would to be a game that I don't need to commit to finishing right now. Because the one thing I don't want, I'm trying to think of what projects I have partially complete. Like I have Blossoming Yandere partially complete, but I don't want to spoil that game. I don't want to say too much about that game. But it's a project I can only really specifically work on when I'm in the mood to work on it. And it's a project I can't stream the development of because I want to keep it a surprise. I could work on Will of Despair, but I don't think I get it done in the time frame that we're allowing ourselves. Pat, it's all good, Lay. So I'm thinking here, Miserable Crimson Hood Girl. I don't think I get done in the time frame because it needs a lot more drawn art stills. I don't want. Miserable Crimson Hood Girl is such a weird atmosphere, but I want to spend the time to make sure the atmosphere is perfect for it. And here's the thing, and this is frustrating because I could get if I did, I could probably get Lamb of Affliction done in like the time slot I'm assigned in. It's far enough along, and if I just committed a few days on it, I could probably get it done. Though I don't want to release it when I get it done. I want to get the next game done too, which is also like halfway done. Just for I know I should probably say this to everybody, but currently for Found Tour Game 11.x. For those who are curious of the status, I already know what the rest of the games are, and I don't... Because I've taken such a long hiatus, what I'm trying to do is before I release Game 7, I want Game 8 and 9 to already be done and, like, ready. Game 7, I probably just need to spend, like, 2 or 3 days on it, and I could get it done. Game 8 is a little bit... not as close as Game 7, but it's almost done. It's, like, halfway done. And I'm very, very happy with both Game 7 and Game 8. Game 9 is a little bit earlier, though, and it needs a little bit more time. I could release... but that's the point. But Found Horror Game 11.x, I decided I would only resume it next year. I know some people will be frustrating me with that, but it will be finished, so that's good. And I even think that some people will really like the games that I've set up for it. But hey, it'll be part of the fun. Okay, but I couldn't work on that on stream. Things I could work on this track. I won't say that. Sorry. A project. There's silly stuff. I'm going to look in the corner of my eye. I'm going to remind myself. Sometimes it helps just to look over your own projects. Be like, oh yeah, that. Well, it's not really a pickle. Probably, I'm going to be upfront. Probably the easiest things I could work on right now would be Red Haze and Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. And I think Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake would probably be the easier one of the two, because Red Haze, the step I'm at, mainly involves script writing. I need to get the script done, because I need to get Danuta and Serene to voice the lines. They both are thankfully able to voice them, so I'm very, very happy about that. Probably Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake would be the best option. It currently is at the exact same stage of development as it was last time. I guess I could work on Feast Your Eyes, but I don't... No. I want to keep Feast Your Eyes Act 3 a surprise. If I worked on some stream, there'd be some really heavy horror stuff that I don't want really spoiled until people play it. Okay, well, let's look. Let's take a glance. Let's take a gander. So, The Miserable Crimson Hood Girl. I don't think it get done in the time slot we're allowing ourselves. We could give ourselves a little bit more time, I guess. Oh, excuse me, my mother's calling me. One sec. Apparently, this is the stream where a lot of surprises are sprung on me. I am going to go see my parents very shortly. I was not expecting that. All the same, all the same. I was wondering why they were calling randomly, but all the same, all the same. I guess it makes sense because they're going to be helping with that tomorrow. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. It won't take very, very long. I know what they're here for. That will probably take about 10 minutes, 10, 15. I do want to work more tonight. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna talk here. They'll be here in like 3-5 minutes, so I will try and get this part discussed. Then I think I'll try and throw up a distraction on the screen. What would be a decent distraction? Oh, I can show you guys Little Hope. I've been recording some videos on my own time, just a few things, not a whole lot. But I've got videos that I need to upload still, which I can distract you guys with me and M playing Little Hope, which we've been doing recently. Let me go to File Explorer. File Explorer. Go to the right drive. Go to my recorded videos folder. There we go. I'm going to get this prepped up because I'm going to probably have to be away for like 10 or 15 minutes. I want distraction because I do plan to come back and I still feel like working tonight. I still got several hours of work in me. But let me get to the right thing. Have I ever showed you guys this? I'm going to show you guys something from Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. I don't think I've talked much about it. I haven't talked much about it, have I? Why not option E and do option B when time allows? Not a bad idea. Playing games would be the easiest route, I will say that. I have a lot that I need to play as well. People were so nice to me during the Halloween season. Like, literally, a lot of the games I had my eyes on, somebody gifted me Encryption, that horror card game that came out. Someone gifted me, what was its name? I just forgot the name, even though I just remembered it. Tormented Souls. M was nice and gifted me 3 games that had just come out recently during the Halloween season, which I was interested in. Then, like, Summer 58 and the Course Party 2021 version, which is, like, the enhanced 3DS and Switch and such version on PC. And I have a lot to play. There's a lot on my backlog, and I even got a lot of horror games that came out recently. I got Fatal Frame 5, and a lot of different things, actually. So that one's the easiest one. And I can say I do know there's an audience of people that really want me to play more games. So that one is definitely easiest, and I have a lot which I could play. Waste of my Fester list alone. Yeah. I'm going to flash a few things. I probably shouldn't flash on the screen. That sounds a little bit inappropriate now that I said that out loud, but that's not what I meant. Here's some stuff which is from Miserable Crimson Hood Girl, which I don't think I've shown the public yet. It's like, these are just some videos. I sometimes do recordings of small things. A Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. Look at her go. Don't mind whatever you saw there. It wasn't anything. Let's see. Wait, don't mind that. I think the thing which I was going to show, was it this one? No, that would be the Curtain Fun. This game is a really weird atmosphere. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but it's part of the fun. Right now, I'm mainly going to try and get the thing ready. Is that Little Hope? Is this Little Hope? I say in like a memey way. I think this is Little Hope. Yeah, it is.
You start with Anthony.
Yeah, boy. So whenever I go for my little break, I've been recording some Little Hope of them. And it's been fun. We also played Man and Meridian together, and of course House of Ash came out recently, but of course we're not playing House of Ash until we're finished with Little Hope. And so forth and so on. But what I was going to say with all that, though, project stuff. Let me remind myself. I just have this here and available. Co-op with M. Let me get this folder open. So I'm looking at project stuff again. Miserable Crimson Girl, I don't think I get done with the days that allotted. Plus, I won't want to rush that, so... Looking at stuff that might be a serious contender. Okay. I guess I could get started with a project that I don't plan to finish. I have been sitting on fucking making the Cootie Patootie and Blank Slate remakes for so long. I am so excited for them. And I sometimes just get huge urges to work on them, and sometimes but I don't. But I could definitely not finish them in the time allotted. They're a little bit more ambitious than that. I predict that the Cutie Patootie remake would probably take me, with a little bit of help, and about a little bit less than a month to get done. And the Blank Slate remake would probably take, I would need to get some voice actors because that game needs to be voice acted. It'd probably take about a couple months, I predict. Adieu for now there, Nihi. Thanks for tuning in. I could do Sickeningly Sweet. Would I mind working on Sickeningly Sweet on stream? But it would definitely not be able to get done within the time slot we have, so... Yeah. That is fair. Alright. Neat could definitely not get done within the time slot frame. Well of Despair, I could work on stream, but I don't think it would get done in the time slot. Boss Main Yonder, I don't want to spoil stuff about it. I don't mind showing Cutie Patootie. Blank Slate, I don't think I'd be allowed to stream me developing Blank Slate on streaming services. That game is very not safe for work. Cutie Patootie would be fine, though. That said, it would not be done within the time frame. That is for certain. Alright. Sickphobia, rockin'. Looking. Also, I can hear that they're here, so I'm going to go say hi to them shortly. I guess I know what I need to do, but I will be right back. It'll take me probably about 10 minutes, up to 15 minutes. Please accept this distraction of Em and I playing Little Hope. Blindly, of course. I will let this play, and then I shall return. It was a dark and stormy roadside night. My girlfriend invited me to a theater. Should I press ready already?
I can press ready.
Okay. I'm excited for this, actually. I really am. You can hear my computer booting up in excitement, too. Let's do this.
Oh, I can't hear it.
Well, okay. Get yourselves a little flounder. I'm playing with the mouse, and you're playing with the controller. So we can't tell each other what button does what, because it won't interchange with
I don't even think there's gonna be much button pressing anyway.
Yeah, well, QTEs.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to show up on your what it is. It's gonna be like W. It's gonna be Q.
Wow, I can't believe they want me to press I, F, and enter at the same time. When am I supposed to be an octopus? Roadside
Yeah,
Diner,
exactly.
9:42 p.m. present day. I've done a good job of keeping myself unspoiled in this game. It looks like a Blair Witch 9, but yes.
Should be as long as the first game, shouldn't it be? We'll finish it,
Probably
like,
might be a little bit longer,
today.
might be a little bit shorter. If we play it for the next 6 hours, yes.
Yeah.
However long it takes us, it'll take us that long. That's what I figure. Into the Bussy Trail. Well, that's a nice shot. Sorry. I liked it when it was darker, actually, but it does look nice. So, I'm sorry I'm making a lot of Silent Hill comments during this. Do you mind that?
Go ahead. I listen.
Okay. This is very similar, except without the prisoners, to the opening of Silent Hill Downpour. I said this already, but this was originally supposed to be a pitch for a Silent Hill game, but it didn't get accepted. It wasn't greenlit, so they just repurposed the pitch. Lower budget, not the Silent Hill connections. Probably went a little bit lower scale with it, just to make it one of their dark anthology games. So yeah.
You close up.
Yeah. Look at all those wrinkles. Sir, stand still. I'm required to search every bus. Will you give me a ride?
Thanks for pulling over.
Sure. Something wrong?
We got a problem up ahead. A big accident. We've had to close the road.
All right.
We're diverting all traffic through Little Hope. You okay, buddy?
I can hate
You
things
seem
who do like, oh, we say to tell the name, scary music pops up.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm gonna
I
pause for a
just want
second.
to get
okay?
these folks to where they need to
Oh
be.
my gosh. Okay.
So here's the reason why. The volume...
No, we didn't just talk while we're watching.
Sorry. Well, the volume's kind of low, so I'm just adjusting. Adjusting audio levels. I'm sorry. Say something now.
What do you want me to say?
Anything, really.
Anything, really.
I guess that works. Alright, that should be good. Let's do this to it. I'm ready. Sorry about that. We can stare at him just looking at this guy. It's a guy looking at a guy looking at us.
I doubt a short delay will trouble him too much. Head up the East Road. Takes you straight through Little Hope. Adds almost no time to your journey.
I had like a PTSD moment when Little Hope was mentioned. Whenever I see those little bridges, like the one that he just went in with the little cover over it that kind of looks like a barn, I always think of this one horror movie. What was it? It's the one where it's the writer that's loosely based off Stephen King, and he writes stories, and he comes to a town that's like where all of his stories are true.
You rub that chip any harder, it'll wear away to nothing. How long have you been sober?
A few days shy of 3 months.
Impressive. I heard the first 90 days are the toughest and roughest.
I know it doesn't add up, but I get something from holding on.
Horror movies have taught me to always go on the same path you always drive on every day. If you
Going the
can't go
wrong
down the
way.
path, don't drive
It's
down
fine,
there.
Just a quick detour.
It's not fine.
Because you'll die.
It's
I
my
don't think it's
Oh,
true.
please, John, could you
You'll
not
die.
patronize
Can you
me?
keep it down, please?
Like this. Ow! Oh, wait till we actually are in the cutscene though to change it.
It's loud for you. It seems quiet for me. But that's
Loud for me.
Here,
Barring update.
updated.
Oh, fuck, I can't say. I can't.
You're fine. You're golden.
This is why when I bring visual novels out loud, I always add extra words in, and it's like I don't know why I do that. I think it's just my brain goes so fast. I just add stuff in.
That makes sense. Sometimes how you say what you're thinking comes out differently than how you're actually thinking, or even how you're sort of processing it. Sometimes the brain autofills things. That's a nice house.
Stop
That's
it, James.
a
You know
lesson.
I hate it when you don't take the things I say seriously.
Come on, sweetheart, I do. I just had a rough day today.
Can
You
you
creepy
believe
ass
they are
child.
at each other again? I can.
Oh wait, what are you looking at?
You're
I'm
drunk.
looking at a little girl.
What a surprise.
Oh, I'm looking at parents
I just
fighting.
caught the
Oh, nice
game with the
parents
guys,
fighting.
honey.
I was
That's
watching
it.
the
That's not it. Never is.
There's talk. Some of us may
I'm
be
watching
losing
them
our
fight.
jobs.
I'm
The
watching them fight.
factory.
You were not
for
seeing a little girl
years.
waiting outside the door?
I'm more worried
Oh, I
about
saw her.
Megan.
What's wrong with Megan? She looks okay to me.
Everything looks okay after 10
I just remember that
years.
things happen. Sometimes we
Reverend
might see different
Carson held her
things.
back after
Yeah,
prayers
Given wants to
today.
see a split screen.
4
thing
weeks running.
sometimes, Yes.
She's not right. It's serious,
You
James.
worry too much about that kid. I can't deal with this right now.
Another surprise. You can't deal with anything.
So I'm having
When
a
would be
fun
the right
time.
time?
You're making a mountain out of a
These
molehill.
characters.
Getting yourself worked up for nothing.
For nothing? Single-handedly keeping our family together is
Family?
far from nothing in my book. I could use a little help.
Maybe if we'd had kids of our own, none of this would be happening.
That's a real low blow. Don't you get how tough this
You're
is
not the
for me?
only one feels pressure. The
It
factory
seems like
situation
they
is serious,
improved their
real serious.
motion thing,
Not right now.
face recognition thing, whatever it is.
I think it looks fine.
I think they improved it. I said,
Yeah. Oh, wow.
let's get drunk.
Not tonight.
That's
way.
like that's almost like a picture of Cheryl from Silent Hill 1. I can't believe it.
Ah, oh my god!
Hmm?
My phone dropped. It scared me.
Wait, are you playing the woman now?
I am the girl in the car right now.
All right.
Tanya's late.
Who are you?
She always is these days.
I'm watching two guys in a room together.
Oh, I have my boyfriend with me.
Okay, I already know that difference. She's always been like, trying to give her a break. Yeah, this
At least one of us is out having a good time.
You're funny.
Give her a break.
I'm with my
It's him
I'm
I'm
with my
worried
brother right now, for the record.
That guy's no
Nerdy
good for
guy.
her.
Oh. I
All that new age bullshit.
I
Reminds me
guess
of
the
some
people who were
creepy
fighting are my
cult.
family.
Right now, my bro is talking
Came in
about
last
how
week.
you are
We shot the breeze a little bit.
dating a piece of shit.
I like him.
That one's a classic. Legendary vinyl. Quit pawing at it, will you?
Oh, I'm the son. I'm one of the sons of the family we just saw fighting.
Hey, Bigfoot! Mind the goddamn
Yeah, and I'm the
vinyl,
daughter of
will
the
ya?
family who saw fighting.
There's no need to be so tough on her. It was
I'm
an
gonna murder
accident.
you.
Everything Megan does is an
Oh,
accident.
no. I know why he's upset, but that was.
Damn ice.
Number one dad on the game.
I'm going
Was
to
that
start
you?
climbing through the window.
That's me.
outside door.
That's me.
Hey, he's the actor I like.
I'm the actor you like.
I'm pretty sure it's him. Oh, maybe. Oh,
How's things?
that looks like him.
Let me guess. He's been pumping iron again.
They've been at each other's throats
Yeah,
since
it's him.
Dad got home.
Making decisions, I see him.
What's it about this time?
Oh, you look so dead.
Dad's been drinking. Who could have guessed it?
They're
Yeah, he's the
always
actor I
hiding
do like.
mistakes, getting predictable, like a record that keeps playing over and over.
Dennis, for the 10 millionth time, will you shift that shit of yours up into the attic?
Hey, some respect. This is a valuable, rare, and sought-after collection.
That's my bro. He doesn't like your boyfriend, for the record.
Think she was a Marine sergeant of past life.
Yeah, well, he can die first then.
It's curled up his ass.
He's being even more annoying than usual tonight.
That's true.
A real jerk.
So what else is new?
I'll say this: they have interesting choices for my character. I don't know how your choices
Hey,
are
Dennis.
going, but they're like kind of similar.
I've just been
tone-wise.
a whore the whole time.
Hey!
Not now, sis. I'm busy.
Tell my boyfriend, hey, meet me up at 10 or 9, 8, I don't know when.
I'm watching my bro and sis right now. No, step
I was
Hey!
too.
Quit acting crazy!
Are you watching it too?
Quit acting crazy, stepladder.
Step ladder.
It's still loud for me, that's why I can't change
That
it.
one.
Scared me, sweetheart.
I heard you talking about me.
Not now,
I
Megan.
heard you talking about me, Mom.
I'd like to have a bath in peace. Take a break from this madhouse for a while.
I played Resident Evil 7 Madhouse.
Mom probably went drown or something.
Probably. Definitely some shit's gonna happen here tonight. The characters in the family are like knockoffs of other horror game stuff, and I'm kind of amused heavily by it.
Maybe you should talk to Mom and Dad.
It's not a great idea for me to get involved. You know what I'm like? I'd just upset someone.
And
They sounded more serious than the usual bullshit. They were talking about Megan. She's done something bad.
I'm going to try
I
and
can't say I'm
not
surprised.
say
There's
Megan's back.
definitely
I'm scared she's gonna kill
something
me.
off with Megan.
I don't get why everyone keeps picking on her.
Okay, Mr. Shining Knight in Armor. Where's the little princess anyway?
Oh, why he looks like that?
Probably better to leave Megan alone.
As her big
What's that
sister,
look like
it is
me?
my sworn legal duty to check in on her.
Right, sure. Like you're the law around here. She went upstairs.
I'll go find her.
My character, for the record, is really wanting to be moody, but I'm trying to ease off his moodiness.
I see. Okay, I can finally.
I got back right when the gameplay was starting. Hey, this is present day Ryan. How y'all doing? So, I I think I know the options we have currently. Let me weigh things out. I thought about it when I was gone for a little bit, and there's probably not too many people that can contribute too much right now, so I guess we'll just decide pretty briefly. And there's like micro decisions on top of bigger decisions, so let's talk about it bit by bit. I think the first real option we have is, I'm looking at the timetable and the schedule. Option 1. Work on a Close Your Eyes anniversary. I got my fingers off. I was going to misspell it. Anniversary remake update. It was a bit since the last update, not too long, but I want to get Close Your Eyes Anniversary remake done. There's various things we could work forward to make little steps forward within the game. I think we could probably get done in the time frame, even if not exactly the time frame, a little bit past the time frame. I think it's good to get Close Your Eyes remake done. It's something that I can work on stream. This is gonna sound a bit weird. I don't mind spoiling Close Your Eyes Anniversary remake too much. Not only just because it's a remake, but I feel like I'm okay with people that want to see it, if that makes sense. There's surprises and stuff I don't think people will expect. There are certain aspects of the design I don't want people to see. Specifically involving the thing that's not even implemented into the game yet, the annex, but the Close Your Eyes remake portion, Close Your Eyes, I'm okay with. The Girl's Graveyard mystery portion of the game, outside of stuff towards the end of that game, I'm okay with. Stuff involving a Ghastly Tale, I'm okay with. People that have played the newest update know that's about as finished as the game currently is, so that's fine. And I would not mind working on that one on stream, is my main takeaway. So I would not mind doing that. I feel like good progress could be made. It might be a fun stream series to do. Grayson, you needed to have tuned in sooner. But basically, some things come up, and I'm like, which is why we had the previous screen. Basically, tomorrow, I need to help clean the house, and I do not know how long it's going to take. It might take most of the day. It might only take a few hours. We shall see. On Thursday, our landowner is coming, which is why we were cleaning the house. And that probably won't take very long. But then I also need to, on Friday, get stuff ready for the stream on the next day. And then on, of course, the next day, I've got the stream going on. And already, that takes off a lot of the time and the time frame. I don't want to rush disturbingly. Does that make sense? I was helping clean some here today as well. But tomorrow, I'm going to have to commit even more time to it. So, yeah. Which is why on the last screen, before I did this screen, I can't undo it. But I showed the 5 plans I could see. Either we commit to our schedule and what we said and get it done in time. But the problem with that is that it might come out half-baked because I have a lot less time than I thought I did. The landowner coming over only came up 2 days ago on Halloween, for the record. They gave us a few days, known in advance on Thursday, but I wasn't aware of it when I did the first stream. I only became aware of it on Halloween. The second thing was to delay and spend more time. In fact, you were here. You read the previous screen stuff, did you? Did you not? I don't need to explain that, like re-explain it. Most people thought we should do B, C, or E as the 3 options. There were plans A, B, C, D, E, which I laid out. For the input, B, C, and E seemed the most likely. So yeah, Grayson, you said stuff when that was on screen. You asked what was going on. Anyways, I'm right now laying out the simplest things and what might be best for the time frame, because I definitely still have other things to work on. So I'm like, that's okay. So first option, work on Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake update. I did not want to work on that on stream. It's far enough along. Let me also say this. Part of the reason I don't like doing starting game projects on stream is because kind of the starting stuff is a little bit boring. Like, it's not the most boring, but what do you do at the beginning of making a RPG Maker horror game? Well, you first sprite the character. You then make some tile sets because the world and everything is currently empty. And so a lot of the beginning, at least for me, is music making, which isn't very fun to stream, but I get it done. Or you do a lot of spriting. Now, I think some spriting is fine, but you have to do a lot of spriting at the beginning of a game. Because, nothing will take form until there's stuff there. And you do the coding, and then it's only when things start coming together as an actual game that I think it gets more interesting for stream development. I've thought about that some. So, yeah. I will literally do all of it. Holly. Hey. It is true. I do have people who are willing to help, and that is incredibly nice, and I'm appreciative. Sometimes I'm stupid and I don't think about it too much. That said, right now it's time stuff and what I'm doing this week, which is mainly a concern. And the second option, which was option B, which is one of the three main possibilities, was we could delay the timetable and make the game not come out this week, which would be fine on some account, but I have a lot of other things to work on, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. There's stuff I want to get done within a certain time limit. I'm like, that's part of the reason I'm debating on that, so, but that is not an option we can't do. We could just do game playing. Again, originally I was even debating if I should do a game development stream or a game playing stream. There are definitely plenty of people who do want me to do more Let's Plays, and I haven't really done many streaming Let's Plays to do. And I have a lot of games to play, even recent games. I've been fortunate that a lot of people have gifted me stuff more recently. And even without the more recent stuff, there's the things in the past which have been, there's a lot I need to play, and a lot I can play. That is the question. And is a possibility. In fact, I'll write that there. There's a lot of interesting games I could play for stream Let's Play videos. It's true. 3. Push disturbingly back a week. Get some help. Get it done. It might get in the way of some other things, but it's definitely not an option. 4. We Ludum Dare this bitch and slap something together. Hopefully good. That is definitely a possibility. I've done quick 2-day projects before. I could do it again. I just have not done it again in a while. I think part of it is that I try and get a little bit too ambitious with my ideas. Like, even with this Tapers idea, I want to do things that I don't think I would be able to do in 2 days. Not that I was committing to 2 days originally, I was committing to 5 days originally, but now I've got less time than I thought, so that's fun. Alright. And other projects are either in situations I don't think streaming them would be a good idea, or, which actually leads to the 5th option. We stream development on something that won't be finished in the time restraint, but we'll get that project further along, obviously. Those are really the 5 things I can see to lay out as possibilities. And I don't think there's too many people tuned in right now, so I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of input on this. And that's okay. But where do we sit with on this currently? I could work on Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake update. I think that would even be fun. And I bet we could get through a considerably decent amount of Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake if I work on it on stream. And I don't specifically mind, because of the last update I released, which had a few of the surprises, I wanted to sort of keep a secret that came out. I don't mind streaming the next part that's not going to be like, what's the next part? Probably the Close Your Eyes remake. I'm more focused on getting that done first as opposed to the Ghastly Tale portion or the Girls Graveyard Mystery portion. Though if I wanted to work on those, I could. The basis is there to be worked on. But most likely we'd work on the Close Your Eyes portion, and most likely I'd be trying to work on the area, which it's the prison area is what I call it, which is a portion of the game that might be a little bit interesting to work on stream. Hey there, Jason. How does it go for you? So working on that portion of Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake makes sense. Also, if you guys don't know what Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake is, because I realize some people might not know, I feel like a good number of you do, but just in case you don't. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake trailer. Wish I had the trailer of the more recent update. I'll let that play out for a second.
Good horror isn't just about scaring or startling a person. It's about the spectrum of human emotion. It's about how the work makes you feel while experiencing it. And what lingers after.
They're looking at their feet, focused on themselves so they don't have to glance at the horribleness all around them. What could I possibly say to make that okay?
You were used, disposed, tarnished. Who really cared for you? Did anyone ever really help? And in the end, here you are, utterly, truly.
It starts with an itch and a tingle, and then it builds and expands. And suddenly, all at once, my legs won't let me stand. I scratch till my fingers go numb, but my skin never bleeds. A silent accomplice waits and feeds when I'm asleep. There's something that lives inside me. I promise I never let it end.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes, fun. Okay. There is a lot of video games I can play. This might come as a surprise to you, some of you, but over the years, I have had this Steam account for a very, very long time. And over the years, I have accumulated quite a few video games. Currently, I own over 9,000 video games on just the Steam platform, but I own more on other things. But I've been meaning to get through a lot more of my Steam log. To go a little bit further with this, and by the way, here's my tip. Though I think it's not as viable as it used to be. Part of the reason I have such a high number is that I individually bought over 9,000 games. Some people that know the Steam economy will know exactly what I'm about to say. Know your bundle sites. What I used to do is I would commit about, when I was a little bit more okay, $30 a month to buying bundles for a month. And you amass a lot of games if you do just spend $30 on, at least in the past, because I think a lot of the bundle sites have kind of died out. I used to use IndieGala a lot, which I think is mostly dead now. There used to be Bundle Star. Well, no, Bundle Stars was the new version of the older site. There was Groupies, which kind of stopped being a bundle site. There was a lot of sites that have kind of died down in the last few years. But I was using bundle sites pretty regularly for a little over 8 years, from basically 2013 to give or take somewhere in 2020 when I slowed down tremendously, and now it's just the occasional bundle. But I went for about a span of about 8 years, pretty much buying several bundles every month, just giving myself a $30 wallet for that. And what I can tell you from doing that, and if you activate all the games you don't already own and sort of pocket the other way to give to other people, you amass a lot of games very, very quickly. Now, maybe that's not as viable now as it used to be because there's less bundle sites now than there used to be, which is just part of how times have changed. But there you go. Yeah. And guess what? There's a lot of games I want to play and a lot of games I could play. Right now we're playing RPG Maker, as I'm sure you can probably guess, but games that came out recently. I could play Fatal Frame 5. That came out recently. I could play that Inscription game, the card horror game that people have been all raving about. I could play all the Corpse Party games, literally all of them. They've all come to Steam, every single one except the original 1995 version. But that one you can just download off the internet, so I could play that one too. I own the Corpse Party PC Indie version. I own the Dead Patient that's still not finished game. I own the new 2021 version that just came out this month, or last month now. I own Blood Drive. I own Book of Shadows. I own Sachiko's Sweet Hysterical Birthday. We got a lot of Corpse Party. I own literally every Resident Evil game, of course. I still haven't done a Let's Play of Resident Evil 2 or Resident Evil 3. I've been meaning to do Let's Plays of those. Maybe someone would want that. And then there's all the other games. The Resident Evil 4 HD mod is almost finally complete. Right now, Emily, we're talking, because time stuff came up. Right now, we had to shift gears stuff. Yeah. Let's do the birthday one. Okay, Connor, I know why you're coming at me with that. Emily was very nice, speaking of her. And she gifted me a few games recently, which I want to play too. One which I can say is Hypna. Is it spelled like Go Kick? It's like Hip. It's like Hippa? Or is it Hypna? It's Hypnagogia, Boundless Dreams. There it is. Found it. This came out recently and it looks really good. Let me sell people on this game that haven't seen it before, because this game just came out. Hypnagogia. Yes, he did. This is the one I wanted to show you. So I like it. I do. And of course. Oh, I've had some sales. So, not one of them. Yeah, there'll be another sale really, really soon. This is the time of year where there's literally sales every year. Basically, I'm not going to say the exact dates because theoretically I'm not allowed to say the exact dates. But also, even if I did not know the exact dates because I have to set my games on sale, I could have guessed because it's the same every year. The Halloween sale is a very brief, short, and sometimes there are especially horror games. Some horror games choose to get in the spirit of Halloween and make their horror games a little bit less expensive during the Halloween sale than the Halloween sales. I don't personally do that, but some do. I know that. Anyways, though, yep. Some people leak them anyways, so they're not supposed to. But yeah. Well, that's people leaking things you're not supposed to be leaking them. But I have signed an agreement which doesn't allow me to tell it. So keep that in mind. However, I can say that every year there is a Steam sale during Halloween. There is a Steam sale. And that one's always really short. It's only like a few days long. But then there's also going to be another Steam sale around American Thanksgiving, but they don't celebrate Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving isn't a worldwide holiday. So what they actually celebrate is the quote-unquote fall sale, and it's mainly about Black Friday. So since Black Friday, even though theoretically that's a U.S. holiday, it's literally celebrated through most of the world since, you know, it's whatever. However the case, so there's the Black Friday sale, which will do its things. Hacker. And then there's going to be the Christmas/New Year's sale. All three of those sales are going to happen, and this is always the time of year that there's those three sales that are back to back to back. And then after those three sales, there's going to be a pause on Steam sales for several months. Not that there will be no Steam sales, obviously, but the next big Steam sale is the Chinese New Year sale. And after the Chinese New Year sale, it's the summer sale. I see. I've only played a little bit of Dark Souls. Speaking of other games I need to play the Dark Souls games. So much to play. There's a lot I could play for me and you. I've got a lot of games. If I just turned off things I've got installed, I currently have it set so it's only showing me, not showing me my full list of games, only the stuff I have installed. How do I switch back? There's like an option. Show only ready to play games. That's the option. There's a lot I need to play. I've got so many games. I could make a channel about playing games or something if I wanted to. I definitely have the games library to support that. I have so many games that when I try to scroll up through my games, it's freezing a little bit because it's got so many icons to load. Look how long it takes just to get through the A section. We got through the A section, now we're on the B section. Now we're on the C section. I want to do commentary though. I don't want to be silent and play games. I'll make okay, buddy. But I definitely have the game library to make something with that. I have a lot of games I need to play. A lot of games I want to play. Wow. I'm just clicking random games. Sharf. Wow. No, I'm not installing Shine. Thank you for asking. I have games that have been taken off the Steam store for some time. Some of them because they're just terrible. Some of them are just because of licensing stuff for various other reasons. I'm still sad that Cryostasis isn't officially sold in the store anymore. It's a good game. I know Let's Play on it. I would recommend it, except you can't buy it anymore unless you like really go out of your way to buy it. Crows. Crows. Crimson Light. Crazy Machines. C plus Raft. It's because it sells craft. Anyways. What is what game? Cover your eyes. You didn't see anything, Connor. Don't be tempted. I know you're a collector like me. Get out of here while you still can. Is that condemned? What is Canarium? I saw you condemned just for a second. Theoretically, it should be around here, a little bit higher. There it is. I did see the icon that caught my attention for whatever reason. There is that funky close your eyes game. Speaking of which, I need to do developer commentaries on a few games. I need to do a developer commentary eventually on Please Love My Computer game. That's going to be fun and a half. I need to do developer commentary on My Hole is a Mouth of Dirt. Yep. I need to do developer commentary on Decaying Delicacy. I need to do commentary on Bruises, Glimmer, and Starlight, but it's actually just Red Haze DLC, so it'll pop up when I try to launch Red Haze. Let me play Bruises, Glimmer, and Starlight. Yep. That is stuff I need to do. I've done developer commentary on several of my past games. The most ambitious one I did was Red Haze, which I'm happy with the developer commentary I did on it. And then again, that was only for part 1, because part 2 will be when the game's fully complete. And it'll be a lot shorter than part 1, because in part 1 I do the 22 endings that are currently available, and I also did the Halloween. Did I do the Halloween? I think I did the Halloween event. But maybe if I did... No, I did not do the Halloween event, so I could do the Halloween event next time, I think. Whatever the case, I'll show it off next time. But it'll be a much smaller segment. And then, yeah. Part of the fun. So much one can do. Anyways, I'm getting distracted so easily. I'm sorry about that. What are we doing, boys? Also, women and other people as well, and everyone should be included. Roll with that, roll with that. Do I work on Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake? Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. I can show what that is right now. Hello, Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. I'll show you off on the screen for a second. Alright, it's got the startup on. Hey, it started up no problem for me. That's good. I forgot if I did the thing that made it easier to launch or not. I still need to fix whatever with this. I think I know how I can do this, but it's going to be a little bit grr, and I'll figure out a way to make it work. But yeah. Wow. So many save files. So little time. Me skipping down. I don't remember where my save files are right here. I guess I could go to the annex. Or I could use one of those save files. Take me to the annex. Boy. And this save file, I guess I got enough to get a Twisted Puzzle unlocked, but I don't have Girls Graveyard Mystery unlocked. I do have Girls Graveyard, of course. No! Excuse me, hosts. I have enough for a Ghastly Tale. Ghastly, take me.
You don't need to know my name to hear my story.
Thank you, Ghastly.
I'm just a girl who was a little shit, taking everything for granted. I thought I didn't care about anything, until my childhood friend was murdered. And what's there to really say to that? What could I possibly say to make that okay? Our world is fucked. The people acting like everything is normal are wrong. They're looking at their feet, focused on themselves so they don't have to glance at the horribleness all around them. And I was just as ignorant as the rest of them, spoiled rotten and completely self-absorbed. I trusted in our justice system to kill the monster that murdered him, and what happens? The fucker escapes death row, gets to live on freely despite the people he's killed. I don't care what happens to me. I'm gonna make him bleed.
I'm over here being amused, Holly being like, Ghastly, and then Grayson being over here like, Jeremy.
This is my dad's gun, but I'm taking it. My old man never did anything good for me. Basically a walking corpse with how dead on the inside he is. The least he could do is let me take this off his hands. I really don't care what happens to me. How things were looking, I didn't have much of a pleasant
Most people don't
future
know a whole lot
going
about
for me
Jeremy
anyways.
Grayson.
Whatever it takes. I'm finding that murdering monster and taking him down with me. Huh? What's that sound? Something's outside my room.
Oh my Connor. Lamp cast it down, blah blah blah. Open the door? Yeah. Feeling uneasy. I don't think I should sleep yet. Yeah, that's probably a good call. Dear sweet mother, I've come back to rescue you. How many years has it been since we last saw each other? Do you still remember me, your beloved child? Do you still love me? Yes, I do. Who the fuck is this? I knew you wouldn't forget me. Awful Jeremy kept saying you wouldn't remember me anymore, but I knew he was lying. Wait, you're not lying, are you? You wouldn't lie to me, right, Mama? I'm sorry, I am. No, I'm not lying. Then what's my name? No, that's not my name, Mama. You're lying. Yeah, you're lying, you're lying. That's not good, Mama. You told me it's not good to lie. If you don't remember my name, do you at least remember the promise we made? They're not stinky, I'm just poking fun. You vaguely recall a day many years ago, a spring morning in the woods. Waddle or a little ghastly. You got this. Found a bug actually. Just right now. I can walk on these, I'm not supposed to be able to walk on these. But hey, at least I know. I can fix that.
Right before me, resting in a field of grass, sat a curious little doll. It was almost as if the doll had been waiting here for me. I really needed a friend in that moment. So to me, that doll seemed gentle and kind. I whispered into the doll's ear, "Will you please stay with me?" I pretended that it understood me, that it saw that I was in distress and wanted to help, that it was a friend, loving and kind, ready to stay with me through thick and thin. I grasped onto the doll, holding it close to me. I found much-needed solace from this chance encounter. I was happy to be seen, even if it was just a doll.
I think I might know what to add to that for the full release.
But, as per usual, that happiness didn't last very long.
E. Mama, you need to get out of here. Jeremy's being really, really bad. He wants to hurt you, Mama. He hates you. He wants to make you alone again. But I'm here to help, Mama. I won't let awful Jeremy hurt you. You have better things to do than return to your room. I'll be right by your side. I'm not going anywhere, Mama. I'll follow you. I'll do this. Voila. Hello. It's holding a note in its hand. Read it? Ah, well. Dear poor little thing. I was hoping to diminish your will to live, but I see you're doing a mighty fine job on that by your lonesome. Still, it doesn't satisfy me to know that most of your suffering cometh from your own hands. I pondered on what I could do to make your little bitch face scrunch up in pain, more pain than you could have ever inflicted upon yourself. And I have come to a conclusion. You and I both know you're going to die, but I don't want to make the road to your death the most miserable slice of your existence. I'm going to break you, and you'll be powerless to stop me. Sincerely yours, Jeremy. Oh no, I went to save! Where was instinct? I promise. I'm kidding. It's a drawing with blue frame, depicting elderberries and the letter E. It's a drawing with a purple frame, depicting cherries and the letter C. Mama, look, it's drawings of fruit. I remember used to come home all the time with assignments from our class to draw fruit. Those drawings make me oddly nostalgic. Yeah. What would you like to press? I'm gonna back out of this one. What would you like to press next? Oh right, I forgot the backing out thing still needs to be fixed. Nothing happened. I'll fix that next time. There's a few things. Ghastly Tail was the one that was needed the most to fix. I remember that now. Where there's just a tree growing here. Nothing was staying in the trash. Bunny. It's drawing with a red frame, depicting an apple cut in half and the letter A. Well, no, it makes sounds when you press the keys, just not press any of the keys. It's drawing with a yellow frame, depicting a halfway peeled banana and the letter B. Bead. Huh. This'll be fine, don't mind me. One hell of a piano dedicated to a note. Okay, bead. You seem to have solved it. Something's changed. Don't mind me. Off to do my things. I might fancy up this place a bit before the next update. I think I can think of a few ways how to even do so. There's a key somewhere around here, Mama. You can find it. I believe in you. Wow. There's a key here. Pick up the key. Yeah, well, I'll pick it up. Excuse me. Yeah, you did, Mama. You're very observant. Now let's get out of here. Sure thing, sweetie. Don't mind me. You can lock the door with the key. Don't worry, I'm making it. Look at me go.
So I'm sure you noticed, but I don't remember what I called you. If I cared so little about you that I don't even remember your name, then why stick with me?
You're silly, it's because you're my mama. I was your doll and you're my mama. I know you don't remember my name, but that doesn't change the fact that I love my mama.
Kinda sounds like Stockholm Syndrome.
Mama, you're so mean now. I just want to make sure Jeremy doesn't hurt you, Mama. Do you not want me around, Mama?
It doesn't really matter, I suppose. If you want to help me find the monster that killed my childhood friend, I'm not gonna stop you.
I'm ready to go whenever you are, Mama. We shouldn't stick around for too long just in case Jeremy finds us. I'll follow your lead, Mama. Yeah, we're never gonna stop there, though. Hey! Hey! I like saying A's. Push disturbingly back a week. Get done. A lot of interesting games I could play. There is a lot of interesting games I could play. We could do Ludum Dare style. We could stream development on Silent won't be finished in the time restraint, but we'll get the project further along. If I'm gonna be 100% completely honest with y'all, what I think I should do is work on Closer Rise Anniversary Remake, or do video game stuff, or work on a further out project. Those are the three which I personally would choose. I think the Ludum Dare style And starting a new project is not a good idea right now. I think for Disturbingly, I don't, because there's other stuff to work on, I'm not sure I should get this in the way of that stuff. Does that make sense? That was pretty good. I only just, it took me a second to get it, but I got the fast sleep fun. I think it's funny. Just my opinion, though. Just my honest to goodness opinion. Ha ha ha. But yes, I'm still thinking. I sometimes can be so indecisive with these things. And I guess I could. An idea planted itself just now. I'm going to think about that, but and I'm also assuming I'm not going to get a lot of feedback right now, which is okay. It's fine. It's late. It's kind of more of a laid back stream. We had Spriding at the beginning that we got finished, so I kind of expected that. Alright. If we got that done, and we also want to work with that. I know the people earlier said for plans B, C, B, C, and E. So some think gameplay, some think delays, some think work on something that's partially finished, except the only thing I could probably get done within the time frame would be a Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake update, so 1, 2, or 3 in your opinion. I can do that. Okay. The way I do this, the way to make it work. I don't mind eliminating 4. I think that makes the most sense to eliminate. That is true. Well, 2 isn't unproductive. If I can be a little bit upfront for a second, the period of time that videos make the most money on YouTube, because commercial people are paying the most, is the time of year that we're playing right now. If I'm going to be dead set, completely honest with you, if we're talking about like money productivity, as in making a living, making a wage, it's not that YouTube has ever made me a lot of money, because it doesn't. It makes a little bit of money, not a whole lot. I'm not a very big channel, and that's okay. However, it is 100% true that playing and uploading videos in October, November, December is a lot more lucrative than any other time of the year. I basically, from the exact same viewership, make like 3 or 4 times as much during this season than I do for the rest of the year. I don't make a lot from YouTube, but I make more than the rest of the year due to that's when advertisers are paying. And it's not just me, that's literally everyone on the platform. I don't make a lot from YouTube. I really, really don't. But I do make a little bit. And if we're talking about like whatever, it makes some money. So there's that. Now, talking away from money, I've just been wanting to play a lot of games, and I haven't played much at all recently. I've had a lot of requests of people wanting me to do more Let's Plays. I know there's people that are interested in me doing more. I think there's a lot of interesting games I could be playing. It appeases one side of people that have been wanting me to do more streams and do more video game stuff, so that makes sense to me. I gets it. Of course, then even when we do the video game idea, then the question is, what game do I stream? What game or games? I have so many video games. I'm at a point that I could play an hour. Let's say, in fact, let's just do my Steam library. Let's not include anything else. I have, give or take, and I guess I'm going to include free game stuff. Let's say I have like 9,450 games. It's even probably lowballing it, including all the free games I want to play. But let's say that was the number. And I have over 9,000 owned just commercially. I think it's about like 9,005 or 50 something at the moment. So let's say I spent an hour with every single game and just played games non-stop. That's literally impossible, obviously. And it's very impractical. But let's say I played every single game for an hour and I never stopped streaming. I did a 9,450 hour long stream, which would break all sorts of records. But let's say I did that. And let's say alongside that, I took no breaks and just streamlined right through it. Literally, even under those conditions, even under those ideal, nonsensical conditions, I would still be playing games for literally nonstop for over a year if I sat down and played an hour of every single game. And I would only be playing for an hour, no breaks, no sleep. I would have to go almost 400 days straight just to get through my whole Steam library and stuff I want to get through. And that's kind of an impossible task, not to mention a very impractical one. So, you know. Yay. Probably not what's really going to happen, but you know. You know. It is what it is. Now, realistically, I could probably spend the next 10 years and stream every single day for a few hours a day. And probably I would not get entirely through my Steam library of everything I have there. Almost definitely true. I think even if I dedicated the next 10 years of my life to just this game playing thing, that's obviously not what I'm going to do. I probably wouldn't be done with everything I currently own. And there would definitely be more that came out in the next decade that I'd be interested in, so you know. I do need to sit down and go through my game library and organize it. I started that in one stream for one day. We got to partway through the letter B. I need to redo that, and I need to sit down and spend like a week and do that at some point. It is an undertaking, but it's an undertaking I do want to do, and it would help me tremendously in situations like these. Though currently I do know a few games I would like to play. So that's helpful. God, why? It's like question on top of a question on top of a question. Right now I'm only getting mainly responses from you, Connor, though I do appreciate your input. I do love you, Connor. Know that. All the same, though. We stream development on something that won't be finished in the time restraint, but we'll get the project further along. I kind of want to do that one, because frankly, I think I might do better focused on something which will not release in the short term, but will pay off more in the long term. I don't mind playing games, but then even once we decide to play games, then the follow-up question is, well, then what game are we going to play? But I could probably decide quickly. There was a few games given to me recently. There's probably things that would do well if I want to think about whatever, but I kind of don't want to. I kind of just want to play things. Disturbingly being pushed back a week. But then the problem is there's bigger things. I've got plans that have timetables, and that kind of gets in the way of that. When I timetabled this out, I had more time until the landlord stuff came up, and then that takes up a decent amount of time because I also have to clean the house and do the fucking dryer thing, which is going to take I don't know how long. Which does take up a lot of the time. Not to mention I was more tired yesterday. I had to clean today, and yay. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake sensibly is the easiest one to do. And I do think some people would be appreciative. I know there's some people that really want Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake to be done. I honestly believe that when Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake is fully completed, people will consider, not everyone, because everybody's got different tastes. There's some people whose favorite game of mine is a very atypical one. There's some people that I know whose favorite game of mine is Take the Dream 9. There's some people I know whose favorite game of mine is This Is Torture. There's some people that I know whose favorite game of mine Like, you know, Close Me, for example. And I know, or Please Love My Computer game for some peeps. But typically, the games that most people say are their favorite is Red Haze or Close Your Eyes. One of those two. Those are the two most typical answers that I will receive. And the thing is, I completely get it. I would go as far to say that in terms of a broad audience, in terms of what is the most fully fleshed out, well realized, it's those two games. Even though Red Haze still needs to be finished and Close Your Eyes is getting a remake. I do think Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, when it's fully complete, will probably be, up until some of the future games that I still have in and out development, be the furthest along, be one of my better games, and I mean, this is my most expensive game, but it'll be a very meaty game. I think there'll be a lot of good stuff in it. I think there'll be a lot of people that like it. So yeah. Is what it is, what it is. Meat. Of course, Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake needs more time put in. Let's see. Girls Graveyard Remake, because, you know, Close Your Eyes Remake has Close Your Eyes' remake in it. It has Girls Graveyard's remake in it. It has Close Your Eyes, A Ghastly Tale in it. It has Close Your Eyes, A Twisted Puzzle in it. It has Girls Graveyard Mystery in it. It has Close Your Eyes, Beneath the Surface in it. And then it has the Annex game mode in it. Currently for progress. The Annex is only like less than 5% done, which is the main lobby. Now, here's the thing. I did get the main lobby mostly completed. Previously, it was just a sort of staple placeholder annex that existed. With the most recent update, I did get the main lobby done. So there is like maybe 5% of the annex done because the main lobby is fully functioning. But I have the rest of the annex I still need to design, and that has not been done yet. And that will take some time because I want it to look nice. And plus, there's going to be a lot of secrets in it, so you notice that. Close Your Eyes. Okay, well, let me get the easy stuff out of the way. Girls Graveyard Remake is complete. The only thing that I might do is I might alter some difficulty things before the full release, because the game will get a second wave whenever I, fully release out of early access. Close Your Eyes Twisted Puzzle is complete. I don't really know what I would alter about it before release. I think it's fine as it is. If somebody has something that they think I should fix or change about it, I don't mind hearing, but I can't think of anything. Now, the other stuff. The Close Your Eyes remake portion of the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, I would say, tentatively, at this point in time, is about 40% complete. It's not quite halfway there, but it is closer, and we have all the endings, and there's more to the endings. If you were just paying attention to the original Close Your Eyes, it would seem like we're a little bit further than we actually are. Because in the original Close Your Eyes, we're halfway past what the original game provided. I would say that the graveyard puzzle that you do in Close Your Eyes is over halfway through the game. But of course, as some people might have noticed, some of the scenes that usually happen earlier in the game haven't happened in the remake yet, and there's totally a reason for it. The three good examples I can give is A, there hasn't been the scene that Marshmallow Monk sits down with the host yet behind the prison bars. That hasn't happened in the remake yet, despite the fact that we're past the point where it should have happened if you played the original, but there's a reason for that. We'll get to that. We haven't gone through the scene with the first chaser monster thing. That didn't happen, and there's a reason for that too. And then the final thing is that there hasn't been the branching path. There isn't the Ron Way ending. There wasn't the factory entrance, anything like that. So that stuff's all noticeable because we're technically towards the end of the forest section. We're past where you meet Ghastly and past the graveyard puzzle. And theoretically, if this was the original Close Your Eyes, the only portions of the game that would be left would be you would have the scene with the seagulls, and then you would have the hanging room puzzle. You would have the darkness bit where you first go through the lights. You meet the girl. You go through the hallways with the girl everywhere. You get chased by the red light. You go through Simon's Lair and go through the Valerie maze. You enter into the pancake room, go through the window, but it turns out it's a painting. You end up back in the manor, and in the manor you either meet the host or you face Ghastly. And that would have been the rest of the game. And in that case, if we were comparing it directly to the original Close Your Eyes, we're about like 2/3 of the way through the original game. But the thing is, the remake not only has some events repositioned and changed, there's a lot more that's going to happen in the back end of the game than there was originally, and there's a lot more to each of the endings, which I will not spoil, but So I would say that we're only about 40% through the remake of Close Your Eyes, which there's more to get done. And that's just the Close Your Eyes portion. Okay, so the rest of it. Alright, next up, the follow-up bit to that would be, of course, Close Your Eyes, A Ghastly Tale. Close Your Eyes, A Ghastly Tale's only probably something like 5% done. There's a lot more to it, and there'll be a lot more to come. It's not like the longest game in the game mode stuff, but there's still a lot more to it than what is currently available. Next up would be Girls' Graveyard Mystery. Girls' Graveyard Mystery, this one's actually pretty easy to say. It's about a third of the way done. There's about 2/3 left of that game to develop, but the first third is currently available. And then Close Your Eyes Beneath the Surface is at 0%. So currently, if I was to make a percentage chart of the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, the Annex is about 5% done. Previously, before this update, I would have said it was 0% done, because the Annex that was, like, the main lobby that used to be there was just a placeholder, but, you know, the placeholder's out of the way, it's all finished now. Hello there, Caroline, we're just talking about things. But talking about this, the Annex is about 5% done. There's still a lot more to get done with the Annex. The Close Your Eyes remake, that is about 40%, $40 done. The Girls' Graveyard remake, outside maybe some bug fixes and difficulty adjustments, that is 100% complete. Then we got Twisted Puzzle. Twisted Puzzle is 100% complete. Then we got A Ghastly Tale. That's probably accurately about 5% complete. We've got Girls' Graveyard Mystery, which is about 33% complete. We have, and then finally, we have Close Your Eyes Beneath the Surface, which is 0% complete. That's kind of the current progress of the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. Wow. Of course, some of these are very, very different in scale. The Close Your Eyes remake is a lot longer than the Ghastly Tale is going to be. The Annex is a little bit small scale compared to what Close Your Eyes Beneath the Surface is. So on and so forth. So yeah. But that would be currently where we about are. I would say, as a whole, with everything included, Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake is about, let me think about this. Let me do the math for a second. Some of these are a little bit, these aren't all weighted equally. If you weigh it all equally, you can just do the math, but it's not really like that. Not all of these are the same size of ambition and scale. I guess the way to word it would be to say, honestly, I would say, and I'm not just saying this because this is how far the Close Your Eyes remake is, but I would say Close Your Eyes Anniversary remake as a whole package is about 40% complete. I'm not just saying that because of this. Here's my reasoning for it. So firstly, there are 2 game modes which are 100% completed. Girls' Graveyard Remake and the Twisted Puzzle are both in there, fully implemented. And outside of maybe some slight changes to them, they're pretty much, like, they're done. With that, though, said, I don't think these 2 are the heaviest weighted ones. They do weigh a little bit. Girls' Graveyard Remake, in particular, weighs more than Twisted Puzzle does. My personal desire would be an ending to Close Your Eyes Remake, done, and little to the Annex after that, do Ghastly Tale, so I might chunk of that. Don't know what's feasible, though. Yeah. I would say that Girls' Graveyard Remake, if I had to, like, order these in terms of how big a deal they are, if I'm going to be completely honest, I think they're weighted like this. I think the Close Your Eyes remake is weighted the most. I think Beneath the Surface is the second most weighted. I think after that would come, and if I'm going to be completely honest, I think third place is tied a little bit. I think that Girls' Graveyard Mystery and a Ghastly Tale are all very, very similar in scope. They're like different, but they're about the same weight. Like, I could probably think really, really hard and determine them, but I would say they're all weighted about equally. And then after this, I would say that comes the Annex, and after the Annex, I think would come Twisted Puzzle. Yeah. So, ignoring all of that, what I would probably say towards all of this... Yeah, 40% seems about right. The Annex is weighted a little bit lower in the 5%. The 0% on Beneath the Surface, of course, because the second most weighted makes a difference. Twisted Puzzle is the lowest weighted, but it is 100% done, so there's that. Girl's Graveyard is kind of in the middle, and tied with the other ones. But that one is mostly completed, so I mean, it is completed. Meanwhile, a Girl's Graveyard Mystery is about a third of the way completed, and the Ghastly Tale's at the beginning of it. So yeah, 40% I would say is about right. All the same, all the same. I could do a similar thing for Red Haze, but I'm just sort of thinking out loud here. Is what it is. That should be fine. Any other opinions or thoughts? We still haven't decided. I get caught up in these little miniature things. You might notice I go on little tangents all the time. It's pretty regular for me. If we worked on the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, that would be fine. We could definitely... I predict if I dedicate even the next few days, we could probably get done with the prison area. The prison area would be basically my goal. I could probably get that done. I have to sprite a few things for it, and I have a scene which I need to revoice in it and some other things. But if we did the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, what I would probably do is fix up a few things about the beginning of A Ghastly Tale. There's a few bits of it. There's a few details I want to add, a few small issues I want to fix up. I might spend a little bit of time on that, but honestly, I could probably fix everything I want to do for it in like an hour or so. Maybe an hour and a half if I decide to sprite something that I'm thinking about spriting for it. Outside of that, I would mostly spend my time with Close Your Eyes Remake, and I think I would focus on getting the area after the forest done, which I titled The Prison. The prison's not a very large area. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake has differently sized areas. Some areas are kind of big, some areas are kind of small. This one's kind of a small area, though it is a unique area. I think it might stand out to some people. And I won't spoil too much, but it does end with the host prison scene, if you know that one from the originals, so yeah. There's not a prison in the original... Like, there's a prison, sort of, in Close Your Eyes. There's the prison scene with the host. That's kind of being expanded to a fuller area, but it's not a very big area. But I do think it'll be memorable. There's a unique... I won't spoil what I want to do, though if I stream it, you will be spoiled on it. But I will say that I have a specific idea which I've wanted to do for that prison area before the host appears, so... Yeah. Something puzzly. Alright. Let's play game stuff. I guess the other thing which I need to decide, if I was going to stream development on a project that isn't finished, what project would I work on? There's like... So Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. I know what I'm working on if we choose that one. I'm going to fix up a little bit about A Ghastly Tale, just a little bit. There's a few things I want to add. I'm not going to add any more to A Ghastly Tale, but I want to fix up the little bit that's there and add just a little bit more to it. Specifically, what I think I want to do for A Ghastly Tale, I need to fix the tree bug in the memory sequence. I want to add a little animation of little Ghastly grabbing a hold of the doll. I feel like there's like an empty space there where it feels like that should be. So I want to just sort of sprite that. That should not take too long, though. With that, I also want to add a little bit more flavor text to the first two rooms. I think the area with the various paintings, I want just to make it... I don't want it to be too cluttered. In fact, I kind of want the area to be spacious. I think part of Close Your Eyes design is being kind of empty space in a lot of ways, but I do think that area could do with a little bit more to it. I feel like it'll feel a little more enticing if there's just a little bit more. And then after spicing that area up, I would mostly just focus on getting the prison area done in Close Your Eyes. That wouldn't be the biggest update in the world, but it would be an update. So, you know, there's that. And the prison area, including the scene with the host, which I have to do the new versions, the lines for, and also just write it all out and put it in and all that. That will probably take, if I had to guess, or not how long it would take to make, because I could probably get done in like 3 days if I commit myself to it, and just spend a few hours a day working on it. But how long it would take to play, it would probably add, honestly, just like, depending on what I do with the prison area precisely, it might be like a 10 to 20 minute sequence in the game, so that's fine. But hey, every sequence completed is another sequence closer to us being done with the Close Your Eyes remake. So definitely nothing wrong with just getting one sequence done. It's one sequence closer and another sequence off the to-do list. Okay, stretching out these arms. The next thing I can think of, if we were to play a game, I think the games I would most likely play, so I guess I'm going to add these little notes below these. Fix up the beginning of Ghastly Tale, make the prison area, and Close Your Eyes remake. Probably play Fatal Frame. And what I always forget. I know vaguely the game's name, but it's like Inscription, and I don't think it's Encryption with an I. I'm pretty sure it's Inscription. Yeah, it's Inscription. Inscription. GoldenEye is a possibility. Fatal Frame, Inscription, GoldenEye, Hypnagogic. There's a few others. Disturbingly Done a Week. Oh yeah, Mirror Layers. Thank you for mentioning that one. Mirror Layers, etc. I think the Disturbingly pushed back a week and work on is pretty self-explanatory. For projects that won't be finished this week, but I could definitely get some work done. Makes sense. Okay. I guess the way I would word this... Okay. I might do Gray Haze, because I want to get further along with that. I might do, let's see, think. Blank Slate, I literally could not work on stream. I would probably get banned off of YouTube and Twitch for working on that game on stream. That game is very not safe for work. Cutie Patootie, I could probably work on stream. Do I want to work on Cutie Patootie? Do people want to see me work on Cutie Patootie? I don't know. To both, if I want to work on it right now. I want to work on Cutie Patootie eventually, but is that what I want to do right now? Is there a game I think I can get done this month? Yeah, there is a few games I can get done this month. But I want to work on them on stream, and would I want to dedicate my month to them? That is the question. I've got some other things to do this month as well. Maybe I should pick what I want to work on this month. Would that be the better idea? Is that what I should be asking myself? I think that's what I should be asking myself. Now that I sort of worded it like that. What do I want to work on this month? Maybe I should think about that more than I should be thinking about this week individualistically. I don't know why. That's like such an obvious thought, but it didn't occur to me until I said it right then. And now that I said it out loud, and I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking that might be the best thing to make a decision for right now. I know we've just spent like an hour here thinking about this one question, but... I'll say this up front. Okay. I've got two things I'm going to say. Unless something changes, currently I want Blossoming Yandere to release around Valentine's Day. And the second thing is, I don't want to stream Blossoming Yandere's development. There's things about that game I don't want spoiled. I'd rather, and I know it's one of those things that, you know, people will play and probably spoil it for others and yada yada yada, but I don't want to spoil it myself. I want it to be a thing that people can go in and be like, oh, I was not expecting that, and have fun with that. So, yeah. That's fair. That's okay, to go and spoiler free. I recontextualized the question for myself, We've had a few developments go from bit to bit to bit. Okay. I'm thinking seriously for a second. I could work on Hollow Bliss. I don't actually mind. I know this sounds really weird, but I do not mind spoiling Hollow Bliss. I kind of need to I've got bits of it done, but I need to sort of redo big parts of it. Okay, so maybe let me eliminate this for a second. I'm sorry, game players, but I kind of want to get something done this month. I want to be productive here. I'll keep the other ones here, though. Okay. If I don't just focus on a week, I could probably get a lot more done in Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake if I want to. No, we already got rid of it. But I will eventually play Fatal Frame. But you're saying I should wait for some patches? I can wait for some patches. That said, I think I'm going to cross off gameplaying this month because I kind of want to get something done this month. And it doesn't need to get done by the end of November. It could be like early December, but I want to get something out there that's a little bit, or yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. Or at least get a lot further in some project on stream during this month. That's why I kind of want to dedicate this month to. And then of course I got Beloved Juice running alongside this, so that's going to fill up some of this time, so that's fine. Perfectly fine with me. So I'm rephrasing the question from the question that we previously had to what should I dedicate my November to? It's not that I need to release something this month, though it would be nice if I release something this month. That's all I'm just saying. However, though, I would just like to work on something. If I can work on it on stream, then great. If not, that's okay too. Lost Man Yonder is not the project for this period of time. Lobster. Is that a reference to A Good Life? Lobster! E. I don't know why I opened up Steam. I actually meant to open up this folder. Oh, it's a reference to The Lighthouse? Oh, but you were making a reference to A Good Life. Alright, I am. What do you think would have happened if Thomas just, like, kissed Thomas at their highest tension point? They almost kissed once, but they didn't. Shawl of Surrender. Ooh, that's not a bad one to suggest. I know you're interested in that one. Though, I'll put down all the maybes, and then I'm going to eliminate them a bit by bit. And then some of these would probably be done this month if I dedicated the month to them. Some of them will definitely not be done this month, but I would get a lot further with them if I spent a month dedicated to them. Okay. Gray Haze, Hollow Bliss, Found Horror Game 11.x, which some of these I could not stream, but I could focus my time on them if people want me to. Viewing goes up. Whale of Despair, as opposed to Death Golem's Anthology. Gray Haze, Hollow Bliss. I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to think about this sincerely. Hollow Bliss. The Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. Viewing numbers goes up. Alright. Disturbingly. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. I got a lot under my plate. I don't know what to say. We got Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. If I decided to focus on not just a week, but a month, I could probably get a shit ton done if I focused on it. Close your eyes. Okay, so I'm not gonna think about any new projects. I'm going to literally right now just look through what I have partially complete and things I could focus on, and do it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to put Blossoming Yonder on this list, and part of the reason is A, I know I'm not going to release this month, B, I know I'm not going to stream its development, and C, it's a project I have to be in a very specific mind space and mood for to work on. Cutie Patootie. Blank Slate. Okay, let's see. Which ones are serious? Yes, no? I guess I could do... I'm going to hear a response when I say this, but I'm going to put it here because it has... So to some people, they might be like, hey, but Ryan, isn't that a new project? But some people who know me will know that this is definitely not a new project. I have literally been back and forth on this project for like 2 fucking years now. Oi Oni inspired project. Whether you want to call it the Isle of Eclipse, the Indigo Stalker, whatever you want to call it, really. But to some people, they'll be like, but Ryan, isn't that technically a new project? And other people will be like, okay, Ryan, that's fair. I know you've been literally back and forth on that one for a few years now. Yep. There's something which I'm tempted to put on the list. I bet this game could do well, but I shouldn't because I need to talk things out with them. And I don't think they're in the right mental space to handle it right now. I'm tempted to put PT Baby Boo on this list, but I don't think I should because I would need to talk it over with the co-person I'm working with on that game. Okay. Sickingly Sweet. I could get that done this month if I really put my mind to it. Da 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 da. Don't mind me, I'm looking at some things, seeing if they're a decent decision, seeing if they're good for me. I'm going to talk about all these a little bit more in detail, depending on what the project is. It depends how much more in detail I'll go into it, but I've got things to say about them, that's for sure. I would like working on that, but I don't think I get it done this month. But maybe I could. I don't really know. That one's a really experimental one for me. I'm debating if this one's a good idea at all to put on this list, but I'll put it on the list. Close Our Eyes. I wouldn't mind working on that this month, and I could probably make some good progress. I'd have to learn a few things along the way, but that's part of the fun sometimes of making projects. I'm surprised you remember the box game. Do people want the box game? I wouldn't mind working on that. Grayson came in late to that, but yes. Well, I'm just being completely upfront honest. We're going to narrow this down tremendously. These are all things that could be worked on. I will never forget the box game. I don't think most people know that much about the box game. I'm excited for whenever that gets back on the table, because that will be an interesting project. But I don't think people are like, Ryan, the box game. That's what you need to do. And I'm like, yes, that's what the people want. The box game. I could... Okay, so I guess I could work on Sugary Sinful Girls. But then, I'll put it on the fucking list. I told myself I'll put on some stuff which I know I couldn't stream. Blank Slate's also on this list. And there's no way I could fucking get Blank Slate. I could not stream that on stream. Sugary Sinful Girls. Do I work on Complete Isolation finally? Find out next time. Okay, there's only one last list of things I'm going to look over just to check to see what I could maybe throw in there. Then we're going to start narrowing. Connor, I hate that every single time you say that joke, I laugh at it. Okay, so let me give some context here. I am personally excited for the co-op horror game Outlast Trials. It might be a little bit schlocky or whatever, and I expect it will be. But, it's fun. I think it's fun to do, like the sort of horror game it is as a co-op thing. That sounds interesting to me. But there's a thing that annoyed me so much about Outlast Trials, where it's this thing which I hate whenever companies do this. It's like such a fucking PR pull, which is where they say that whatever is in their game is fucking iconic. They say the iconic monsters from Outlast Trials. Let me clarify, they're not talking about the iconic monsters from past Outlast games. They're talking about the upcoming quote-unquote iconic monsters from Outlast Trials. And here's what I think. Maybe those monsters will turn out to be fucking iconic, but that's not for you, the marketing team, to decide. I think whenever a marketing team tries to say something's iconic, it just feels so try-hard and tripe to me. Like, okay, maybe they could end up iconic, but that's not for you to fucking decide. Nobody's played the game yet. This character is iconic to no one yet, because nobody knows them. They're not iconic if nobody knows them. That's literally not what iconic means. And so it just bothers me when, in part of fucking PR talk, they're like, the iconic, whatever, in whatever game. And it's so iconic of me to say. And, like, it's whatever. Maybe the monsters will fucking turn out to be iconic, but you don't say that pre-release. That's up to the people to decide if they're iconic enough or not. And that bothers me. And so anyways, Connor's been poking fun at me blabbering about this because I went on a tangent about this before. And that's why he's saying whatever he's working on, I'm sure the characters here have to be iconic. It's because that's one of my pet peeves, I guess, where I don't like it when a game tries to tout, before release even, try to tout its shit, being like, oh, look how iconic this is. Like, no, you're not allowed to say that. I mean, I guess you're allowed to say it because you're fucking saying it, but you're wrong. All the same. I don't think that's up to a PR team to decide, and this is just my little tangent. If you're on a PR team for some game, don't call something of a game that's unreleased iconic. Like, okay. Oh, Rings. So, before I finish this tangent, if somebody wants to say something like, we are making Silent Hill 9, I guess it is at this point, and the iconic Pyramid Head monster will appear in the game. Well, first of all, that would piss off a lot of fans, because Pyramid Head is overused to hell and back. But it would be fair to say that Pyramid Head is iconic. Pyramid Head has already been established as iconic. Pyramid Head, literally, if you're into horror games, you probably know who Pyramid Head is. Even though he's only really in Silent Hill 2 and Homecoming, and the movie, I guess. But I would say that Pyramid Head has had enough of a cultural impact, and most people would not deny that Pyramid Head is iconic, because Pyramid Head is iconic. So it would be fair for, if they were going to use fucking Pyramid Head, I guess if they wanted to fucking say the iconic Pyramid Head, they could. Because that makes sense. Pyramid Head is iconic. But you can't say that, like, let's say fucking Silent Hill was making a new game, and they fucking had some new monster, whatever. I guess some other Pyramid Head ripoff that's not the fucking Bogeyman. Like, let's say the fucking Butcher from Silent Hill Oranges, or let's say just some stand-in or whatever. If they came in and said this new monster is iconic, it's like, no, they're not. Nobody knows who the fuck this is. They're not iconic if nobody literally knows them. And anyways, and that's my issue with Outlast Trials and its PR campaign. It's a very, very petty pet peeve, but it's one I feel strongly enough about to go on a little tangent for. Alright, I think what I have on this list... Oh, I need to show... Okay. So this game... I fucking love this game soundtrack, but this is not the game I'd want to work on this month. I don't think I'd be able to focus on it the whole month. I'll like play some music from it though, because the music for this one is fucking rocking. Let me try that down for you guys, actually. Listen to this iconic music. I'm kidding. It's a weird OST, but I like it a lot, okay. Everybody clap. Clyde. Not that. Clap. Not you. There's a song in here that's clapping. I don't remember which one it was. It's not that. I thought it was for some reason. Whatever the case. Clap, clap, clap. Everybody clap at the iconicness. I'm gonna stop making that joke. Anyways, Connor keeps on joking when I don't expect it about the fucking iconic thing that I feel strongly, stupidly about. And I hate that I laugh at it every time. It's such a dumb thing. Anyways, that was my little... Oh, I could work on neat. That's the one I'm forgetting. Because that's real neat. Ryan, you're... Yes, that is Alone in the Dark, the New Nightmare. Yeah, truly Vayner music. Thank you, Keiichi. It's part of the fun of it. By the way, for those who are wondering why I'm responding to responses that you guys can't see, I'm streaming this on both YouTube and Twitch. So I am responding to both the YouTube and the Twitch chat. If you're ever wondering how I'm having a conversation, you're like, well, there's no one talking in the chat, or I don't see these messages in the chat. That is the reasoning. Roll as it goes. Do I want to work on Happy Homes with Handy earlier the month? It was for the donation thing originally. That's just kind of neat. I am here also. Hello, Rinks. We're also there. I could do Sick Phobia. Oh, I fucking love Sick Phobia. I'm in both too. I know. Why am I so clearly just talking to myself? I'm just insane. Now let's see. Roll with that there though. We'll talk about that. Is that the one that people are excited for? I know Connor and Grayson are excited for the Oni project. I know why they are. I wasn't expecting a third person. And so far, I've been the one that was like, oh, Yoni! No, like, it's okay. It's there. I'll talk about all these for a second, because I want to focus something on. I want to focus on something in November. Let me focus on something in November. I'm playing with lobsters while I do this. I am. Wow. Wow. But anyways, I think that's about it, though. That's the stuff I would put on the list. And some of these are more likely than others, and I'll talk a little bit about each of these. I think there's like, what, 20 games here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 18. That makes sense. That makes sense. So the purpose of the stream, in between two streams, has really changed a lot. Wow. Oh, my hot take here. All of them. Wow. That's fair. Hot take. Do all of them. Do all 18. Now, theoretically, I could theoretically do that. I could spend like a day working on each. But that would only get a little bit done in each game. I want to spend November working, making big progress on one of these. Now, okay. Some of these could be done if I focused a month on them. Some of them would definitely not be done, but they'd be a lot further along. I'm going to talk about each of these individualistically, and we're going to break it down some, okay? Understand it. Understand it. Okay. Stretching out these arms, let's talk about it. Okay. Snowbound's not going to be something I work on in November. There's a few which I decide not to put here. So we'll talk about Grey Haze first. Hey, everyone. So, Grey Haze. No. I'm not making any new projects for this. I know what you're thinking about, but no. That would basically be starting a new project at this point. Well, let's talk about it. Grey Haze. It's my follow-up to Red Haze. Red Haze will be completed probably before I ever release the Grey Haze Early Access version, which it will be Early Access. There is no way this game will not have an Early Access phase. They'll probably last for a while. But going forward with that, though, most likely Red Haze will be finished before the Grey Haze Early Access version did. I 100% can stream some of the development of this game. There are stuff that I could not stream, A, because I want to avoid certain spoilers, even though the early stuff should be fine. But there's certain not safe for work stuff, which I don't think would be okay for YouTube or Twitch. But, I don't know fully. But going with that. Still, though, there is stuff which I think most of it would be fine for streaming. I would not would not get this game done in a month. However, I want to get the early access kind of out within the next half a year if possible, so it 100% would not be a bad idea for me to get started on it like more seriously this month. If I want to get it like released in the first half of 2022, which is really weird to think of, we're almost to the first half of, like, it's almost 2022. That's really weird to think about. But whatever the case, if I want to get released in the first half of 2022, getting started with it right now would not be a bad thing. In fact, it'd be probably a pretty good thing, especially since that's something which I kind of know I want to get out in the first half of 2022 regardless. So, you know, solid choice all around. I think it'll be a very good game. I think it'll do very well. I think the early access period will be a lot of fun. Red Haze's alpha period is a lot of fun. I even predict I'll have a shit ton of fun working on this. Alright, you vote for Shall Surrender. I'll remember this, TL. Anyways, Gray Haze, I think it works on the level that A, I can definitely stream the development of the early stuff for the game. No problem. It's literally no problem. B, I can definitely say that I want to get this game out in the first half of 2022 in early access form, if possible. So that's, you know, something which I want to do anyways, and getting started a bit early does not hurt. And the third thing is, I bet it'll be a lot of fun to work on. I had a lot of fun working on Red Haze. If I had to say which project I had the most fun working on, it was Red Haze. And I enjoy the Haze game makeup. I think it makes good foundation. It might be good to get started early, so Gray Haze, that's my case. Alright, Hollow Bliss. Hollow Bliss has been on my to-do list for a very, very long time. There has been major reworks between the original Hollow Bliss idea and how Hollow Bliss currently exists. In fact, I'm trying to open some of the Hollow Bliss stuff. I have the OST done. I got all the base character sprites done. I guess to kind of explain what Hollow Bliss is as it exists currently, I'm going to show some stuff I've never shown for Hollow Bliss before to the public. I think a lot of people here might know some of this, because some of this is here and there and everywhere. There's various different characters that we play as. I guess I'll show some of their, like, ignore the fact they don't have faces, okay? I ask for forgiveness of their lack of faces. But we have some character stuff. We have character, and we have character, and we have character, and character. That's Chris Lanson, by the way. And character. Look at all those characters. They're just face portraits. With that as well, I guess, Grayson, I'm going to show your image because that's the one that's publicly available. I've got the soundtrack done. I was just looking at that for a second. Let me get this all done. Bring out their eyes. Thank you. So many characters. We have Hollow Bliss stuff. So what is Hollow Bliss? There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be done for Hollow Bliss, but ultimately what I can say for the fun that is Hollow Bliss is that Hollow Bliss is an episodic game lightly inspired by a few games. Specifically, it's inspired by the NES game Sweet Home. It's lightly inspired by some of the earlier, older versions of Course Party, which ironically was inspired by Sweet Home, so that's a bit funny. It's inspired a bit by the original Hollow Bliss idea, which has morphed and changed a lot, and I'm much happier with this version than I was with the original one. I don't want to say too much about the project, though if I streamed it, then I guess you would learn a lot about it pretty quickly, actually. But what I want it to be is a game where, you know, in those choice games where they make you think, oh, you made a choice, it might have consequences, but there's only like a few choices that really, really matter, and there's only a few points that really make a difference and change the storyline. I want to say, fuck to that. I want to make a game that's good in scope, and definitely I can do, that is based around choice, and has an interesting setup. I don't want to spoil too much about it right now, but have it so you play as a few different characters. They really, really can die early, later, maybe never. You can save everyone. Everyone can die, and not like the fucking Until Dawn that everyone can die technically, but most of them can't die until like a certain point in the storyline thing. I want to work, and I don't even just want it to be about death. I want there to be specific themes. Each of the characters, this is inspired by Sweet Home, but being taken a little bit further. Each of the characters has a certain ability that they have, which you will lose access to for fucking ever if you lose them. Just as some examples, one, actually, you know what, I will say. One character is the only character that can hurt and kill enemies and specific obstacles and things. So they're a little bit berserker, and that maybe taking advantage of that all the time isn't the best option, but you're free to do it if you want to. Or you'll be a little bit pacifist with them. There's a character who has a master key, and they're able to not only unlock doors, they're also able to lock doors. And what they lock and unlock for themselves might be problematic to other characters. I'm on various other things, but also rooting the game so you won't put yourself in an unwinnable position. It's always forward progress. Choices matter. Things that you do both, not only in just like story choices, so there will be story choice moments to make choices in, but even things that just regular gameplay affect all the different characters, and they all work in sort of a system as things go forward and the story progresses based on what's going on and what you're doing. Anyways, I've scaled this game because I've had such a long time to think about Hollow Bliss, because originally I think I announced Hollow Bliss in 2018. So I've had like over 3 years at this point to think about it. And I like where it's currently at. It would not be done this month. Like, at most, maybe I could get the first episode done. Theoretically, maybe I could do that. But hey, you know, it is what it is. I have it in a pretty good scope scale to not make this project blow up too much. I kind of know exactly how I want the choices to affect each other. I've got a big old flowchart, which I'm not going to show you because it's fucking huge. There's spoilers on it. But hey, part of the fun. Hollow Bliss, slightly inspired by Sweet Home, Course Party, some other things, and choice games. Anyways, but Hollow Bliss. I could probably make a lot of progress on the game. There's several aspects which are done, but a lot more than needs to be done. I also got the OST done. Let me play the character themes. I like the character themes. I'm just going through songs, don't mind me. The music's all done, the character sprites are all done. I still need to get more of the environmental art done. I've got the flowchart done, I got the character portraits done. I've got the cover art done, but there's still a lot of art stills that need to be done, a lot of various things that need to be done. Anyways, Hollow Bliss, that is not a bad choice. Yeah. Possibly. There is stuff. In fact, speaking about things I have on Steam, the next one is Found Horror Game 11.x. Let me clarify something. Grey Haze and Hollow Bliss, I can work on stream, no problem. Like, there's parts of Grey Haze I shouldn't work on stream because there might be a little bit, I might get in trouble for streaming them on the fucking YouTube. But the rest of it should be fine. Found Horror Game 11.x, I cannot work on stream because based on how the game works, working on it on stream defeats the purpose. But I will be honest with you, if I dedicated my November to Found Horror Game 11.x, I could probably get games 7, 8, and 9 completed. And once those 3 are completed, I'm releasing game 7, and then people do their community stuff, and games 8 and 9 will already be ready and finished. I won't lie here, Grey Haze could not be done this month, but I want to release in the first I want to release in the first half of 2022 regardless, so starting early is not a bad decision. Because regardless, I want to release it in the first half of 2022 if I possibly can. So games start now, not a bad call. Hollow Bliss can release whenever. I don't really have a set date for it. I do want to get it done. It does have a store page on Steam already, and I accidentally forgot to delay the release one, so it says it's released, but it's not. But thankfully, do that how Steam works, and I do release it, it'll like re-release. But however the case, I think this game, I even suspect Hollow Bliss will do extremely well. If I can be completely honest with you, I'm also partially thinking about what games might do well for me at this point in time. I think Hollow Bliss has a serious chance of actually doing very well. I think, based on the type of game it is, what I want to do for it, I think it'll catch an audience, and I think it'll probably sell better than usual for most of my games. Found Horror Game 11.x does definitely have a store page. People want me to finish it, and I definitely will be finishing it. This will just mainly sort of prioritize me getting some of it done more now than later. And Found Horror Game 11.x, so I could stream Grey Haze and Hollow Bliss development. I could not stream Found Horror Game 11.x development, but if I dedicated my November to Found Horror Game 11.x, I could get games 7, 8, definitely those 2 would get done. Game 9 is a maybe, but probably would get done. And I could probably release it. Is it okay? Yeah, it's fine if I don't finish it this month. If I get something, I said this at the beginning of this, if I release something this month or the beginning of December That would probably be good for me for a few reasons. But it's also not a bad idea for me to work on something, like get started on something that's like a bigger project that might pay off more later. Does that make sense? Because like there's multiple sides to this. A, finishing more games now that are already out there obviously is good for my reputation. B, I do need money, and working on old games doesn't really prioritize that. I'm not in a financially stable situation right now. That's why I had to ask for donations right now, because I had a little bit more I had to pay this month than I realized I needed to, but thankfully we've already met that donation goal, so it's not, I'm sound for the month, so yeah. But then also working on a bigger project that's further out that might seem like immediately like not the best idea, because A, I don't get money for it short term, and B, it doesn't get something that's unfinished already out there. But it is stuff I want to release eventually, and I think might get me more money in the long run, especially since, particularly, I think Grey Haze and Hollow Bliss are probably going to do very well. For my standards. I don't think, unless I'm very lucky, I don't think they're going to set the world on fire. But I do think they'll do better than usual for me. There's some games, like, some games of mine do okay. Some games of mine do better than I expect, and some games do a little bit poorer than I expect, and that's okay. Alright. Found Target Game 11.x, I could not stream the development of, but I would probably get games 7, 8 done, maybe game 9, if I dedicate November to it. Yee. Oh, well, yee. So next up, Whale of Despair. So for Whale of Despair, this one, just, I could give it a little bit of a refresher. I've shown it a few times, so I don't mind showing that game, but I can just sort of talk about it, or I could just show part of it. That's something that's easier than talking. It's a game that's a fully fleshed out version of Red Light Green Light from Found Horror Game Love.x. I had an idea of how to expand it into a fuller game. Honestly, if I dedicated my November to it, I could A, stream its development, and B, I could definitely get it done this month. It is a game starring a character who is dealing with a murdered loved one inside of a shanty old apartment complex with a very weird orange entity that seems to be watching the apartment this at night. Our character starts investigating, and everybody else, like all the other apartment peoples, are acting really weird, locking themselves in their rooms and all that, or some of them have just gone straight up missing. And there's obviously something very, very wrong with these apartments, and of course we know from the beginning that our character in his apartment room definitely things are not right, because he's living with the corpse of his dead girlfriend, so that's chill. Anyways, there's some stuff going on, and things just kind of escalate from there. It's kind of a fucked up game, but I think it's a fun fucked up game. I've also finished a lot of the sprites for it, so it's pretty far along in terms of sprite work. So most of the stuff I have to do is just sprite very specific things I still need, get some of the artwork stuff done for it, and just design the game. I could definitely get it done this month, and I could stream my development of it if we went with Whale of Despair. Why did I put Hollow Bliss on my list twice? Anyways. Next up, The Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. I could get it done this month if I want to. And similarly to Hollow Bliss, it has the store page on Steam. And accidentally, because they both were set to the same time, released when it wasn't supposed to be set as released. Thankfully, Steam, once I actually release it, will update the release status, but all the same. The Miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. It's a game I've had on the store page for a while. It stars, as the title of the game says, a miserable crimson hooded girl. It has a very, very odd atmosphere. I don't want to show too much for it because it's one of those games that you can kind of spoil the experience and magic of it with me talking too much about it. I'll play some of the music from it though. The music is... I think the music will express just by itself that this has a very odd atmosphere. I'm also going to mention that this game kind of uses like a child-drawn storybook look. There's a little bit more of... Not exact... No, it's fair to say this. It has a little bit of a visual novel flair to it, but there is gameplay to it as well. But there's more scribbly, scrabbly visual novel storybook-esque scenes that happen in it. And a little bit of animation to that. I could get it done this month if I dedicate my month to it, though. Don't want to say or show too much about it, but I will play off some of the music. Just to give an idea of like the atmosphere of this game. It does not look like Paper Mario. has a very odd atmosphere, which I don't want to say too much about. Going through a few different songs. I'm gonna play a vocal song from it.
I was there, saw you cradled and sleeping as you fell from the stars. Learn to care. You said people are scary. You don't know who they are.
Alright, well anyways, there's that. Anyways, the Miserable Crimson Girl. It's been on my to-do list. It does have a store page. Yeah. That's that. Disturbingly, that's the game that we started literally the day before Halloween. We worked on for about 1 day. I did get the character sprite done. They are a bizarre cameraman. I can probably open them up right now. Look at that cameraman. Hello, cameraman. Honestly speaking, I could finish this game this month easily, no problem. Yeah, how do you like them? Rolling, going with. That song picks up, by the way. I'm gonna like skip much further ahead in the song. I just showed the beginning of it, but it kicks. I'll just like kick into the middle of it. There's that one. Yeah. Wow. Anyways, Miserable Crimson Girl. That's got a very odd atmosphere. I'll say this. The one way I can tell Miserable Crimson Girl before I move on from it is, you know, games that aren't really scary, but there's like something so clearly off and wrong about them, but are kind of like nice, in some ways a little bit nostalgic, but also at the same time there's just something really off about them. It's not that there's like really overt things going wrong in the game. It's just like a really weird atmosphere to all of it. That's what the Miserable Crimson Girl is going for, and I think what I've got done so far is doing a very good job at that. One thing I make sure of when I work on the Miserable Crimson Girl is that it's got the mood I want it to achieve. So yeah. So there's that for that explanation. That's probably the most I can say about it without showing too much. Even though if I worked on that, I'd probably stream some of its development. Not all of it, but some of it. Disturbingly, I could definitely get that done this month. I could definitely release it this month. But if I'm going to be completely 100% honest with you, like Gmod? No, I don't think it'd be like Gmod. You mean like the atmosphere in Gmod? Okay, I know what you're talking about. I was a little bit confused, but you mean like the whole thing that people are interested in right now with liminal spaces in Gmod. Not so much the liminal space feeling that some people are saying, but I guess the more accurate way to say, and this is going to be like a really weird thing, but it does specifically apply to me. There's certain specials, holiday specials. Christmas comes to mind, but there's other holiday specials that for some reason give this really weird atmosphere to me. I don't know how else to explain it. There's like something off about them. It's really hard to put into words, but I know what I mean by that. All the same, all the same. Anyways, Disturbingly could definitely get done this month if we put our mind to it. However, I kind of don't think it's going to do super great. I think there will definitely be an audience that loves it. I think it's going to be kind of a hard sell. What is Disturbingly about? We play as a man who may or may not be a walking, talking camera, who one day, through some certain conflict he's having in his personal life, witnesses a little girl Though, don't worry, they don't look humanoid. This isn't a sexual thing. I'm going to clarify this. This might sound like it's a sexual thing, but it's not. I'm very, very much not going to make it. But it is creepy. It is definitely creepy. But anyways, he sees a little girl looking scared. And he falls in love with that scared expression on the girl's face. And he gets determined to film that face. Not right then, because he didn't get an opportunity to. But he is determined to make that girl make that expression of fear he saw and film it. And he gets obsessed with this idea. And it's a Descent. It is definitely going to be a very odd little game. I don't think it's going to do that well, but I want to make it. Is that the game I want to dedicate my November to? I don't know. Is it the game I should be making right now? Probably not. I kind of don't think it's going to be a big success. I'd be very surprised if it was. But, hey, it's there. It's an option. We're talking about it. TL has already let me know that Shallow Surrender is the game that she wants me to work on. Let me talk about what Shallow Surrender is. I have had the soundtrack on my Bandcamp for some time. If you go to the Yai Gameworks Bandcamp, which, by the way, you can go to the Yai Gameworks Bandcamp and listen to some of my OSTs, some for released and some for unreleased games. Here is the OST for Shallow Surrender. Here is the cover for the OST for Shallow Surrender. Here is music from Shallow Surrender. I'm just playing some of it randomly, so don't mind me. So what is Shallow Surrender about? I'll play music in the background as I explain this one a little bit. Shallow Surrender is a game about a woman that lives in a world of magic. She wants to get to the moon for reasons I will not talk about in the script right now. She has to go through a strange red valley. Also, as the name might suggest, she wears a shawl. What a surprise, right? She's going through this field with these really weird characters that has almost kind of a fairy tale feel to a lot of it. She needs to get to the top of Magic Mountain so she can maybe reach the moon. And outside of that, the Crimson Moon, which has, as you can sort of see there, a face and all that fun stuff. There's not a whole lot more I want to say about the story. There is music, which I was like, this is the original soundtrack. There is music that I could not put on the soundtrack because I don't have the rights to sell them, but I do have the rights to use them in the game. So yeah, I'll play one of them right now because one of them's like really, really good actually. Let me get to this. It's got an interesting little OST though. It's because it's an interestingly odd game, I would say this. The easiest way for me to express it, it's like a dark fairy tale. It's not really an adult fairy tale. It's not like there's not safe for work stuff in the game actually. But it is a dark game, if that makes sense. I'm going to get this song, which I'm thinking about right now, and that should be good. Where did I put it? Oh no, I don't know where I put it! It's probably on my Google Drive. And I want to access my Google Drive right now, so I guess I'm not going to show that song, I'll show these songs. Oh, adieu for now there, Holly. Anyway, Shawl of Surrender. It's a dark fairy tale. It's also a very, very red game. But hey, part of the fun. Do I think Shawl of Surrender will do great? I don't know. I really don't know. But I know Tail wants it. Tail reminded me to add the possibilities. If I dedicated my November to Shawl of Surrender, I probably could finish the game. That said, I could stream parts of it on stream. I don't know how well I think it may or may not do. I would hope it would do well, but obviously I don't know. So yeah. So far, just to refresh and update before I go. Actually, I'll do Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake before I refresh. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. It's a game that already has a store page and is out in early access. I released an update for it a couple months ago. In fact, I was on the store page for it, I think, before I moved back here. Not the store page, but there was the trailer for it, so. Ryan moment.
Just about scaring or startling a person. It's about the spectrum of human emotion. It's about how the work makes you feel while experiencing it.
Never heard the okay guy. If I dedicated a month of my time to Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake,
Focused on themselves so they don't have to glance at the horribleness all around them. What could I possibly say to make that okay?
You were used, disposed, tarnished.
if I dedicated a month to working on Close Your Eyes specifically, the game would not be finished. I could 100% stream the development of it. That's not a problem. I could probably get a lot further in the Close Your Eyes remake. I think I kind of want to prioritize the Close Your Eyes remake portion of the game before I do the rest of the game modes. I kind of want to get that portion of the game just done with. I don't think I would actually complete the Close Your Eyes portion of the game if I focused a month on it. I'm going to think about this realistically because I'm also going to be doing some other things, and I know that. It's voiced by Danuta. She voiced Mrs. Ghastly in Close Your Eyes and Starry in Red Haze. She's a very talented voice actress. So yeah. You can probably find her more easily online under the name Mina VA. But yeah. All the same, all the same. And she was very kind and came to do more voice lines for Ghastly for the Anniversary remake in the new game mode, A Ghastly Tale. Close Your Eyes Anniversary remake. It's got a remake of Close Your Eyes in it. It's got a remake of Girls Graveyard in it, and it has several new games, I guess, just put simply, in it. It has Girls Graveyard Mystery in it. It has Close Your Eyes, A Ghastly Tale, Close Your Eyes Beneath the Surface. I talked about it a little bit earlier, so I won't go over everything right now, but if I was to focus on it through the month of November, what I could say for it, is that I could definitely get done with the prison area. That would take a little bit less than a week, even a busy week like this, to get done. How far do I think I would get? If I am being deathly 100% honest... Oh, wait, there's a game which I need to put on here, which I just remembered. Feast Your Eyes. I guess since I put fucking Hollow Bliss on this list accidentally twice, that puts us back to 18, because we were at 17 after I realized I put Hollow Bliss on there twice. In fact, I'll talk about Feast Your Eyes as soon as I'm done talking about this, because I need to talk about that one too. Okay, so... Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. Well, how far I would get? I would probably get... Currently, I would say the Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake is about... Like, not the whole entire package, but the remake of Close Your Eyes within Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. I would say the Close Your Eyes Remake is currently about 40% done, give or take. If I focused the whole month on Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake... I could stream that, I would probably get to 70% done with the Close Your Eyes remake. The entire package would not even be halfway done because there's more stuff I need to get done elsewhere, but the Close Your Eyes remake would probably jump from about 40% done to 70% done. That makes sense? Part of it is because a lot of stuff for the next few areas are kind of more streamlined than the first 40%, but hey. Is what it is, what it is. But that's for Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. If I had to predict, if you know the original Close Your Eyes, it's a little bit hard to make a one-to-one comparison because there's new areas and stuff, but we would probably get to the point where you enter the dark zone and Close Your Eyes with the lights and all that. It's probably about as far as we would get. But that also includes getting the factory done. Probably, maybe, we'll see. Alright, Feast Your Eyes. Feast Your Eyes Acts 1 and 2 are out there, complete. People like them. I'm happy they like them. I need to get Act 3 done, and I don't think I could not stream Act 3 of Feast Your Eyes. Streaming Act 3 of Feast Your Eyes, I don't think would be a good idea. There's big lore stuff in the fucking third act of Feast Your Eyes. Huge spoilers that I don't want to spoil. However, I could get it done. I definitely could, if I decided to focus my month on it. And then that also would make Feast Your Eyes a complete package. It would mean that Feast Your Eyes is completed and that game is out there and done. So that'd be nice in some ways. That said, of course it's not a new game, and that they're honestly, weirdly enough, people haven't been bugging me about Feast Your Eyes. I don't know why they haven't been. Maybe it's because not that many people have bought it, actually. But hey, but I do want to finish it, and I think the third act will probably be the best of the three acts, if I can be completely honest with you. It's probably also the most ambitious. I don't want to show art from it because that's big spoilers. Rinks kind of knows the art that's going to be for it, so that's fun. Let me just pull up. I guess music is what's easy to share without showing stuff. I could show the other areas of Feast Your Eyes for those who don't know what Feast Your Eyes is. Is there anyone here that doesn't know what Feast Your Eyes is and would like me to show what the previous acts of Feast Your Eyes looked like? There's like a trailer, but I wouldn't say the trailer does. I need to make a new trailer for Feast Your Eyes because I don't think the old trailer really does the best of showing off the game. But I'll look it up and all the same just to show it, I guess. Trailer. Not the old trailer, this one.
This is the story of the spider and the fly. Do you know who I am? I've got something for you right backstage here. Why don't you just take a look?
This time you won't understand. It's like a fairy tale that won't ever end. And you arrive.
Get ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Yee. I can finish that up if I want to. Anyways, I'm excited for some of the stuff that's in the third act of Feast Your Eyes. I've had the story and stuff plotted out for that for a long time. I've got the voice work for it all done already. I've got the artwork done. I just need to sort of finish designing it and put it together. I could definitely get that done this month if I put my mind to it. Strangely enough, it hasn't been, like, Feast Your Eyes hasn't sold particularly fantastically, though it's been well received by the people that played it, so that makes me happy. And it would be nice to have that done, I guess. I guess for OST stuff, I don't want to spoil too much, but I can probably show a little bit. I'll show a little bit. I will definitely show a little bit. Oh yeah, I want to play the song. I'm going to play 2 songs. I'm not going to give any context for them, but I really, really, really like the scenes that these 2 songs go to. Let's see if I can find it. Not that one. I'm looking for a specific song. Not that. I won't say it, but that goes to a very, very, very fun scene. I've also been really, really happy because I was able to get the okay to use the vocal songs I've used in the game so far. I'll play one of them. I'm not going to play all of them right now. I'm just going to play one for a little bit as I move on to the next time. I might play in the background as I talk about the next game because I like this song a lot. Yeah. So next up on my list, so far, just to give a little bit of, like, since we're a little over halfway done, I think, or actually I think we're exactly halfway done, Grey Haze. I could stream the development of the game. Kind of freezing OST stuff. Pat pat. So, to talk about for a second, though, this is a nice song to play this during a fun scene in Feast Your Eyes. Grey Haze, I could stream the development of. There is no fucking way I would get it done, even for the early access version in November. That said, I 100% want to release Grey Haze in the first half of 2022, and getting it started now in November of now would probably be a good idea, because it's not much I want to get done inevitably regardless. I'm going to be working on this sooner or later, and starting sooner is probably a smart idea. It's a game that will probably do very well. It's a game I'll probably have a shit ton of fun making. It'll probably just be a good time. I'm going to be frankly honest. It probably would be a good decision for a variety of reasons. Hollow Bliss. I think I could stream the development of the first episode easily. I don't think I could get this done this month either. I could maybe get the first episode done because I have enough pieces completed to probably get the first episode put together. But I don't want to release after the first episode. I want to release until at least I have the first 3 episodes done. But we could get the first episode done, and of course it won't get done if I don't work on it, so hey. And it could be a fun thing to stream and do, and not to mention it does have a store page already, so there's that going for it, I guess. Found Oregon 11.x. A lot of people have been waiting for it. That said, I cannot stream its development. It's literally a project I can't stream the development of. That said, if I did dedicate my November to it, I could release games 7 and 8 at least, and probably 9. Maybe not. 9's a little bit more debatable than 7 and 8 are. And then that would get the package to be, since it's literally called Found Oregon 11.x, that would only mean there'd be 2 more games to go. So, you know. Anyways, and I know some people have been waiting for that. That said, I've been sort of holding off getting it done until I know I can sort of fully focus on it, and I'm not sure if I could fully focus on it for a little bit after I get done with Game 9, for Games 10 and 11, so, you know. But then maybe people will be happy that it gets up that high and higher than some were expecting, so maybe that's good. Of course, one of the disadvantages is right now I'm not in a great financial position. And that's also true of Grey Haze and Hollow Bliss, is that I could not release these next month, though I would probably get more money for them down the line. And Found Horror Game 11.x, maybe it'd be a better idea to focus on something I could get done this month and release. I don't know. There's multiple ways to view this, really. Well of Despair. I could stream the whole development of that one, really, and I could release it this month. That would be pretty easy to do, actually. That said, I don't really know how well this game might do, but I think it'll be interesting to some, and I think it would leave an impression on some people. It's kind of a fucked up game, though, I will warn that. The Miserable Crimson-Headed Girl. I could stream parts of its development, but other parts I wouldn't want to. It's a little bit more of a low-key, I almost want to say it's like a lo-fi game in some ways. But hey, it's part of the fun of it, though. I would say that it's not a bad choice. I could get it done this month if I dedicate this month to it. I could stream parts of it, though I would not stream all of it. And I don't really know how well it would do. Maybe it'll do well, maybe it won't. Who knows? Disturbingly, I could get it done, even though I've only worked one day on it, because of the scope of the project, I could definitely get it done this month. I kind of don't think it's going to do that well, and it's kind of got kind of a creepy we follow a main character who is not a good person. They're not a horrible person either, but they're kind of a creep, and they have a bad obsession problem, and their own life is falling apart as they're following this really weird obsession. But all the same, it could be interesting. I'm sure some people would really like it. That said, I kind of don't think it's going to sell that well. I could get it done this month, and I could definitely stream its development, though. Shallow Surrender. I really have no idea how well this game may or may not do. I could get it done this month, and I could stream most of its development. There's certain parts I don't think I want to stream, but I'd want to stream a lot of it, I think. With that, I can say that it's sort of like a dark fairy tale. It's a very red game. I think some people might very much like it, and some people might be like, it's not really my thing, and that's perfectly fine. With that, it's about a girl who's trying to go to a magic mountain that she thinks she can reach to the moon with. So yeah. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. Well, this game's already out in an early access form. It would just be working on a bigger update for it if I spent the month focused on it. It probably, in fact, it wouldn't be finished this month, even the Close Your Eyes remake portion of it. I focused the whole month on it. But I would probably jump from about 40% done with the Close Your Eyes remake portion of the game. There's multiple games in the game, that's why I'm saying the Close Your Eyes remake portion. They would probably jump from 40% to 70% complete, so yeah. Next up, we've got not Shallow Surrender. We got Feast Your Eyes. Feast Your Eyes' Acts 1 and 2 of 3 are already out. I could work on Feast Your Eyes Act 3 and get it done this month. I could not stream its development, though. I don't really want to spoil the story beats of Act 3. It's the final act of the game, and there's huge story stuff in it that I would rather people experience rather than watch me stream the development of. So I wouldn't stream it. I could get it done. I don't really think it earned me much money, to be honest. The game hasn't been selling that great, but I want to finish it. I will be very proud of it when I finish it, so there's that going for me. And what I can say for that is it would be done. It would be another game off the to-do list. Alright, so that's recapturing everything we've talked about so far. Cutie Patootie. Cutie Patootie was a little freeware game I made for Ludum Dare originally back in 2016, I think. And Cutie Patootie, an extended version of the original game, was put together and made in Yeah, and found horror game 11.x, I should say. I'm not going to put a year to. I think it was like 2018, 2019. Whatever the case, though, Cutie Patootie, I've had a long idea to reimagine it. I kind of super know what I want to do for the game. I've already gotten a good number of the main character sprites done and designs. I kind of love them, if I'm going to be honest, and I kind of love what I want to do with the reimagine. I've had a really good idea for the reimagining of Cutie for a while. I don't know how to word this, but Cutie is a really impressionable game for me. I can't talk about how other people feel outside of what I've observed, but I have noticed even in the original version of Cutie Patootie, it has a weird impression on people. Of course, part of Cutie is that she first comes off as this annoying, obnoxious girl. The game literally opens up with a tile screen with her singing and all that. But then most people, by the end of the game, especially if they go for the Found Horror Game 11.x extended ending, I guess you could call it, are like, wow, Cutie, this is weirdly hitting home. I won't spoil entirely what Cutie Patootie is about, but the original game is about a girl who wants to find love, but a lot of people find her really annoying and obnoxious. And she's a good-hearted girl. She's a good person, but she's very, very bad at socializing, and she's very, very much feeling alone and not understanding what she's doing wrong. Would be sort of the heart of what Cutie Patootie is about, which I will not say too much more than that. I've had a good idea for its reimagining for a long time, and I am really excited at what I want to do for the reimagining of Cutie Patootie. I think some people, and I'm not saying this half-heartedly, I fully mean this, I think for some people it might be their favorite game I've made for me so far. I think the idea I have for the reimagining I can execute, and I think that for some people it will strike extremely heavily. I'm dead serious with that one. I also would say that it has a fucking amazing OST. I'm really happy with how it came out. I know I keep on showing music, but music's easy to share, and I have a lot of music done like way ahead of time, so it's easy for me to go like, oh, haha, music. But I'll play like 2 tracks from it. I'll play in the background as I talk about it. What I can say for the Cutie Patootie reimagining is that I think it'll be a very impactful game for some. I think it will probably strike heavily with some audiences. Not for everyone, obviously, but that's true of anything. Alongside that, I think that I maybe could get done in a month. If not a month and a half. It would probably be either done or closer to done by the end of the month. I also would not mind streaming its development. There's a few parts that I might not choose not to stream, but I wouldn't mind sharing the process. That's what I do, despite the fact that I've got all the music done, and I've got a good number of the main character sprites done. There's still a lot that needs to be sprited. There's still a lot, like I need to start the development basically from scratch again. So there's that. Not a whole lot more for me to say, but I guess I can play off a bit of its music. Should I? Yeah, I will. I know myself. Fucking, let's get this here. He's got a very good soundtrack. It's good sales team. It is. So part of the Cutie Patootie reimagine, I'll turn the music down a little bit. Part of the reimagine idea has to do with Cutie trying to find love and having some not so great friends in her life. That's all I'm going to say about that for now, but we'll talk more about that another time. Anyways, after Key Patootie, we got Blank Slate. Now, I would love to stream the development of Blank Slate for you guys on stream, but to be frankly honest, I don't think streaming stuff would be okay with that. I do want to put a censored version to allow people there's no way to 100% censor the content in the game. Not to mention this game is really fucked up. There are 3 game projects in my head currently, which I want to get done, which I think are more fucked up than the rest of the game projects I have. Blank Slate is one of the 3. This game is extremely not safe for work, but I'm fine with that personally, and I do want to get it done. It is a reimagining of the first game I ever released, which was a 2013 Ludum Dare game called, as you might guess, Blank Slate. The only thing to really add to the Blank Slate talk, the idea... Okay, how do I word this? It's a game with not so much choice, but things change as you play through the game. 2 different people might have very different experiences. You play as a character who is currently been sold off by their mother into a trafficking ring. And they are being kept in sort of a deprivation chamber. And they are... How much do I want to talk about with this game? They're a little bit off their knocker, but they're also very, very sad. The game, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but it's not a big enough spoiler that there's, yeah, okay, this isn't a big enough spoiler. This is fine. People will literally see this probably in like the trailer and stuff. So the game opens up with like a fake sitcom setup of our main character being happy with his family, and they're all having a good old happy time. However, though, this is all being make-believe in his head, and everyone in his family is being voiced by this voice that he talks to in his head. There's this voice in his head that he regularly talks to and is keeping him company as he's in this chamber that's just depraved of light and everything, and he can't see jack shit, and so he's just making fun for himself with a voice in his head and pretending everything's happy with his family, and as mom did not sell him off to a trafficking ring, and he's just there having a good time. Of course, the chamber that he's locked in suddenly opens, and that's where the game begins, where he finds himself in a weird scientific facility simply known as the White Zone. Yeah. The most I can say for that is... I'm not going to share music of it this time. The soundtrack is done, and I think some of it is quite fun. But, yeah. I suggest the wheel. You think I should do the wheel for the choices? Definitely possible. Maybe. But first I want to talk about all this. So, Blank Slate. It's a game with a lead that is in a very unfortunate position. It ends up working with another character to try and escape the White Zone. But the White Zone is sort of having something of an outbreak with strange, unkillable monsters making their way and making their home in this facility. I don't want to spoil too much, but I will say one of the monsters I 100% want to do is this monster that transfers parts of its body through streams through parts of the facility. And not like they themselves travel across the stream, like they're detached and split into different limbs. So like their hand or their eyes or part, like half the top half and the bottom half of their head might come spiraling down the streams. And they do things. I won't say too much about that. But anyways, yeah, Blank Slate. Also, the main character is naked through the whole entire game, and so that is part of the reason I could probably not stream the development. I do want to put in a censored mode, because I know everyone might not be okay with that. And if I'm afraid to fucking stream me working on the game for YouTube and Twitch, I can only imagine how some people would feel trying to play the game for Let's Play or stream stuff. So I do plan to put in an option that if people want it to be slightly censored, there's no way to censor all the content in the game, but censored enough that YouTube and Twitch might be okay with it, then yeah, I want to put that as an option. So yeah. All the same, all the same. Next up is the Ione-inspired project, which... So, some people might think, well, Ryan, all the other games they have on this list literally have names. Yet this game called the Oi Oni inspired project doesn't have a name. Is this a new project, Ryan? You're going to add another new game to the list? But no, hear me out. Some people that know me personally will know that I've been back and forth on this for like 2 years. And some people have really wanted me to work on this from the stuff they know about it. I kind of want it to be a B-horror, Oi Oni inspired thing. I could get this done in a month if I really put my mind to it. I want to embrace some of the cheese. I want to embrace the cryptic puzzles. I want to embrace the monster stuff and go further with it than people might expect. I want to make something that's kind of wild and out there. Is this not... It's had multiple names. So you can call it Isle of Eclipse. You can call it Hour of Eclipse. You can call it Indigo Stalker. You know I've been back and forth on this project a lot, Grayson. Some others know I've been very back and forth on it. But anyways, several different characters. Character people can die. The fun of stuff of it. You are chased by a few very bizarre monsters and dealing with, I guess, the best way to word it, a surprising story full of lots of twists. Part of the fun of it. I want to kind of go all in on this idea if I decide to go forward with it. I could complete it in a month. Yeah, I could. If I needed a little bit more time, I wouldn't mind spending a little more time, but it probably could be done in a month. I would not mind streaming my development of it. I don't know how well or badly I think it'll do. I think maybe more might be appealed to it because I kind of plan to lean in on kind of both how horrific and cheesy the game is at once. Without saying too much, this game is slightly horrific as hell, especially when we get to some of the stuff. It's not even just... I don't want to spoil too much, but the idea I have for it has some, I will call it fridge horror logic, where at the moment, you know, it might not be immediately, like, okay, there's obviously some startling scares of a monster suddenly showing up and chasing you, but there might be a lot of people that aren't, like, immediately, like, scared of what's present before them. But there might be some things that might linger when you start thinking more and more about it. Like, oh, wait a fucking second. But I won't say too much. I will not say too much. I've had an idea for what I think might be a very good Oi Oni inspired game. I haven't fully 100% decided what I want to call it name-wise, but I want to do it. I think it'd be a lot of fun, and yeah. And I know some people that know about the project are excited about it. I get why they're excited about it. But yeah, that would get more into talking about specifics, and I won't talk too much about specifics. I could stream the development of that one, though, and I could probably get it done in a month if I dedicated some month and had some helping hands on it. But if I need a little more time on it, I wouldn't mind taking a little bit more time on it either. Next up is Sickeningly Sweet. I'm not sure if I could get it done in a month or not. Maybe I could. Rinks has done some fantastic art for this one already. Okay, so to talk about Sickeningly Sweet, I don't want to show all of Rinks' art, but Rinks has done some fantastic little pieces for it. I've got the music's all done. Sickeningly Sweet has a little bit of an odd setup. I've talked about it before, but I'm gonna talk about it again, and you can't stop me. I'll put up a picture of just the main character. There's the main character. I'll get some other pictures later. We'll start off with that one. Actually, I'll show a picture right now. She is dealing with a doppelganger of herself. As you see, the two of them look a bit similar, but they also don't look quite the same. Our main character is the one to the left. Her doppelganger is the one to the right. And our doppelganger is basically, yo, bitch, I'm a fucking better version of you. I'm smarter than you. I'm prettier than you. I'm braver than you. People like me more than you. I'm going to become you. You're kind of not a big deal. You're not a problem. I'm you, but better in every way, and I'm going to take your life over, and you can't stop me. Is the very, very basic setup of how this game starts off. Our gal is with a relationship with this little Catboy guy, as we can see there. I don't want to show too much art. However, this bitch be after our man. To go forward with that, though, she goes on a quest to try and gain the rights to her life back and not lose it to her doppelganger. However, the doppelganger isn't working in this strictly alone. She is working with kind of some... I don't know what else to call them. I'm just going to call them crazed murderer spirits. based off of real life murderers, not from any time recently, because I felt like that would be distasteful, but like murderers from, let's say, like over 200 years ago or more. And with that, the game goes through very bizarre interpretations of these things, as she has to overcome these deranged spirits on her quest to get her life back from her doppelganger. The game is very stylized, which I won't say too much about, and the music is very, very funky. I'll play one of the fucking villain songs because I like it. In fact, I'll play two songs. This game has a lot of vocal music in it. It's not all vocal music. It's not like a completely vocal music thing, but there's a lot of vocal music in it. Here is one song for one of the floors of the house, because a lot of the game takes place in you climbing this sort of tower house thing.
Sa bawat sandali, naaalala ka. Dulot mong pag-ibig, hatid sa'kin ang saya. Araw at gabi, laging kasama ka. Sa duyan ng iyong pagmamahal, ako ay di nangangamba. Labis-labis ang ligaya, pag-igay kayakap lang. Down, moving all around, feeling like I'm freezing like a log, ain't moving.
Anyways, that's not all stylized pretty like that. There is horror stuff definitely in this game, which I'll talk about. There is some comedic stuff. There is some absurd stuff. Here comes a Rocky song for one of the murderer spirits in the game, based off of a real life killer from over 200 years ago, and quite a character. Here's their theme though.
Hi, old Mr. Jones lives in Brixton Town. He gets so lonely, no Mr. Jones around. Yeah, came a girl playing a long game. Leslie Vickers was the young girl's name. I said, I know Leslie Vickers, Leslie Vickers, Leslie Vickers, oh. Oh, Leslie Vickers, Leslie Vickers, Leslie Vickers, oh, 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 oh. Neighbor said she starts a drinking. Yo, Bill's money got her to thinking. Now me got princess all over easy. 30 followers in blood jump Susie. How many jury reached their conclusion? Nothing of profile next.
Anyways, Secondly Sweet. It's kind of a bizarre game. I think it'll be a fucking banger. I have no idea how fucking well it will sell or not. But it's fun. It's a fun project. It's a bizarre, little, fun project. As we follow our protagonist on her quest to get her life back and not be taken over by her doppelganger, who might be better than her in every way. Maybe. Continuing, though. That's Sickeningly Sweet. Next up is Close Our Eyes, which is an idea I've experimented and toyed with a bit in the past, put on pause, and I don't mind coming back to it. I almost kind of forgot about it, if I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't completely forget, but it almost didn't come to mind for this list until I looked at something. I've had the idea to try and reimagine Close Your Eyes into a co-op game, which sounds a little bit bizarre, but there's a few things I need to practice to see if I can get it working how I want it to work. But I do believe that I could make a co-op Close Your Eyes game. One that could be played either locally or via the internet. Maybe I might make it so that you might need Steam Remote Play to work with it. Though it is actually possible to do online co-op in RPG Maker, though it's kind of tricky. But maybe I'll try and figure it out. With that, I think it could be a fun little experiment, a fun little project. I think maybe a co-op game could do pretty okay for me. I've wanted to explore the realm of co-op horror more because I fucking love co-op horror. I would like to make some co-op horror games. Would this be done this month? I kind of doubt it because there's a learning curve for me with this project in particular because I need to figure out some things about the co-op systems and the network coding if I want to do network coding. I've looked some into it in the past, and I know vaguely how to get some stuff to work for it, but I would need to figure out a few more pieces and, of course, check things and test things. But I would definitely make some good progress on it here if I decide to spend a month on it. And maybe it could help me figure out some things to do more for future projects, which is not a bad thing to invest some time into. Part of me thinks it was a really bad idea for me to put this on this list, but I know I was egged on a little bit. Sugary Sinful Girls. I have no idea how to sell this in a way that's halfway decent. I'll try to explain what this is, while also not making this too uncomfortable. So, I have been toying with the idea, hey, Ryan, maybe a way to get yourself a bit more financially stable and, you know, to make other projects you want to work on, well, maybe it might be a good idea to make a little experimental porny game. And I've thought of that, and I've debated that. Ultimately, it took form as Sugary Sinful Girls. I had some help from Summer, who was the VA of Ina in Found Horror Game 11.x several years ago, and I have back and forth debated on this. I don't really know how much I want to say towards this. What I can say is vaguely it's a visual novel, but the most accurate way to talk about how it exists is it's like a mixture. If you took 1930s slapstick cartoons, mix them with 2000s kind of suggestive, kind of raw and crude flash like games and animations, mix them with a early 2000s slice of life inverted harem anime, which isn't a reverse harem as in a game where you play as a girl with a bunch of guys, but more so it's inverted in that it's almost a hate group as opposed to a love group, and put it into a very, very strange context and a very strange world. And even though it's sort of visual novel-esque, though there is some gameplay to it, it is kind of done in sort of like a almost flash animation style kind of way. Okay, Connor. There is a lot of fucked up stuff. It's a porny game without any sex in it. That's how I'm going to describe or decide to word it without putting me in my little shame corner for a little bit. Anyways, it might be interesting. I kind of did not, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, it's not the project I want to prioritize for November if you asked me personally. I would prefer some of the other titles here, but if we want me to work on it, I'll fucking work on it. And the worst part is, I have no idea how well it'll sell, but I've got this sneaking suspicion deep in my heart that I think that maybe this will sell better than typical for my games. I think I've got a creative idea that could fill in a niche for an audience. I think these things, unfortunately, sometimes do better, and I have a little bit of shame for it, but at the same time, I still want to make it, so there's that. With that, all the same, it's there. I definitely could not stream me working on this, so there's that. It probably wouldn't be done this month, even if I did work on it this month. But hey, it is an option. Complete Isolation. So Complete Isolation, it has been my dream project. You know, people have that one idea that they have pocketed away, and they're like, hey, this right here, this is my dream. This is something I want to get done before my life is over. This is something that I want to make really good. Something I want to put out there to the world and I can be proud of. And something that I want to happen. That's Complete Isolation for me. I've had this idea since 2012. I did an Indiegogo campaign for it. And it got funded, but the game's still not done. It needs to start. There was some work done at one point, but then I need to scrap it. That said, I'm really grateful to that campaign because I wouldn't be able to make the music for the games I've been making if it was not for that campaign at all. it wasn't a very big campaign either, and the ideas got a little more ambitious as time went on. What I will say, though, is I realized at a point almost a decade ago that I was not able to make the game I wanted to make in my head. I was an early video game realization when I realized the current game development skills I had, I wouldn't be able to make what was in my head of what I wanted this game to be. However, I realized within the last year, maybe the last year and a half, I've gotten to a point that I could actually, theoretically, make the game I've had in my head all of this time. I am finally at a point, after making so many other projects and working so much and practicing, that I realized, hey, wait, I actually have all the skills I would need to make this game a reality. I could make my dream game. There's only 3 things holding me back right now. First of all is other projects I need to focus on. The second thing is time. And the third thing is money. And let me talk about those 3 for a second. I have other projects. If I start working on Complete Isolation and taking it like dead seriously, there's a big chance all my other projects are going to go on halt because I have such a huge passion for this project. Like a huge passion for this project. So I predict it will consume a lot of my desire to want to work on things, to be dedicated to this particular project. So, and there's stuff I probably should finish before I dedicate myself to it, unless people are willing to be understanding, being like, hey, sorry that I'm putting a pause in other projects for a bit, just this is literally my dream project. And I've wanted to do it for almost a decade now, so, you know. The second thing is, this is not a small game. It is kind of a big game. I do have help. That I know there's some people that would 100% be willing to help me pursue this dream project. But it is a big game. Compared to every other game I've released, this one is definitely the biggest. It's kind of ambitious. I could do it. I realize I'm at the point where, technically speaking, I could do it. But that does not change the fact that this would take probably a year to make. And that's being a little bit lenient. It would probably take more than a year. It is, and it always has been, an episodic game. So theoretically, I could probably get a few episodes done in even just in half a year maybe. But it's kind of how it's split. I wouldn't want to release it until I've got a few of the episodes done. For the record, it's not like a typical 5-episode structure. I know when most people think of episodic games, they think, oh, 5 episodes. Da, da, da. This game is not 5 episodes. It is several episodes long. And, yeah, there's that going for it. And it's structured to work that way. And that's always been part of the plan for this project. So, yeah. The third thing is money. Money in 2 ways. The first thing is I kind of need to be in a financially stable position to really focus on this project. I'm not exactly financially stable right now. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that... Why is it here, Ryan? Because I love it. The second thing is this game will have voice acting. And I know I'll be probably able to find some VAs that be willing to fit the roles very well and be able to do it for either very cheap or free. But that probably won't be the case for all the characters. This game has a larger cast than most of my games do. It's got like 16 main characters. Yeah. But anyways, to go with that though, I would need some voice work stuff done, and that will cost some money. Probably. And yeah. However, this all said, I would really like to work on Complete Isolation. I realize it's maybe not the smartest decision. I wouldn't mind working on some of it on stream. Not all of it, but some parts of it. What's your question, Grayson? I'm assuming that's why you're raising your hand. However, I do fucking love this project. I've realized more recently I'm at a point where I realized again a long time ago that I did not have the skills at the time to make the game I wanted to make. But I've realized I have the skills to make what I want to make now. So I got that going for me, I guess. So yeah. That's Complete Isolation. Not a question of software. Okay, yeah. I mean, I would 100% accept your help. If I'm going to be completely honest, I will definitely accept help for Complete Isolation. They weren't a witch doctor. They were a plague doctor. But yes. I will say this. I'm a little bit sad because back when I came up with the idea I still think the Plague Doctor design we have for Complete Isolation is fucking badass as hell. I fucking love the design. However, what I will say is, back when I made this game concept, there was not a lot of Plague Doctors in media at all. I will say, and I've always loved Plague Doctors. However, I will say in the last 9 years since I originally concepted the Complete Isolation idea, that Plague Doctors have gotten a little bit more common. Not a whole lot more common, but a little bit more common than they were when I initially concepted the idea. Specifically, to name a few, the SCP Plague Doctor came out a year or two after I had initially done my Plague Doctor idea for Complete Isolation. So the SCP stuff grew around that time, and the Plague Doctor SCP came up around then. The next thing is there's been a few cartoons that have like Plague Doctor aesthetics that have popped up. And like the fucking what's the game? There was the 999 sequel game that had the fucking Plague Doctor character. There was the Owl House is a recent cartoon that doesn't exactly have a Plague Doctor in it, but the guards and stuff have sort of Plague Doctor-esque designs. There's been a few more Plague Doctor presences. It's still not like a main thing. There's not like a whole lot more Plague Doctors, but I'm just a little sad that I've had this long dream game project idea, and back when I made it, and back when I fell in love with it, Plague Doctors were not nowhere, but they were very, very uncommon. You would hardly ever see them. But now, these days, they're not common, but there's definitely a few more Plague Doctor type things that have existed within the last decade. So, you know, it is what it is. Wow. Anyways, let's talk about Neat. Neat was an old game which I started back in, I think, 2013. I got about halfway done with it, but unfortunately my old computer that I made it on died, and I lost everything with it. I still remember the project. The only remaining bit of Neat that's available these days is a video that's on this current YouTube channel you're watching, which showed 3 days of development. I showed a little small snippet of the game. I did use parts of Neat in Girls Graveyard, which was made after I'd worked on Neat. I've thought about reimagining Neat, both to be a complete game, because it's a game that's been shelved by me, and I kind of really liked it, actually. But also just, I thought it would be a good game, not only to finish, but to sort of reimagine and complete. Do I think I could get it done in a month? I don't know. Maybe. But I can also easily see it taking a little bit more than a month. There's pieces of it which, depending on how they went, might make the process go fairly quickly, or might make certain things take a little bit longer than I'm thinking they might take. And I could definitely see both possibilities. Neat is about a character who is not exactly lethargic, but kind of in a place where they're really not well mentally, and they're kind of like they're living in a small apartment, and there's definitely some decay stuff going on. They enter into not really a nightmare world, but it's not a dream either, and it's not a fake world, but a bizarro world that taps into all sorts of trauma. Which we'll definitely delve more into. Looked into it, saw a video of it from 8 years ago, laughing at. I mean, it is a project which I think I was working on in 2013, which was 8 years ago. So, you know, it is what it is, what it is. I don't have a whole lot more to say about it. I could show the old Neat video. In fact, I might do that. What? No, I'm fine. I've shown it before. I'm gonna end off with Sick Phobia and just say this right now. I fucking love Sick Phobia, and if I could tell you guys I'm making me working on this for a month, I would kind of love it. There's a few here which I think I would particularly love. Sick Phobia is up there for me. Sick Phobia, it's a game. Sorry, I like making dumb jokes sometimes. But Sick Phobia is sort of my idea to make something kind of Close Your Eyes like, whilst not being directly connected to Close Your Eyes. There are some, obviously, set in the same universe and world and yada yada. But it's a little bit different, a little bit stranger. But I realized I hadn't made a game that's kind of in the style of Close Your Eyes that wasn't directly Close Your Eyes related, like without the same characters and stuff. I would say that I would like to. And I kind of started developing the idea, and I got really attached to this idea, which I call sick phobia. We play as a character who works in the hospital. The hospital that she's working at, she is very aware, isn't the best. It's a shady hospital that definitely does some under-the-counter stuff that definitely is not supposed to be doing, but they do it anyway. And she is paid off to be kind of quiet about it. She even partakes and helps with some of the shit that is a little shady, if we're going to be honest. But anyways, it's all fine. They're not like horrible people or anything. They do their jobs as doctors, not like a horribly mishandled clinic or hospital. They save lives, they help a lot of people, they do a lot of good for the world. They just also do some shady dealings on the side. She's doing it partially because, also, this is like a doodle, but quick character flash. You won't be able to see this because it's white and white, but quick character flash. But what I was going to say with this is that she is doing this in part because she has a brother who, and this is going to be really hard to express, but I'm going to try my best, experienced some past trauma, both in a physical and a mental sense, and it's maybe not so much that he has a known disability of any kind, and it's not that he's insane or anything like that, but he is basically kind of a wild animal. For whatever reason, and we'll get more into it later, there's more into the game, I just don't want to talk about too much here. He has kind of regressed to being less than human. But, and this is important to talk about, not a bad person in the slightest. In fact, he's a sweetheart. However, something weird's going on, and pretty soon, hello there, Nepti, pretty quickly, it becomes very, very evident that something's gone horribly, horribly wrong in this hospital. And people are starting to turn into body horror monsters, among other things. The hospital's having an outbreak of something bizarre, and we play as a character, as the hospital's put under quarantine, who realizes that this hospital's going down. There is no way they're getting out of this unscathed. Either the weird body horror monsters that are taking shape, or whatever's causing it might take it or might infect them, is going to infect them inside the hospital, or even if they survive the fucking hospital nightmare scenario they're in right now, there's no way that this hospital isn't going to be fucking examined, and there's no way for them to do a good cover-up of all the fucking shady shit they've been doing for quite some time, and her name and her brother's name, and even the fact, even just her brother being here and having a space to live and be kept in safe in the hospital is endangered by all of this going down. She realizes, oh shit, me and my brother are in trouble. And so begins the game, which you and using your brother, so I would need to mention something. Some might say that the game is a, how would I word it? What's the fucking word? It's like a really common word. It's like a really common video game term. Why can't I think of it right now? An escort mission. Some might think of it that way because the brother is a physical character that you escort through the game in a way. However, I'm designing it 100% with that in mind. And it's not so much that you need to keep your escort character safe, because he's fine. It's more that you need to keep him tamed, is the way in which I would word it. And not get scared and do things in a scary scenario. Especially one that can get worse, and there's a problem of a plague that is going horribly wrong that they don't understand the rules of yet. Alongside all of this, she is working with the hospital director, who she is talking to over a radio, who has his own ambitions and missions for her that she can either decide to help with or not help with. There's a lot more going on I won't spoil, but I'm really attached to this particular game project. Oh, there's one more thing which I can mention. Outside of the quarantine happening, there is a specialized assassin who comes from an organization that the hospital worked with, who has broken into the hospital illegally, but they don't know it. This assassin of sorts He is here to destroy any evidence he can related to his company's and the company that he's been hired by's involvement with the hospital before it all goes up and gets out there. And so and so there's basically this fucking psycho that's going through the building, kind of non-discriminately murdering everything, and kind of is a problem. There's a lot going on. There's more going on than I'm saying right now. I've got the OST done for a while, and it's pretty good. Let me play the opening song. There's a lot of music in the game, which I'm really happy with. But I'm going to play... I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. You're the one I wanted to play. But this is the... So I also will mention this game uses some light animation stuff. I'll talk about how long it'll take to make it in a second, but here's the song that plays during this one. There's an opening animation I want to make for the game, which I want to handle, and I will play the song for it now.
Find the portal, make an entrance, scratch the surface, something different. Side hate it, know it hates you, let it bury, let it break you. Life's an empty hallway, lungs feel empty always. Stuff that under crawl space, treat it like a mistake. Crush the pieces even smaller, cut the loose ends, block the collar. Love the horror, burn the altar, wake up 6 feet underwater. Find the portal, make an entrance, scratch the surface, something different. Side hate it, know it hates you, let it bury, let it break you.
There's that. There's a lot more music done for it too, but that's part of the fun. Oh, I didn't play the Grey Haze opening song. That was really good too. Okay, so Sick Phobia. It would definitely not be done in a month, but I don't think we would not get very far in it. I would love to work on it though. I need to kind of get fully started with it. I have the foundations to get started with it. I just need to actually get started with it. And if we decide to dedicate the month to it, I don't mind streaming some of its development. There might be certain things I might not want to stream and do more on my own time, but I would not mind streaming a lot of its early development. And yeah, I'm excited for that one. In fact, I could say the ones I'm specifically super excited about, but I'm excited in some way for all of these projects. So, I wouldn't be working on the projects if I had like zero excitement for any of these. So yeah, roll as it goes. I'm going to summarize the 18 games a little bit here and talk about... I'll put some of the basic stuff down. I'm going to make a little bit of a space here. Okay. Firstly, because I've been sharing music, I wasn't sharing music when I got to Grey Haze, but and I know some people have heard Grey Haze's opening before, but I love it. If you don't know too much about Grey Haze, I'll show a little bit about Grey Haze. Here's 3 of the characters from Grey Haze. The character to the left and the character to the right are the 2 playable characters. The doctor back there is not a playable character. Here's a sketch of TL of several of the characters. The character to the left you might notice isn't in this picture. It's because it's this girl. She's another character, but we'll roll with that another time. Grey Haze, the sequel to Red Haze, which some people have really liked of mine. I know exactly what I want to do with this game. I'm kind of excited about it. Here is the opening song. If you've seen some of the Grey Haze streams, you've heard this song before, but I love it, so I'm going to play it. One thing which I will say is that Grey Haze will not be done this month if we work on it. Grey Haze will first release in an early access form and probably go on for about a year or so, year and a half in early access. Red Haze had a closed alpha period that lasted about a year, and I would say the game became a lot better due to the alpha phase. I would say that Grey Haze's alpha phase is kind of like that, just will be in early access form. I think the game will be great. I think a lot of people actually really end up liking it. The game, which I'm going to say, yeah, is TL's drawing. TL, you did a great drawing, by the way. But I was going to say, though, with this, what I will say about Grey Haze specifically is I kind of love it. It's a game about hate. And let me just clarify something right now. Both of these characters that you see in the screen, not the Doctor, there's kind of no reason I say there right now, but our two main characters are not good people. But that's okay. It's part of the fun. And I think it can be interesting to tell stories with protagonists that are not good people. I think some people sometimes make this mistake where they think a story, if the main character is the main character, it means that we're supposed to view their actions as being good and just. I don't think that's true, and this story is definitely not that story. Oh, well, thank you very much. Have a wonderful night there, Carmen. I think you were telling me it was you, because otherwise I probably wouldn't put the names together. Here's the opening for Grey Haze. The song, I mean.
You're storing memories to lose them again. You'll forget everything when this whole thing ends. It's just a series of vague anxieties. Will you resolve them or will you let them
But, talking about it, it's a game where you play as two protagonists, one male, one female. They find themselves... How should I say? I'll say this much. They find themselves in a situation that they both could very well be put in jail for things that they have done, but instead they find themselves in a large room with a prison bars in between the both of them, separating them from reaching each other directly. Though, of course, they if they're right next to the bars, they could touch each other. It's not like they can't reach to the bars. However, though, they both have a note signified to the other of what the other one is. Our male character, and I won't say what they've done right now, or what led them to where they are, which we'll get to, but they're not good people. And the dude gets a note informing him that the woman in front of him is a murderer. The woman gets a note in front of her that informs her that the man in front of him is a rapist. And that's all that they're told from the note. The rest of it is between their own discretion to each other. From there, they also are told one thing. Only one of them is going to be able to get out of this unscathed. And there's a lot more to it, which I will not get into right now. But one thing I will mention is if you played Red Haze, you'll know that part of the gameplay is collecting a bunch of different endings. It slowly makes changes to the game's world and sort of open design gameplay. It's not an open world, but it's open design. And you can go through it in whatever order, really. There's like a few things you have to do to be able to do other things, but a lot of it you can do from the very beginning, though part of it is figuring out knowledge is power and learning more and more the ropes and tricks of the game and the game's world. The other aspect which I can say is that the game is sort of an evolution of Red Haze in a lot of ways, thematically and things that it did gameplay-wise. For those who know Edmund from Red Haze, the sort of janitor, custodian, stalker in the game, I have a much expanded version of him for this game, which I think will be terrifying, and that will be fun. And part of it is I don't just want a stalker character that stalks you, because that's fine and all, but I want a stalker character that goes beyond what people expect from a stalker character. One that can manipulate the environment, and not just like temporarily, in like a permanent way if he chooses to, and has a little bit more power, and sometimes it sort of feels like a cat and mouse game with him. But yeah, there's more to it than him. Of course, just like Red Haze, there's more entities than this singular stalker entity. There's more to the game and its story than that, but there's a lot going on, and it's a game of layers. So yeah. Anyways, Grey Haze. I wouldn't mind working on some of it on stream. I think it'll probably turn out very good. I'll probably have a lot of fun working on it. I want Grey Haze's early access version, regardless, to release on the first month of the first half of next year. So starting on it early would probably not be a bad idea. Hollow Bliss. It's a game about choice. It's a game that's told in somewhat of an episodic way. It is around... A lot of games have choices that don't really matter and are kind of inconsequential. There's like a few key choices that make a big difference. Most of them are minor things. I want to sort of upheave that in a game that's lightly inspired by the NES game Sweet Home. It doesn't play exactly like Sweet Home. For one, I'm not really a big fan of RPG turn-based battles, but hey, what have you, that's just me. However, though, I want to explore that sort of field of a game that can be surprising. I won't say too much about it, but we play as 5 different characters. 3 of the characters used to be friends with some other characters. One of them grew apart from them after the death of one of their friends, and the other friend obviously died, and the 3 leftovers are just feeling kind of lonely. They introduced 2 new characters to their quote-unquote friend circle, but there's still kind of this unsaid awkwardness between them as they're all adapting. The game story sets off when one of our characters wants to fetch back something that they had worked on together with their now deceased friend. So they try to go over to the parents' house of their now deceased friend, where the mother is strangely accusational to them. They decide, because she's frankly kind of a bitch to them, that they'll just sneak in and get it themselves. And from there, things start to descend in a very odd direction I won't say too much about. But that's okay. What I will show is the cover art, which is by Grayson, that you can see here in the chat. I will open that up. There you are. There it is, and it's part of the fun. It's a game with choices and consequences and characters with unique abilities, and the choices and consequences aren't just an obvious choices and consequences, with a lot more to the gameplay than you might initially expect. Yeah. Typing in that chat now. Alright, Found Horror 11.x. It's a game that's already out. It's a game that currently has 6 of its 11 games out. If I dedicated a month to it, I could probably get games 8 and 9 done. Games 7 and 8 done. Maybe 9. To see. That said, I could definitely... So, Grey Haze. Can stream not come out this month. Can stream maybe episode 1 this month. Found Horror Game can't stream. Could come out this month. This is how, basically, I'm trying to tally these up, saying what I could and could not stream, and what could and could not come out this month. But there are notes I want to make, like for Grey Haze. Note. Actually, I won't make the note, but I've said it enough times, so hopefully I made this clear. Even though I couldn't release Grey Haze this month, I do want to release it next year, like first half of next year if possible. So starting on that now is probably not a bad idea, because regardless, I want to do it, and it might be a good idea to get started now as opposed to later. Hollow Bliss. I can stream it, and I could possibly get episode 1 done. When I get episode 1 done, I need to make a decision for myself. Do I release like episode 1 as like a demo for people to play? Do I release it? We'll see, I guess. But yeah. Found Horror Game 11.x. I could not stream it. It's a game that's already out. 6 of the 11 games are already out. If I decide to dedicate the month towards it, I could probably get games 7 and 8 done. Maybe 9, but that's a little bit more debatable. It wouldn't be fully finished, but it would be further along, and that'll be part of the fun of it. That said, I can't stream it, and I guess I'll make another mental note, is that in some ways, for my financial precarious situation, it might be beneficial for me to release something this month, or maybe it might be a better idea for me to work on a bigger project, which I think might attract more attention, and then, yeah. Found Horror Game 11.x does have the disadvantage. I don't really think I get a lot more money from getting the game stuff done, but I will finish it. That's not going to dissuade me from finishing it. It's more, do I finish it this month when I'm sort of in this position right now, or not? Regardless, I am finishing it next year, regardless if we work on it this month or not. This is more deciding, do I do it this month or do I focus on it later? Okay, Whale of Despair. Can stream. Would come out this month. I'm not sure how well or badly Whale of Despair would do. Whale of Despair, loosely... In fact, I'm going to make a little bit more of a space here. But roughly talking about, Whale of Despair is a game that might do well, maybe not. It's kind of a fucked up game. It's a readaptation of Red Light, Green Light, which was a game which I released a few years ago as part of Found Horror Game 11.x, where he plays this character within a facility with this strange orange entity that I sort of played Red Light, Green Light with. And I thought there was a lot more potential to the idea than was there, so I started fleshing it out to its full game, which I call Whale of Despair. And we follow a character within an apartment complex who everyone else in the apartment complex has either locked themselves in their apartment, being very antisocial, or they've just simply vanished. And there's obviously something very wrong going on. There's a weird entity that watches their apartment at night, just like outside, just kind of standing there. And then on top of that, we are playing as a character who, as we start the game, is living in one of the apartment rooms with the corpse of his dead girlfriend. And we don't really know why she's dead or why he's keeping it here or anything. It's just kind of there. And then things just go from there. And that's Whale of Despair. It's going to be kind of fucked up, but I can stream its development, and it would come out this month. I could definitely get it finished in the month if I dedicate myself to it. The Miserable Crimson-Headed Girl. It is a very odd atmosphere. It's a loose retelling of the Little Red Riding Hood, but more so the very, very old version of Little Red Riding Hood, the old grandmother, which Red Riding Hood has very interesting heritage. I don't know how many who are listening to this know the history behind the Little Red Riding Hood story. And of course, there's the whole classic, oh, fairy tales used to be dark or have dark origins, and yeah. So it's not like the most surprising thing, but it's a little surprising how fucked up some of the oldest recorded versions of Red Riding Hood are. Nobody actually knows the origin of the Little Red Riding Hood, but the oldest traced back history of the story is almost 1,000 years old. There's stuff that comes all the way back from the fucking 1100s, I guess, the way they would word it, which which have their own versions of Little Red Riding Hood. They're very different than the modern versions, but they're interesting. And weirdly enough, it seems to be a story that kind of spread worldwide even way, way, way back when, because there's records of various versions of the story from all over the world. However, though, the oldest one that's been preserved, not the original, there's no reason to suspect it's the original, but it is the oldest one that's been found to date, is titled, I believe, The Old Grandmother. And it's a lot different than our current Red Riding Hood story. To talk a little bit about some of its differences, it is a story where we play... For starters, the Red Hood isn't in the story at all. Like, that's the first big difference, is that there's no mention of her having a red hood at all. I think that was added later. It isn't a wolf that she's dealing with. She's dealing with an ogre that's takes on... Okay. What happens in the original version, she goes into the forest, there's a path of needles, the stuff that you might recognize. She meets an ogre. The ogre distracts her because she really wants to go play in the forest, and the ogre rushes to her grandmother's house and then fucking slaughters the grandmother and starts wearing the grandmother's skin, basically. She comes to the cottage. For some reason, she can't tell the ogre is not her grandmother as usual. But then this is when the story starts getting weirdly fucked up, which maybe back then this wasn't as fucked up sounding as it is now, but it sounds pretty fucked up. In the original oldest version of the old grandmother, what happens is that the ogre first has her eat her food. But so she eats her food, but then the animals are trying to tell her not to eat the food and telling her what the food is, but she thinks that they're lying to her for some reason. It's kind of cruel to the animals. There's like some light, weird animal abuse in the oldest version that has been recorded. Basically, she's like, wow, these teeth, this rice sure is crunchy. It's because it's grounded teeth. Oh, wow, this juice sure tastes weird. It's because it's her grandmother's blood. Oh, wow, this bread is sure weird. It's because it's her grandmother's flesh. So yes, in the original story, at least not the original, but the oldest recorded one, first the ogre feeds her her grandmother's ground up teeth, her flesh, and her blood. And it's like, woo-wee, that's fun. Anyways, it doesn't stop there, though. How it continues is that the ogre tells her to get into bed with them, and then tells her to one by one take off pieces of her clothing because she won't need them anymore and cast them into the fire. So first take off her dress, take off her underwear, etc., etc. And the girl's uncomfortable with this, but then she comes up with a plan to get away and says that she needs to pee, and then the ogre's just like, oh, you could pee here. And she's like, oh no, I couldn't do that. And so he ties a string around her and being all like, if you don't come back within whatever time, I'll pull on the string, yada yada. She ties the string to a tree, and I guess she just runs to the forest to try to get back to human civilization. The ogre eventually figures her out and comes after her. Ultimately, after a little bit of a chase thing, he drowns in the river, and she comes back, and then she's fucking scolded like for not listening to instructions, I guess, and putting herself in danger. And it's kind of weird, it's kind of fucked up, it's interesting. All the same. The old grandmother. Anyways, it's lightly inspired by that particular version of Little Red Riding Hood, which is the oldest recorded version. However, though, it goes in a very unique direction. It's partially supposed to have a very unsettling atmosphere, as opposed to being particularly grotesque, which we'll talk about. But hey, I can stream parts. Would come out this month. So yeah, I could stream parts of that, and it would come out this month if I worked on it. Disturbingly, I don't exactly know how well this game is going to do. I kind of don't think it'll do great. But we started on it before the day of Halloween. We play as a cameraman who wants to desperately, is like obsessed with this idea of recording a scared expression on a girl that he saw once, and he wants to capture it on film. He wants to get that expression out there and put it out there all the same. Hello there, kitty meows. Which is not doggy barks. Who knows? It's a mystery. Anyways. Can stream parts. Actually, I can stream. Would come out this month. It's a little bit less ambitious than some of the ideas, so it definitely could be done this month if I decide to work on it. Wait. What am I waiting for? But why did you say, well, I'm just going to finish explaining this one for a second. It stars a creepy cameraman who really wants to express, who also is literally, I think I still have the image open. No, actually, did I close it? Really? Why did I close it? Why would I close that? Yeah, there he is. Look at him go. Anyways, he wants to capture the expression of fear that I saw in that young girl's face again. And gets a little bit obsessive with this as his life is kind of falling apart around him. Shallow Surrender stars a girl who wants to reach the moon. She thinks she can reach the moon by climbing Magic Mountain. She goes through a red valley to reach the Magic Mountain, and all good. And that's all good. That's what I was responding to, Blue. She goes to the Magic Mountain, hoping that she can reach the moon. It has to first go through a red valley and sort of a dark fairy tale-esque story. There's a little bit more to this one. I've had the soundtrack done for this one for a bit. Again, I don't want to show too much of it, but I can pretty easily show the cover. And if you wanted to listen to the OST, you can go to my Bandcamp and listen to it here. There's the cover. Look at that. Anyways, so I'll surrender. I could stream. Probably be done this month. I'm not 100% sure, but it could probably be done this month. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. It's a game. It's a game that's already out in early access. I released an update for it a couple months ago. I could make another update for it if I want to. That's really up to me. Do people also want me to make another update towards it? That's up to them. Here, let me get to its store page. There it is. Hello, Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. It currently has 91% positive reviews. Here's some screenshots of the game. Look at those screenshots. It's screenshots of a video game. Would you look at that? It has multiple games within it. Who would have guessed that? Certainly me, because I made it. I was going to say. But still, all the same. That's Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. I did release an update for it a couple months ago. I wouldn't mind working on another one, though. I would not get the game finished. Like I said this before, there's multiple games within Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake. It would probably go from the Close Your Eyes Remake portion of the game, which is not the entire game. There's multiple games within it. Right now, the Close Your Eyes Remake portion of the game is about 40% complete. If I dedicated the month to it, I would probably get it up to 70% complete. So that's good. I can stream it. Easily could get an update done. And that's my note for this one. Because I would not be able to finish the game, and it sort of has a similar issue to Found Horror Game 11.x, that in the short term, when money is a slight concern, I probably wouldn't get much more money for getting an update done, especially since I wouldn't fully finish the game. So I couldn't even say it's finished, it's just further along. But, hey, all the same. Easily could get an update done, and if people wanted it, people would get it. Easy as that. Feast Your Eyes, another game which I have on Steam. Currently 2 of the acts are out. The final act still needs to be done. Here is Feast Your Eyes. It has 100% positive reviews currently on Steam. The third act I think will be the best act, so I guess we'll see if that holds up. Here are some screenshots of it, though I feel like I could take better screenshots and make a better trailer than what's currently there on the store page, and I probably will. But not at this very second. If I decide to work on the third act, I could definitely take better screenshots and make a better trailer. Whatever the case, though, as it stands now, Act 3 is what needs to be done. I could not stream it, because the thing is, it's the final act of a 3-act game. It has huge story spoilers. Not to mention there's a lot of people invested in the Close Your Eyes storyline stuff, and I won't say too much, but there is some huge plot points that I think the fans of that universe will be very interested in. I'd rather they just experience it than me spoil it for them. That said, it would come out. It would not take a month for me to finish it. I've already got a decent amount of work done on it. There still needs a decent amount of work to be done, but I would definitely come out this month if I decided to dedicate my month to it. And also, unlike Found Horror Game 11.x and Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, when I get done with Act 3, the game would be complete. There is no other content planned for the game. It would just be done. It would be a fully complete project. So yeah. As it says down here below, Act 3 release in October. Shh, it's November now, don't tell anyone. Can't say anything. Whatever the case, though, Feast Your Eyes. If people want Feast Your Eyes Act 3, I could do it. And it would probably be pretty good, and people would like it. That's what I think. Cutie Patootie. Cutie Patootie, I fucking love. I would love to work on more Cutie Patootie. If people are ready for Cutie Patootie is more the question. That is the question that pops up in my head whenever I think about Cutie Patootie. I will show some stuff from Cutie Patootie. We got some character stuff done before. There's some fantastic music in the game. In fact, let me quickly first get a song before I go to the next bit, then I'll get to the sprite stuff, because music is life in some ways. What is a good song that I could play very, very briefly? Do you think Final Horror Game 11.x is the best? Possibly. We'll talk about it. Not that song. Actually, the song would not be a bad one. I'll let this play in the background. Okay, so Cutie Patootie. I've got some stuff done for it, but I will be starting the development here mostly. To roll with and go with. The one downside towards that is I am a little bit hard for cash right now. And, theoretically, that would include all these games. None of these are new projects. Sounds catchy. Cutie Patootie stuff, though. The thing is, if I don't get them done this month, Red Haze and Found Horror Game 11.x will 100% be completed next year. Red Haze isn't on this list because I already know exactly what I'm doing with it. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, I don't exactly know, but I did just release an update for it. Like, literally just did. And there's another update, which I could get done now, but really it's just at my own disclosure here. Found Horror Game 11.x, I was originally going to work on it next year, partially because I knew I would need a little bit more focus on it. Regardless, it'll be done next year. I already planned to work on it after I was done with Red Haze. If we want to focus on it during November, I will. That's up to us. But yeah. There's Becky Bucket. I love Becky. There, give it a second. There's one version of Cutie. And there's another version of Cutie. Alright. So Cutie Patootie. I can stream. Maybe would finish. We'd have to see here. Where was the thing where I said maybe last? Because I think I'm up to how I worded it. Could come out. Yeah, it could come out this month. Could maybe come out this month. I'll change would and could to this because that is clearly seen. See you later there, Blue Jay. I'll speed this up a little bit. Alright, so you guys have heard my discussions on all of these. Where are we sitting? I think I know where some of you guys are saying, definitely. I could talk more about Blank Slate, though, on the Inspired Project, Sickeningly Sweet, etc., etc. If I was to put it simply, can't stream, not come out this month. Can stream, would come out this month. Can stream, maybe come out this month. Close our eyes. Can stream, would not come out this month. Sugary Simple Girls, can't stream, would not come out this month. Complete Isolation, can stream, would not come out this month. Neat, can stream, maybe would come out this month. Insectphobia, can stream, would not come out this month. And there's definitely things I could say more for some of the other stuff, but yee, part of the yee. Now, if I want to be completely honest, what I'm thinking, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to have some discussion, though I've heard some people's opinions. I know what some voted for and some who might be a little more okay with whatever. So, starting from this, I don't think now's the time for me to focus on Sugary Sinful Girls fully. I don't think that's a good idea. I bet that will do well for me, but it definitely needs more time. Not to mention, I kind of need some more money for some of the voice work stuff. So yeah, ooh, Connor is one for Well of Despair is number 1. I see. Thanks for saying that now as I'm going through this. Well of Despair, Miserable Crimson Girl, Disturbingly, Oyoni Project. That's where Grayson's at. Yeah, the no line thing. That's okay. You can type them in different messages. But no Grayson's picks. Okay. Another one which I personally can eliminate. Even though I really want to get Blank Slate Reimagining done, I think it'd be smart for me to at least do Cutie Patootie first. It's both a smaller project and probably a good way to gauge some things. Not to mention it's a little bit of a risky project that I would like to work on at some point. Okay, Grey Haze, Elvis, Well Despair, Disturbingly, Close Your Eyes, Feast Trials. Things to obviously Galloway. Complete Isolation, though I love Complete Isolation, I don't think it's quite time for me to work on it. Even though I would love to work on it, I don't think it's the smartest decision right now. I'm just eliminating a few which I think are easy ones. And I'm also going to take into account what I personally think I could focus on for a month. That's actually also a part of this. Outside of what's the wisest decision to make, I'm also having to consider what I think I could actually focus on for a month to get done. With where my current mindset's at. But I am also weighing in fully what you guys say, I should say that. And so far, Connor's got his one thing. And I see Grayson's list there. For things to easily eliminate, I think that's it. I think the rest of them are a little bit more even playing field. And there are ones which I personally prefer, and I'll talk about that, but I also am just weighing in when I see other people. I know TL is interested in Shallow Surrender. I know Grayson is interested in Well of Despair, Miserable Crimson Girl, Disturbingly, and the Oyoni Project. Connor, I assume, is writing a list, but he did write Well of Despair. I know Blue Jay was interested in Sickphobia. Anyone else that I counted and weighed towards? For Rinks, Miserable Crimson Girl, and maybe Disturbingly. Okay. Let me weigh in. Part of the reason I talk so much is that I had some personal feelings I was gauging through as I went over all of them. What can I say? Well of Despair, Shallow Surrender, Disturbingly, Crimson Girl, Close Your Eyes, Remake. Steven, did you say anything outside of Project Snowbound? Oh, and the Oyoni Project. You said the Oyoni Project. Okay, I will count that. Disturbingly. Also, I like the username Foundtory. Oh, wait. No, that's Grayson saying that. My personal picks would be Grey Haze. Why did Foundtory.x register as like a URL thing? I made the first list for getting stuff out. So my personal list would be Grey Haze, Foundtory Game 11.x, Disturbingly, Close Your Eyes, Anniversary Remake, and Oyoni. For a second, I thought there was another user talking next to you, Grayson, due to how my chat's spaced. So I thought that somebody named themselves Foundtory Game 11.x. And I see. You have your personal picks, or what do you think would be good for this month, and then picks of personal stuff. I didn't skim over your answer. What did you say? I saw Ioni. But, I mean, that's up to you. You guys want to change your username? Okay. So I'm going to take into account what everybody's vote for and what I personally vote for to get it to a certain point. I personally would fucking love to work on Grey Haze. I do see Grey Haze only really has support, at least from people who voted for me and Grayson for possible things. I do want Grey Haze to come out next month, and I bet it'd be a lot of fun to work on. I will make it move forward. Hollow Bliss, I don't think was voted on by anyone. I would personally love to work on it, but I can't use that to justify it, so I'm going to eliminate Hollow Bliss for now. Sorry, Hollow Bliss. I know there's some people that have been waiting for you for a long time. You've had your store page up for a while. Valentorian 11.x, obviously a strong contender. I get why some people would list it there. It makes sense in a few ways. Surprisingly enough, the people here don't seem to be the ones the most interested in it. I mention that because, well, for one, like, I don't think M voted for Valentorian 11.x, but I don't think it was on anyone's list outside of, oh, I guess you said it for personal picks. It would be there. So yeah, I guess that's 3 people. So yeah. That's enough to move forward. Well of Despair got more support than I expected it to get. I kind of thought Will of Despair was going to have a little bit of a harder time struggling. I wasn't sure if I was selling it the best, but seems people are interested. That's good to know. Even if we're using a very small pool here, but that's okay. Miserable Crimson Girl does seem have more support than I was expecting. So I'm happy for that. We have Disturbingly, which is there. Shall Surrender, which has Connor and TL's support. The Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake stuff makes sense. Can move forward there. What I'm really surprised by, and I'm checking to make sure I didn't miss something, but nobody voted for Feast Your Eyes. I don't know why people are so patient with me with Feast Your Eyes. I think Act 3 will be pretty great. And people seem, well, whatever the case, I guess that's not this one. Okay. I know Holly would have voted for Cutie Patootie if they were there, but they didn't explicably say that and I don't see anyone else particularly voting for it, so I guess still it's not Cutie's time. You overfed everyone's eyes last time, I guess. I guess so. Cutie Patootie. It's just weird. I get bugged about all my other unfinished projects, but Feast Your Eyes, which nobody ever bugs me about. And I'm like, huh. Alright, Ione Inspired Project. That one definitely has some support. I understand it. Sickeningly Sweet. I actually thought this one would get more support than it did. But, hey, it is where it is. Close Your Eyes, I can honestly say it might not be the wisest thing to focus on right now, though it would be a very fun project. Neat doesn't really have too much love. I know that Blue, before they left, was in support of Sick Phobia. But it doesn't seem to be the thing to focus on now, so I'll get rid of Sick Phobia. It'll be on my to-do list. It'll be a great game. Oh. That makes sense there. So, that does eliminate our list down to about half, I think. I think we're at like 8 or 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we did less than half. Wheel might be a good idea, and you didn't need to redeem highlighting that, but I will take it. Yeah. We did eliminate half of them, because we started with 18. We've now gone to 8, which means 10 of them have been eliminated, and frankly, the 10 makes sense to me. I guess leaving part of it to the wheel makes sense. I'll use the wheel to get us down to half. Does that make sense to those that are left here? Now, here's the question. What I roll, does that be what is kept, or is that what we eliminate? Whatever is rolled. Make the decision now. Is what's rolled what we keep, or is what is rolled what we get rid of? Okay, Grayson says keep. It's kind of like Raffle Game, except it's a roulette wheel. But it's the choice to be made preemptively and making it clear. Okay, oh, Grayson and Connor are in disagreement. Grayson thinks we keep what is rolled. Connor thinks we eliminate what is rolled. But Steven might come in with a tiebreaker and say keep. Opposite of last time. Last time we actually did the wheel twice, and the first time was elimination, and the second time was keep. So, but I guess the last time technically was keep, so then elimination would be the different one. I see your logic. But currently it's 2 versus 1, so we'll see what happens. Randomizer, pick your wheel. It's a pick for the wheel. Wanna see the wheel ruin some dreams. I get that. I'm gonna do keep. Because even though it's just a few votes, it's still 2-1. So I'm gonna make the wheel pick 4 games. Hello. The wheel currently will pick 4 games. There are 8 total. And so we'll take us down to half, and then we'll move from there. So the 4 that are rolled will be kept. Make sense? Everybody on the same page? We are keeping what is rolled. No, Connor, no. I'm doing keep. It was 2 versus 1 till now. I don't want to make it tied and make it the whole indecisive. I'm going to do it where we keep what is rolled. We'll keep the 4 that are rolled, and the 4 that stay will be eliminated. Simple as that. Let's roll. Alright, first one kept is Gray Haze. You're our first one to get passed forward. Gray Haze gets to stay on the chart. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Next up on our list, we got... the Oi Oni inspired project. Apparently the wheel just loves Grayson right now. But hey, the Oi Oni inspired project. We can only work on 1 though. We're gonna roll out 2 more, and then the other 4 will be eliminated. We'll get Shawl of Surrender. Shawl of Surrender gets to go forward and be kept on the list. Only 1 more gets to be kept. The others will be eliminated for this November season. What are we going to roll? We're going to roll... Found Horror Game 11.x. Alright. Sorry, Close Your Eyes remake. Disturbingly. Wail of Despair. And the miserable Crimson Hooded Girl. It doesn't seem like November is your time. Alright. As it goes. Well, that leaves us with these. Not a bad selection at all, actually. But of course, now theoretically I could work on all 4 during the month, but that would make them all very unfocused, and I kind of want to just... I want to buckle down. I want to strap myself in. There is one other thing I'm working on this month, which is getting a little bit further ahead in Beloved Juice. I shouldn't really talk about that so much publicly, but I am, I guess. But still, though. Funnily enough, I think I'm invading a Wail of Despair right now. Pat there, Connor. But, hey... The wheel has spoken. We've eliminated half more, which means we only got the last 4 left. Now, how do we do it from here? I mean, if it was just a vote, I think there's only like 3 or 4 people voting right now, which is not bad. Not bad at all, actually. How do we do this? I knew what to do up to this point. I'm into both of those as well. So, okay, let me express where I'm currently at. I'm going to be completely emotionally honest. Sometimes, it's not that I ever am emotionally dishonest, just there's sometimes I choose not to share certain things I'm feeling and leave it more to chance. But I know where my feelings are exactly right now. I'm going to express it. Gray Haze, I would love to work on. I even think it'd be a good idea to work on because A, I think I would be able to focus on it easily. I think that I would get a lot done this month on it. I think that it would probably do very well when it does come out in early access. I think it would be a good, fun thing to stream that I'm able to stream. I think there's several benefits to work on Grey Haze. Regardless of if I start it this month or not, I want to get Grey Haze's early access version ready in the first half of 2021. And so I do think that Grey Haze has a strong possibility for me, and I'm very attached to its possibility. Now, the Oioni-inspired project. Firstly, it has a lot of fan love. I know that literally Grayson, Connor, and Steven, who are 3 of the 4 people that seem to be voting right now, are all on board for working on it. They all seem interested in it. I think I can make a pretty damn good Oioni-esque game, especially with a little help. On top of that, I could release this month. I definitely could. If I had a little bit of help and we just all go forward with it, I think it could be done, and I think it would make a pretty good game. I even think that maybe... I don't know how to explain this. This is 100% intuition. I could be completely off and wrong about this. But I've got this feeling in my gut, an intuitive feeling, that now's the time to make an Oioni-inspired project. Something tells me that if I make it right now, it's coming out just the right time to do pretty okay. I don't know exactly why. I think that maybe there's interest in something vaguely Oioni-ish. I think there's been enough time since the original Oioni, and enough time of almost nothing happening in Oioni outside of, like, mobile games, that people want something a bit similar, but different. Something advanced. And I think I could give it to them. And I think I could get it done in a month. And I will say it is one of 2 games on this list that would be able to be released this month as standalone products. And that has some appeal to me because I do want to make money. All the same, all the same. Shallow Surrender. Again, I'm being completely emotionally honest. I really want to make Shallow Surrender. But I don't want to make it right now. I'm not sure this is the right moment for me to focus on Shallow Surrender. I like the idea a lot. But I feel like between the 2 games I could sell, in fact, between the 3 options here, I think it's the weakest of the 3. And here's part of the reason why. I do think I could finish it this month, but I have this sneaking suspicion Shallow Surrender will not sell as well as the Oioni-inspired project. I think the Oioni project has a more, if this makes any sense, I think Oioni has a more solid core that people can immediately understand and get interested in than Shallow Surrender does. I think being chased by a really bizarre monster and sort of a setup with various characters, and I think there's something a little bit more like, okay, I understand what this is, and I'm interested in that, than Shallow Surrender, where I think it's a little bit more sold on some of its artistic merit, and I think it's a little bit of a harder sell when right now I'm a little bit concerned about money. So if I was going to do one of the 2 original projects, I would probably choose the Oioni one over the Shallow Surrender one, if that makes sense. Though I do want to get Shallow Surrender done, I'm just not sure if right now is the right window of time to do it in. Does that make sense? I'm going to be emotionally honest and express that's where I'm at right now. And I think I'm going to eliminate it because I think out of the 3 options, I think it's the one that would be the worst pick at this point in time. Does that make sense? I hope I'm making sense. Valentour Game 11.x. It's the only previously been worked on project. There are definitely people who think I scammed them with Valentour Game 11.x because it's been enough time since the last game's release, about a year. And yeah, I get that. I was going to finish it next year originally, but then I thought maybe I could work on it this month. Making more progress on it would not be a bad thing. My one concern is if I do work on it, I probably would be a little bit until I could finish games 9 and games 10 and 11, because I'd probably immediately after this month have to focus on other things. So I wouldn't be able to complete Found Horror Game 11.x. It would get further, but part of me thinks it might be better to take my time and do it all when I can do it all, as opposed to do part of it right now and then have a long hiatus and do the final part. I'm debating. I could see an argument for both. That's just personally how I feel. Does that make sense? That said, it is something which would definitely make some people happy. And I think probably people would like the games I make for it. The next 2 games, I won't spoil what the 8th game is, but everybody knows what the 7th game is, which is Lamb of Affliction. So yeah. That said, what I would definitely get done this month, I would get Lamb of Affliction, which is game 7, and game 8 done 100%. That said, game 9, or Game 9, I'm not sure I would get complete or not. Maybe I would. I would get part of it complete, but I'm not sure I would get fully completed. And then the problem is that starting in December onward, I could not focus all of December also on Found Horror Game 11.x. So yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. But there are definitely people that are waiting for Found Horror Game 11.x. There are definitely people who would be happy I released Game 7 and Game 8 when they get Game 8 unlocked. So I got that going for me. My one concern is if I got Game 9 done, then Game 9 as well. If I didn't get it done, or regardless if I got it done or not, there would probably be another pause in progress between Game 8 and after Game 8 or Game 9 before Game 9 or Game 10. Maybe some people will be okay with that, but I also partially feel like it might be a good idea to only resume Found Horror Game 11.x whenever all of the pieces are ready and I know I can commit to getting it all done, as opposed to get it partially more done, then have a pause and then get it done later. Does that make sense? Oh, I'm sorry, TL. Sorry, that makes me sad, but I did say my own emotionally honest opinions of where it makes sense right now. However, I don't think Grey Haze, the Oni Inspired Project, or Found Horror Game 11.x are bad choices. I think all three of them could be good choices. Oh, Pat. So, I'm thinking very sincerely. Grey Haze, disadvantage. I would not get it done this month. Not even the early access form I would get done this month. I would make a lot of progress. Let me first talk about disadvantages. I would make progress on it, but it would not get done. I would not see any money for it for this month. Probably before the end of 2020 or 2021 even. I probably wouldn't see any money for it until I release it. In early access, obviously. So, yeah. Also, maybe there'll be some people a bit upset that I'm focusing so much on Grey Haze when Red Haze isn't done yet. Most likely, in fact, almost guaranteed, Red Haze would be finished before Grey Haze ever came out into early access. But some people might be a little bit upset that I'm working on Grey Haze and Red Haze isn't even finished. So, and I get that. Even though they might feel a little bit more okay with it once Red Haze releases in its complete state when Grey Haze is finished. Give me a second. But yeah. Sorry. But anyways, Grey Haze, disadvantages. It definitely would not be releasing this month. It definitely wouldn't probably be done before the end of this year even. And on top of that, which the end of this year is only 2 months away, so it's not that far away, but you know what I mean. And then the other disadvantage towards it is that I think some people that want Red Haze finished might be a little bit upset that I'm spending so much time on Grey Haze when Red Haze isn't even finished, even though I can almost guarantee that Red Haze will be finished before the early access release of Grey Haze releases. That said, a follow-up to that, the advantages to it. I want to release Grey Haze in the first half of 2022. That's kind of been my to-do chart this whole entire time. Getting started with it now and getting a big leg up on that project is not a bad thing. In fact, it might even be wiser for me to get started with it now, so I'm not having to cram so much in down the line, and give it a little bit more time to sort of make itself into something. I feel like if I got more done now, it would make things easier for me later, because this is something I want to get done in the first half of 2022 if possible. And I think it might be wise to get started with that now. Because basically, the first... What time frame am I talking about? I'm talking about 8 months, basically. Because I want to get out before the end of... Let's say, I'll even give myself a little bit more time. Technically not first half. I want to get out before July is like July of next year is over, which is a 9-month period. But there's still stuff that needs to get done. There's things I need to arrange, and it might be good to get started. I want to get voice actors for it, but to get voice actors for it, I need to make the script, and to make the script, I need to know exactly what I'm doing, which takes some work and planning and getting things done and knowing this is the direction I want to go in. It might be good to get started the process now. And I think the game would be a lot of fun to work on, a lot of fun for me. I think it'd be a lot of fun to watch on stream being made. I would say that the Haze games are very interesting games in design, so they're a little bit interesting to watch be made, as well as they're fun to work on. Okay, the Oeoni inspired game. Disadvantage. Firstly is that it is not a previously established thing. Okay, some people in the fan base know that not even the fan base, some people that know me personally know that I've been back and forth on making an Oeoni game for some time now. This is not a recent thing where I'm only like, oh, I should make an Oeoni inspired game. I have been back and forth on this project for like 2 years now, and I've never fully committed to making it. If I want to fully commit to making it, I can. The disadvantages to it. I only give it like a month of marketing, which is one disadvantage. It will almost entirely made in this month, which would jam this month a little bit up for me, but not too much, I don't think. On top of that, it is a new game. Maybe some people will be a little bit upset that I'm releasing another new game when I still have unfinished games, but, you know, is what it is. Those are some of the negatives I can think of. Advantages I can think of. One thing I can say is I predict this game would be quite good, actually. I predict there will be some people that really like it. I don't think it would be... I think some people will find the mixture of some fridge horror, some surprisingly grotesque things, and some cheesy leaning into the cheese fun to be a bit fun with this project, and that is part of the fun. It will be a voice-acted project, so that'll be fun. It will be a project with puzzles, which I think some people want me to do more puzzle horror games. I don't mean to say too much, but I haven't really done a full-on puzzle horror game since Close Your Eyes. And there are more puzzles in Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake than there were in the original Close Your Eyes. But there's also, of course, puzzles that were in the original, just remade. And that makes sense. But I haven't really made... I guess Please Love My Computer game you could call a puzzle horror game, but it's not really a standard puzzle horror game, if that makes any sense. I think Oeoni has appeal because it has two things, which I think I could do pretty well at this point in time. I just haven't taken a project to do them well, which is a stalker horror game and a puzzle horror game. And I think that there's a big enough audience out there, hello, and we're talking about this all completely right now, who would be completely happy with a game that does fun puzzles, fun stalkers, in a fun setting, with interestingly fun, bizarre, voice-acted characters that's told in a gruesome, horrific way. I even have this sneaking suspicion, this is just 100% my intuition right now, that I feel like there has been enough time since Oeoni released, and since anything Oeoni has really been happening, that people have a little bit of nostalgia for the purple monster, and that people might want something kind of new, a new spice up to that sort of formula. I don't know how to describe this, but I intuitively have this sense that I think that it has a easy to understand core appeal. If it's executed well, it might do well. Does that make sense? I just have this gut feeling that now is the time that something like this could possibly do pretty okay. If executed well, but I have this weird feeling that this might be the right time and place. That's just how I feel, though. Alright, found horror game 11.x. As I've been doing for the last few, I'll talk about the cons before the pros. So the first con. Found horror game 11.x will not be finished even if I work more on it right now. I would only be able to get games 7 and 8 done 100%. Maybe game 9, maybe not. And the problem is I cannot focus the December on Found Horror Game 11.x. The problem with doing Found Horror Game 11.x right now, being straight up, is that it would probably be that a couple more games comes out and then a hiatus happens. I don't know, and I've thought back and forth, maybe that's what people want. Maybe people will be satisfied if a couple more games come out and then it goes on hiatus again. Or maybe people want to wait until all the games are done, and so the rest of it goes after the hiatus is finished, so that game after game after game can come out. That is the flip side of this. The other disadvantage is where Grey Haze and Oyoni are projects that are definitely working for new income. I don't really think releasing 2 more games in Found Tour Game 11.x short term will make it make more money. Maybe it'll make more money once it's fully complete, but that's not going to be short term, and that's not going to happen in 2020 probably. I am going to finish Found Tour Game 11.x next year regardless. That was always my goal. I've even said that publicly, that next year was the year I was going to finish it. And that's still true regardless if I get 8 and 9 done, or excuse me, 7 and 8 done right now. Now, the pros to doing Found Tour Game 11.x. The pros definitely are that some people want me to get more stuff out there for things that are partially complete, and that makes sense to me, and I think some people would really appreciate Found Tour Game 11.x not being confirmed not to be abandoned, and get a couple more games out to get towards the 11 total. I think there are people that probably really like the 2 games that are next up in Found Tour Game 11.x. I would go as far to say that they might be 2 of the better games in the entire collection, and I think they might make people a little bit more positive towards Found Tour Game 11.x as a whole, and feel like, wow, this is a pretty fun little package. I think there are people that would probably find things to strike heavily with them. I think it would help buy some time for the rest of it. Maybe it'd be a good idea to release 2 or 3 games, then go back on the haze for a bit to make people know, hey, this isn't abandoned. As well, it's the option which makes just a thing which I need to get done eventually done anyways. It's a thing which is out there, people can buy, people pay for it, so getting more of it out there is not a bad thing. Even if short term it might not have a benefit, maybe it'll have good benefit eventually. And it will make it so I need to work on Game 7 and 8 eventually. Maybe I should do that now as opposed to later. Or maybe I should do it later when I do the rest of it and I have time to do the rest of it. I'm in a good enough financial position to do the rest of it. I don't know. I've talked about the pros and the cons for Grey Haze, Oyoni, and Found Tour Game 11.x. I'm not going to do this in a voting way, but hearing my earnest thoughts on all 3, what do you guys think I should maybe work on? I'm not going to do this in a voting way, I'm going to do this in a discussion form. I'm going to ultimately come to a decision, but I want to hear what people think. You think Ione? What has you for Ione there, Grayson? That makes sense, that makes sense. Hey there, hey there. You think I should do Found Tour Game 11.x? Again, we talked about definitely the pros and cons for all of these for a bit. Do people, since you're not someone I know personally, do you think people would be okay if I got like 2 more games done to Found Tour Game 11.x and I went on hiatus again? Or do you think people would prefer I only resume Found Tour Game 11.x after all the games are complete? Which one do you think the general audience might prefer, if I can ask that personally? Because I've been debating that point, and maybe some clarification from an outside perspective might help a bit. Because Found Tour Game 11.x is being finished next year 100%. That's not going to change. Unless I, like, die. If I die, then I guess I can't do it. But outside of that, it will be finished next year. And I've been debating if I should release the games in parts with hiatuses in between. If I get like games 7 and 8 done and then it goes on hiatus for several months before the rest of the games come out. Or if it would be better if I just do it all at once so that the moment that people unlock the next game is immediately available and there will be no pauses to the very end. Yeah, I don't want to die either. I have been debating which one might be the better way to handle this. And that's fair too, Connor. There's a good arguments for all three of these. The last three are a little bit tricky because I think there's good arguments for all three of these. Grey Haze has the advantage that I think Grey Haze will do well in the long run, and I want to do this regardless. So starting now would not be a bad idea. The Oani inspired game I think would do well, actually. I've got this weird intuitive feeling that if I execute the game well, it will probably actually do pretty decently. I think that there's some core appeals that are easily understood about what type of game it is. I think might appeal to some people, and I think it's a game that we could get done in a month, and it is the only game here that could release within this month span, and probably, yeah. For Found Horror Game 11.x, it is definitely an unfinished thing. It gets closer to its goal. Some people have been waiting on that, and that makes complete sense. Some people think they're currently scanned for the game. They're not. The game will be finished. But I'm a little bit debating if I think it's better if I should release 2 games, then go on hiatus for a few more months before it finishes, or if I should wait till it's all done and just let it happen without any pauses. So yeah. Yep. Grey Haze could not get, or would not get profit in the short term, and it would not be finished before Red Haze is finished. It's more a question, do I get started on it now or do I get started on it later? That's pretty much the question. Makes sense. Those are my thought processes on all of this. Alright. Let me do one thing. And do the. Okay. Wow. Sorry, I'm just doing one thing. Okay, so highlight Ryan, quick question. Can you hit that Yoinky Splinky? I don't know what. What? I guess I don't know what Yoinky Splinky is. You sound on Toriano.x. Unmoving and wavering in your opinion. I don't know, Yoinky Splinky. Oh no. Oh no, they're gonna call me a boomer because I don't know what something is. Set that there. Rolls as it goes. Okay. So, listening to what you guys have said, even though I would fucking love to work on Grey Haze, I do think you guys have made compelling points why it is probably the one not for now. That said, it's not for very far from now, because I'm going to be working on it pretty soon regardless. It was mainly asking if I was going to get started with it now, which might be a good idea, or not. And I guess the answer is not. That makes sense to me. So bye-bye, Grey Haze, for sooner rather than later. Now, between the Oani-inspired project and the Found Horror Game 11.x inspired project. You know what? What if I could just do that. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, that sounds... Okay. I figured out what I'm doing. I'm happy with my resolution. When I started thinking about it from a different angle, I realized what makes 100% sense. And you know what? Yeah. Let's fucking do this. Okay. Hear me out, buckos. I know what I'm doing, mother truckers. It all makes perfect sense when I start thinking about it from a different angle. Alright. You guys ready to hear? This actually makes so much sense that I'm a little bit surprised it didn't come to my mind until right now. So, here's how we're gonna do this. I'm going to spend the streaming month focused on the Oi Oni inspired project. But there's a little bit more to this. I realized, thinking about it, wait a second. Why couldn't I just, when I'm not streaming, and do a little bit of work, just a little bit, and get a little bit further in the Found Horgan 11.x game? Don't make it a priority to finish it, just do a little work here and there. And then once the Oi Oni game's done, I can just finish it. It won't take that long. I'm just gonna get it out there in December. Before the winter sale. That would be the time that would most benefit me. Doesn't that make a lot of sense? And then that way, I have a new spanking game out for the holiday seasons. And then as well as there's an update to a game. And yeah. No, really no. Because here's the thing. Found Horgan 11.x, I'm not finishing this year. There's no way I would finish it this year. I could get further along if I focus solely on it. But it would not be done. There's no way to finish it this year. It's really a question of, do I do part of it now and then put it on pause and then do it later? Or do I do it over time? Or do I do it all later? Well, Emily, this is exactly that. Except it's the Oi Oni project instead of the thing we were doing before. And I even think the Oi Oni Inspired project would be the wisest one in terms of sales. The other one, I'm going to be frankly honest with you, I don't think will sell that well. I think it would be received well by some in the community. I don't think... I'd be surprised if I'm going to be, surprisingly despairful. I'd be surprised if I sold 100 copies in, the first month. Well, that's why we're deciding now. We're making a promise here. The promise for the Sturvingly was going to be broken anyways, because there's no way for me to focus the whole week here, because I'm doing the cleaning and removing the dryer tomorrow, which will probably take a few hours. We got the landowner coming over on Thursday, and I'm going to be working on getting the stream stuff for Beloved Juice ready on Friday, which will then be streaming on Saturday. What is wrong with making Found Horgan 11.x resume in December rather than November? I already know that. The only thing I can do is continue to work, though. Mm-hmm. But then okay. So let me say something for a second. And I understand your perspective, but at the exact same time, I have not missed any of the previous projects I said I was going to do and then released when I did. Okay? Like, My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt. I did finish. I put it out there when I said I was going to put it out there. It released. It's all good. Bruises, Glimmer, and Starlight. I finished it. I put it out there. Fucking Decaying Delicacy, which I finished, and I put it out there. Beloved Juice, currently streaming. I put it out there when I said I was going to get out there. It's currently streaming. I'm making all the streams, and they're all working towards it. The last 4 things I said and did, I've done. And the thing is, I don't think doing the project that literally only like 10 people know about, because I've only done 1 stream on it, and we were even debating if we should do it or not. And then I've explained very thoroughly through the stream the situations of evolving this week for the deadline is that big a deal. I think in a lot of ways, and I've been upfront about, I don't think that game's going to sell very well. And I think a lot of people have the perspective of what we're talking about, because the projects I just named are all kind of smaller projects. I finish them, I get them out there, and theoretically, I've gotten the last 4 deadlines I set for myself. I met them. They were all finished games. There is nothing more that needs to be added to them. But most people don't remember that. Why don't they remember that? Because they were small projects, and that makes sense. That's fine. But then what's this project? It's another small project. I don't think it's going to do very well. I think it's going to do about the same as the other small projects I've worked on recently and put out there. They're finished. They are available. I got them done when I said that I was going to get them done. But they haven't really done much for me in terms of my reception. You guys are still arguing for points despite the fact I released these last 4 things. I met the dates for all of them. They're 100% complete. They're finished. They're out. They cost money. They don't do very well. They do fine. But then what is another one that would be the 5th one in a row? How would that really change my reputation when literally the last 4 projects were exactly like it? And yeah. I know every single person that donated to me on some personal level. None of them were donating specifically for that project. Most of them donated before that project was even decided, and none of them partook in what project was decided on. The people that donated... Actually, maybe I shouldn't name names. Maybe that's not a good idea. But literally, every single person that donated, I've known for years. In some way or another. One of them donated a lot because they like my videos on YouTube a lot. One of them donated a lot because they used to attend my streams a lot. One of them donated them because they're an old stream watcher that wanted to help me out because they saw I was in a bit trouble. In fact, most of the people that donated to me weren't even because of my games. They donated to me because I used to stream a lot. They know my personality and who I am through that. It's true. Should I name names? I don't think naming names is a good idea, especially on a stream that'll probably be recorded and put into a VOD form, so yeah. TL. Well, I'm discussing the thing with M in the other chat. She's talking about because people donated to get the project done, I should get it done. But I'm bringing up that none of the people that donated, none of them were involved with the project. All of them sort of left, they just donated, said some nice things, and left, which makes sense, and I'm very appreciative to them. But the thing is, none of them, specifically to me, donated saying, hey, they weren't here for the game development stuff, and none of them used the game's things for the reasoning. That makes sense. Most of them were, I've Suachi for many years. And I never thought the donation thing was about the project either. Originally, the question was if I was going to work on a project or if I was going to play games. I don't know if they equate to each other. I have a different opinion from you, and I know it's a little bit more from game development side of things, which I'm going to express from a different perspective. Sometimes it's good to realize the time and place for a project and what might be the optimal time and place to release something. Currently, I am very low investment in the Disturbingly project. Literally, all that's done for the project is right in front of you. There is an idea, and there is this character sprite. Nothing else is done. Literally, everything else that needs to be done for it still needs to be done. It is very low investment right now. Currently, most of the fucking Yai community doesn't even know this project exists. I haven't announced it on Twitter. I haven't announced it on Discord. The only people that know about it are people that are on the stream. Most of the people who have been in these streams are people I personally know. Right now, the only people that are really talking during the stream are people I'm personally friends with, which are fine. In fact, I love that. But my point is, I don't think there's like a bunch of people... I literally think I could silently can this project, and most people... In fact, I think the only person who might care would be you. And Grayson, because it's a Tapers-inspired game. But outside of that, I'm not really sure if anyone else would care, and I don't think this project would do that well. And I want to do it eventually, but maybe I should focus on what might actually make money. Or might make more fans satisfied, which would be Found Tori Game 11.x, as opposed to this project. Found Tori Game 11.x, that argument makes sense for me. This project does not make sense to me. Even if I met it and released it and did everything fine, it's not like it... I don't think it'd make more of an impact than Bruises, Glimmer, and Starlight, or Decaying Delicacy, or My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt, or... My Hole's Mouth of Dirt was a free game as well, and this would not be a free game, so... I don't really know what this would contribute to differently than what I've done to other things. 99% of the people that play my games don't even know this project exists in any way currently. I released 4 things now within the last year or so. A year and a half is fair if you include My Hole's a Mouth of Dirt. With, I guess a little bit more than that, but all the same. Makes sense. None of the projects which I presented, by the way, were new projects. All of them are projects that are previous things. They've all been things that have been jumbling around in some way or shape or form for the last few years, so yeah. I think to do is likely to sell for now, since you need to be in a more financially stable position, but I was a little bothered by not doing Disturbingly, but that makes sense. It was started, but I would probably restart the development. Okay. Before we got to this point, all the games that currently had Steam pages outside of PT Baby Boo, because I can't really make a call for PT Baby Boo, because that's a little bit based on Kurumi. I won't say too much more on that, but I think you know some of the stuff about that. But anyways, that's not fully up to me. So all the games that had currently Steam store pages were listed on this originally. We started off with a list of 20 games, or 18 games really, but it included... Red Haze was the only one not included because Red Haze I have a very specific plan for that's going to be done no matter what, and that doesn't involve what we're doing right now regardless, so it is what it is. I've already have the $100 spent. I'm not spending it right now. Emily, I have spare pages. I have at least 2 spare pages, which are not from any time recently. Whatever the case. But they're available, waiting, and ready. Alright. Well of Despair was on this list earlier, and it was one that got some votes, and it makes sense because Well of Despair is partially complete, and I get that. Mm-hmm. Will of Despair is the game that was based off of Red Light, Green Light from Found Horror Game 11.x. It's the which was the green, like, you know, the game that with the turning orange monster, and it follows Kenneth. This is a reimagining of that game from Found Horror Game 11.x because I felt like there was more potential there to turn into a full-fledged game. And follows Kenneth as he's in an apartment complex with various other people in the apartments, either having locked themselves into their homes or have gone missing. His own apartment, he wakes up and he has the corpse of his girlfriend in the room. We don't really know why she's there, but things in the apartment are getting kind of weird. The advantage that Well of Despair has, which is why Connor and Grayson are suggesting it, is a good amount of the sprite work is already done. There's still more sprites that need to be done, but like probably about 70-75% of the sprite work is already done. They partially helped with it, so yeah. But on top of that, the project and the design aspect, there's already several areas of the game designed and finished. The music is done. So literally what's left of the project is to design it, bug test it, and get the last 25% of the sprites done. Yeah. Would it... I'm kind of debating, because it's a reimagining of a game that was included in Found Horror Game 11.x, would people be upset that it was fully released when Found Horror Game 11.x isn't fully released? Or would people be happy that it was released because it was originally a Found Horror Game 11.x game and turned into a full-fledged game? My Connor. I'm thinking, I'm debating. Okay, so where we are right now. We do agree on the case that the ones that are left over, Grey Haze was the one that makes sense to eliminate right now, though Grey Haze is sooner than later going to be worked on. There's a little bit more debate between here and there. I know, M, you feel very, very strongly on the case that you're making. However, and I agree with your Found Horror Game 11.x assessment, I do not agree with your Disturbingly perspective. Honestly, between the Oyoni project, Whale of Despair, Blossoming Yonder, and the Disturbingly, I think Disturbingly is the one that makes the least amount of sense to work on. Could hold a poll on Twitter or Discord, that's very true. That actually might be the wisest way to do this, especially since I'm not going to get started with it like right this second. But then I have to sort of briefly explain what the project is, and some of them need a little bit more explaining. I also can't throw Blossoming Yonder on the list. I hate to say this, but I know when I want to release Blossoming Yonder. And I don't think November and December is the right season for the game to come out in. On top of that, I can't force myself to work on the project. Every time I've tried, I've failed. It's a weird one for me where the creative process for a lot of it is like writing and branching dialogue, and I have to be in the right mindset to write for the characters that are involved in the game because they aren't my typical writing style. Whenever I've tried to force, like, I've made progress on the game bit by bit, but whenever I've tried to force to, like, marathon and get it complete, that's never worked. And I wouldn't want to put it on a poll because I feel like that still wouldn't work. And then if it's on a poll and it wins, and then I feel like I have to do it, but then I can't do it, then I just feel like I'm disappointing people. I don't want to put myself in a position of making promises I feel like I can't. I'm trying to avoid making promises I feel I can't keep. I'm trying to get better at that. So part of me is a little bit irked about people wanting me to make promises I can't keep. Or it feels like a promise that they want me to make but I can't make. Does that make sense? I understand theoretically what's the wisest decision to make. But unfortunately, sometimes through being the flawed person I am, the wisest decision isn't what I'm going to be able to do. Still, though, I'm thinking very heavily over every single angle of this. So, yeah. And part of the reason I'm thinking so hard is because I want to take whatever we say very, very seriously. I'm taking this very seriously. I'm sure you can sort of tell, but yeah. Here's what I can say and what is 100% true. Disturbingly, I would be surprised if it sold more than 100 copies in its first month. I suspect it will sell double digits. Over time, it will surpass 100 sales, I'm sure of that. But I feel like it'll join a few of the smaller games of mine which sell some copies, but I don't think it'll do overtly well. I'd be very surprised if my expectation there is met or dismissed. It's a game that's a little bit of a hard sell, and I admit that. And I've become a little bit more aware as I've become a little bit more mature and a little bit more of a game developer that also looks more outwardly and inwardly. There's some games which are harder sells than others. I think, just for a few crass examples, Red Haze has a good initial hook. It has multiple endings, it has voice acting, it has the Red Riding Hood motif, it has interesting monster designs and interesting alluring artwork from the outset. I think Rocket has a strong design, as well as Starry. I think that there's some initially appealing things, and it's part of the reason why it's done particularly well. I think, conversely, going on to the next thing, Decaying Delicacy lacks a few of those aspects, and is a little bit more aimed, if that makes any sense. So I think it's a project that's a little shakier in how well it may or may not perform, and it makes sense. And I already knew when I made Decaying Delicacy, it wasn't going to fucking blow the world on fire. Or set the charts on fire, I guess is the way to word it here, and that's fine. It did what it was supposed to do, came out when I said it was going to come out. It's a game that a small niche may really like, and other people might be like, I don't really get it, I don't really like it. And that's okay. That's perfectly splendid, and it was what I pretty much expected for it. Likewise, I didn't really expect Bruises, Glimmer, and Starlight to be a particularly huge deal. I didn't specifically... My Holes of Mouth of Dirt has done okay. I think my Holes of Mouth of Dirt has a few nice little things going for it. It doesn't hurt that it's free. So, you know, people are more willing to try the little weird experimental free games. Of course, right now I can't afford working on a free game because I have to pay bills. I'm not in a financially stable position right now. And, yeah. I would love it if I could just focus on working on something that I would love to work on, but unfortunately I need to pay things. And to pay things I need money, and to make money I need to sell things. It's, it's not exactly how I like it to be, but it is how it is. So I cannot really focus on a free game right now. Which leads us to 3 different angles and 3 different things to talk about. Decaying, or no, excuse me, not decaying. I was about to say decaying, so we were talking about. Disturbingly, I can't imagine doing super well. Maybe it'll surprise me. But if I'll be completely openly honest, I think it'll do about as well as Bruises, Glimmer and Starlight, and Decaying Delicacy have done. I feel like, if I can be completely honest, it's around that level of game that's kind of smaller scale, and some people in the community will really like them. And that's great. And I will probably be happy with them. And that's great. But I don't think it's going to make me a lot of money. And I need money right now. I'm a little bit low on money, as it turns out. And I don't think me silently pushing it aside for now is actually going to upset that many people. I don't think a lot of people even know this project exists. It literally started less than a week ago. In fact, that's another thing. This argument doesn't make a lot of sense to me from UM. Like, all the other projects, literally every single one, is older than Disturbingly. Disturbingly literally came out this week. I've not talked about Disturbingly anywhere but this stream. The only people that know about it are people that have watched the stream stuff. And even then, Disturbingly started at the very end of the last stream. I don't think people will be very upset that I put a little cap, a little to finish later when I'm a bit more stable sign on a game that I've spent 5 hours working on. I don't think there's anything wrong about putting a to-do cap on something like that. You weren't saying anything, so I was wondering if you were still there or not, and I guess you only just came back, so yeah. I'm just expressing very earnest thoughts, so yeah. And that's true. So, I think I should work on Found Horror Game 11.x. But I think I can resume it in December as opposed to November and get some work on it done this month, but I won't make it a priority until it reaches to December. And I think that might be the wisest way for me to tackle it. I don't think Found Horror Game 11.x is going to make me a bunch of money in November. Even if I released Game 7 and 8 in November, I don't think it's going to translate to it performing better. I think, in fact, it will see very little change to how it's currently performing. That may change when Found Horror Game 11.x is completed, but there is going to be a hiatus, and the Found Horror Game 11.x will not be completed this year. Part of the reason I think moving it to December is that would actually probably move it closer to when it actually will be completed, as well as it gives me time to work on something and release something in either late November or early December. I think I know what I want to do, and I had this long discussion because he thought I should work on Disturbingly. And I think I know how I'm going to move forward. I pretty much know at this point. And I might hold a Twitter poll or a Discord poll or whatever and see what people feel. I can ask up front, be like, hey. But what I'm pretty set on, and I'm pretty more set on now the more I've thought about it, is to get the Oioni project out, get it done by the end of the month, or the very beginning of December. Meanwhile, in between, regardless, I'm going to be doing some house things because we got the landowner coming out over this week, a couple days from now. As well, I'm going to be doing beloved juice streams this month. That's a given. And I think I also, in between some of that, in some of my spare time, will get a little bit more done on Game 7 and Game 8 of Found Tour Game 11.x. And I think releasing them actually in December and or December and January may, in fact, do better than if I release them both right now in November. There's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons I can name, which I think is a pretty good reason actually, is I won't be able to focus on Found Tour Game 11.x in January. I will only be able to focus on Found Tour Game 11.x in February, in later February. So let me ask this question in a little bit more of a poised way, which makes more sense where I'm coming from. Do you think it'd be better that I release Games 7 and 8 in Found Tour Game 11.x in November, and then take a pause in December and January before I'm able to resume in February/March? Or do you think it's better if I resume Found Tour Game 11.x in December and January, late December and January, and then it resumes in February and March? I finished every project I have set myself forth and given a 100% date for within the last year. You say you know me, but that is true. Internally, there are some dates I have not met. But those are internal dates I never shared publicly because I wasn't fully solid on them. Found Tour Game 11.x will be finished next year. That is always set. That's 100%. That's not going to change. I've said that to you multiple times and to other people because it's true. However, though, what's also 100% true is that Found Tour Game 11.x is not being finished in 2021. It's not going to be finished until 2022. It's also not going to be finished in the first few months of 2022. I'm focusing on Red Haze then. Found Tour Game 11.x will not be finished until after Red Haze is finished. There was a Close Your Eyes update there was a pretty big Close Your Eyes update that released 2 months ago. It's already started on, though. Game 7 and Game 8 are already over halfway done. Wait, though. You're making the argument I made earlier. And the thing is... Okay, Emily. Emily, listen to me for a second, okay? Part of the reason I can't finish Found Tour Game 11.x until next year is because I'm working on Red Haze in January and February. I'll just say that because that's true. And sleep well there, Steven. So, there's not enough time in the time frame for me to finish Found Tour Game 11.x before I focus on Red Haze. Regardless of anything, Red Haze is being done in February of next year. I am 100% set on that. The only thing that might be delayed is voice acting. That depends on Danuta and Serena, but they both seem like they're willing and probably will be done at the same time as that. But regardless of anything we're talking about here, keep in mind, I'm not making a fucking 5-month plan right now. I'm making a plan for what I'm focusing on in November. And I'm also going to throw out there that I need money. Really badly. Really, really badly. I am not financially stable right now. I had to ask people for money this month, and the thing is, it'll be hard for me the next few months, regardless. I kind of need to release something. I'm not okay. Let me clarify that. I am not okay right now. I'm being upfront, and that's true. I'll do my best not to ask people for too much support. I'd prefer to get through this on my own. But I need to get into a better position than I am right now. That is probably not going to change if I release nothing that makes me money. Yeah. I haven't... What? That isn't something that's regularly happened. For the record of what M's talking about. When we got the stimulus checks in, like, a year ago, I got some voice work done for a project that was, like, further away. I knew it wasn't going to be done anytime soon. I have not hired anyone recently. I literally don't have the money to afford for that right now. I have monitored voice actors I would like to hire in the future, yes, but I have not actually paid anyone, and yeah. The most I could say is I did hire Danuta for a very, very cheap fee, so that she would do the voice acting for Ghastly in Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake and Feast Your Eyes. And she did a fantastic job. She understood the position I'm in, and yeah. I can't ask for help, and I know that. That is the one exception, but there's two things about that. The first thing is the voice acting done there was not for a game that didn't release yet. Close Your Eyes Anniversary Remake, part of the voice acting I hired her for was already included in that. And yes, there's more voice acting that's done, which is not out yet, but there was definitely some that I got her for, which was included in the Close Your Eyes update I released in September. On top of that, the other aspect which I can say is that I have not hired anyone outside of Danuta to do lines as Ghastly. I will also mention that Danuta was incredibly understanding, and I definitely underpaid her for the wonderful work that she did. And I would love to pay her more. I'm just not in the financially stable position to afford to do that. So yeah. But she was very understanding, and she did a wonderful job. I agree. I pretty much know what I'm doing at this point anyways. So let me clarify my plan, and I'm going to be upfront, and I will show you that it will be carried through. In November, maybe leaning into the beginning of December, I'm going to release an Oyoni-inspired project. It has had a few names under the 2 years I've thrown this idea around, including Hour of Eclipse, Isle of Eclipse, Indigo Stalker. But I don't think any of those names are going to be the final name. I'm going to try and think of something that's very catching. I think Oyoni is actually catching for a few reasons. And I'm going to think very, very seriously what might be a good catching name for this project. Thing number 2. I am going to be working some on Beloved Juice to get some stuff done ahead of streams and such. That has always been part of the plan. There has been 2 Beloved Juice streams. The third one will be happening this Saturday. Third thing, I am working on Red Haze in January and February. That was always part of the plan. Part of the reason I can't focus and finish Foundtorium 11.x is because the Red Haze update, or final update, is something that I will be focusing my time and energy on at the beginning of 2022. That was always part of the plan. Thing number 3. Or I guess 4. I am thinking out of the projects, since I do need money right now, the one that makes the most sense to focus on is the thing I actually think has a chance to make money, and I think I can get done in the time frame, especially with some help. And I think it has a easy to understand core concept. Here, even though I fucking love Shadow of Surrender and I like the idea of Disturbingly, I don't think they have an immediate core appeal that's easy to progress to a larger audience as to opposed to the Oyoni project. What is Shadow of Surrender and what is Disturbingly? They're both dark story games, one with a fairy tale motif and one with a cameraman watching a girl creepily and obsessively. What is the core appeal of the Oyoni project? It is a stalker puzzle game with multiple endings involving a very strange series of stalkers in an interesting setting, and I think that people are also nostalgic for the Oyoni game. There has not been any new Oyoni content in some time, and I think that there's been enough period of time that people want a new contender in that field. I personally think that that one is a much easier to sell concept and premise, especially for a well-executed game, than the other ideas. I think in terms of, hey, Ryan, what should I work on right now that I can get done in this time period that I think might do well for me and I think people might like, it's the wisest decision. Whale of Despair also makes sense in some ways, but I have a few more things that I think might be hang-ups about it. Even though I will say that Whale of Despair does have the advantage in that the project is pretty well underway. About 75% of the sprite work is done. About maybe like 25-30% of the game is designed, but really all that's left to do is design the rest of it, so yeah. Okay. So just to lay that out in a very simple, not as long-winded way, my plan during November and December, I'm going to focus on the Oyoni project, Found Horror Game 11.x, and Beloved Juice. In January and February, I'm going to focus on Red Haze. Then in later February and March, I'm going to focus on finishing Found Horror Game 11.x, as well as I'll probably get started with Grey Haze. And part of the reason I thought about maybe doing Grey Haze this month was because I knew I was going to be working on Red Haze during January and February. And it might be good to get started on Grey Haze now, as opposed to only getting started on Grey Haze after Red Haze is finished. But hey, we'll do whatever we do. Bye for now, TL. I hope you have some wonderful time. I don't think you're going to sleep yet. Our time zones are very different. And I'm pretty sure it's not nighttime for you. Where I am, it's nighttime, but... Okay. Do my plans make sense? Or 7 a.m. Yeah, it's the morning for you. Okay. And I will say this. Found Horror Game 11.x, I probably don't need any help with. I think I have everything I need to get the next 2 games done. If I need help, I shall ask for it. But I think I'm pretty good. Likewise for... And I can't stream Found Horror Game 11.x. That's the other aspect of this. Beloved Juice, I obviously can't stream. I stream it, but I don't stream the development of it. Found Horror Game 11.x, I can't stream the development of it. It defeats the nature of what the game itself is. So, there's that. I can stream the development of the Oyoni game, though. So, I've got that. So, I'll probably be streaming more of Oyoni as the following month goes by. I don't have a project name for this decided. I guess I'll talk more about it, and I will probably ask for some help on the Oyoni game. I will ask, since I know... Grayson, are you still here right now? I know Rinks is here right now. Hi, Rinks. I know that Holly and Grayson both said they were willing to help with the sprite work. Rinks, would you be willing to help with the artwork? Just waiting. Makes sense, makes sense. I guess there's a few things to decide very rapidly. Oh, am I doing a bit of sprite work? I'd be appreciative of that, Connor. That's fair. That is true. Let me say this. 100% there's things that are going to be revised. 100%. But there are things that will definitely stay true. For those who do not know, this Ione project is not a new idea. I think I'm always just waiting. Maybe others are more active and easier to access in a way. I need to get over some mental hurdles, I think, about wanting to work with you. I've got two big ones, which I have big hang-ups about. And it's nothing to do with you yourself, because you're fucking wonderful, Rinks. But has a lot to do with me being like, oh, but I don't do enough for Rinks, so maybe I should only ask for Rinks so I 100% know what I want them to do, and since I know I'm always fucking juggling projects like I'm a fucking clown over here. It's like, hey. And so I'm always like, But I'm going to make a small solemn swear to myself. Give me a moment. Okay. The solemn swear is made to myself. Basically, here is what I'm going to swear, and I'm going to sing it to the heavens right now. And this is actually a promise, and if I do not keep this, right now I've got multiple people who are good friends with me, and who know me fairly well, to lay a tribute and hear what I'm about to say, and if I don't hold to what I'm saying right now, please be harsh with me about it. Okay? That is what I'm going to request right now. I think it might be the wisest way for me to go about this. Let me take responsibility if I do not keep to what I'm about to say. Alright? Not paying full attention. Alright. So, here's what I'm going to... Here's how I'm going to lay this all out. This month, together, we are going to work on the Ione project. I will get the Ione project out there before the Steam Winter Sale starts. Hopefully earlier than that, but then at the latest. The Steam Winter Sale will start, I'm not going to say the exact date, but it'll start like at least a week before Christmas. And the Ione project will be out there and released on Steam by that time. Though give me a little bit of leeway if the only reason it hasn't released on Steam yet is because Steam review process is being an asshole. That's the only exception, please. If the game's fully complete and the only reason it's not released on Steam yet is because Steam review process is getting uppity about something, please give me a little bit of leeway in that instance. That sometimes happens. Sometimes they're completely cool, and sometimes they're really finicky with something very specific, a fucking few pixels of your banner might be covered by the sale sign. I'm like, does that... Nobody cares. Whatever, that's fine. Oh, okay. I got a hey, is what it is. So, that's the first part of this, but there is a little bit more. There's a little bit more. Found Horror Game 11.x. Game 7, maybe not Game 8, but Game 7 will be finished before Christmas. I will not say the Winter Sale because that depends how some timeline things go, but it will be done before Christmas. That is Game 7 of Found Horror Game 11.x. So the two things I want to have guaranteed, and I will get done 100%. And please, if I do not keep to what I'm saying here, go a little bit harsh on me. I will get the Ione project done before the Steam Winter Sale begins. Hopefully sooner than that, but that would be the latest. And the only reason to give a little bit of leeway is if the game itself is fully complete, but the Steam review process is being weirdly finicky, which is kind of a gamble if they will be or not. The other aspect of this, which I will be upfront by, is that Game 7 of Found Horror Game 11.x will be released before Christmas. That might all make sense. Alright. The promise has been made. I've asked the friends to be harsh with me if I do not meet those two things I've set out for myself to do. Hold me accountable if I do not... Clipped it, thank you, Grayson. Hold me accountable if I do not meet those two goals. I thought about maybe going further than that, but then I realized that'd be unwise. I think sometimes don't go overly ambitious. Those are two goals I think I can make. If I don't make them, please hold me accountable for them. We'll set whatever goals when we get to that point. That is where I'm currently at, what we're going to currently do. I will not switch gears. I am going to do the Oione project. I'm going to commit to the Oione project. The Oione project will be done. And it will be done before the Steam Winter Sale. At the very least, it'll be sold on itch.io. If Steam is also cool with it, then also Steam. If we get it done sooner, then fucking fantastic. Prepare for unforeseen consequences. When I die, dig up my grave for not fulfilling my promise. It'll turn out I am now but a specter haunting this house, forever stuck in a limbo of unable to finish Found Horror Game 11.x in the Oione project. For making this solemn oath, little did I suspect upon my death I would be trapped between worlds. Sorry, getting a little silly with that. Hey. But all the same, all the same. Okay. So, if we're committing to the Oione project, we're probably not going to get started with it strictly today. I will stream tomorrow, but I don't know how much of my day tomorrow is going to be taken up by me cleaning. Maybe most of my day will be taken up by cleaning. I'll only end up streaming for like an hour or two. Maybe I'll have a lot more time than I think I will, and I'll be able to stream for several hours. We'll see. I don't know. However, I'm debating right now. There's a few things I think I want to decide before we get really into this. Okay? So, I've already decided, for me, myself, and I, to try and make this a larger marketable game, because money, because I need to think about that right now. Let me clarify something for those who don't know me that well. I hate money. I would like to live in a society where money isn't the dictator of everything. I understand there's a use for money and all that fun stuff, but I think money makes everything more complicated than it needs to be. And I think it's a very corrupt system. I think that one thing that a lot of people aren't willing to admit to themselves is how we have set up capitalism is kind of fucked up and kind of favors some people far stronger than others. I think there is a flaw in how capitalism works in that there is no maximum amount of money that you can have. I think capitalism is broken under the account that there is not a max amount of money a person can have. I think that makes a huge disparity of power, and that there is some people given way too much power than they should have because there is no limit to how much money they can have. On top of that, I think that there's a lot of things that make it harder for people that are poor to get a lot of money, as opposed to people that have a lot of money have a really easy time getting more money. Another way to view this, if there's ever a crime that the punishment for it is a fine, then keep in mind it's only a crime for poor people. So, yeah. Is what it is, what it is. Anyways, I don't like money. I think how our current capitalist society functions is corrupt as hell. I think that it leads to a lot of evil in the world. I would be perfectly fine living in a society where people had the basic human needs guaranteed to them. I think we're going to actually have to fully embrace that sooner than later, because we're also getting to a position where there's going to be more people than there is work available to people. And that's inevitable. I think we're getting to a point that a lot of jobs are going to get automated, and there's going to be more people than there are positions needed to be filled. That's just my opinion, though. All the same, I am not money grubbing, but however, you do in our world need money to survive, and sometimes I wish I didn't need money to survive and I could just artistically pursue whatever I want. I could just pursue complete isolation without having to concern myself with the fact that I'm not financially stable. But I have to concern myself with it, so here we are. Is what it is, what it is. However, because I have to care about money, just like everybody else on this planet needs to care about money, what I do have to concern myself with is that I am not financially stable at this point, and it'd probably be a good idea for me to release a pretty good game right now. So, I am going to try and not limit the audience for the Ione project too much. I thought about the possibility of being like, hey Ryan, you love horror movies, you could lean into those schlocky horror movies, but I think there's a limit of how much I should lean into the schlock, for 3 very important reasons. Firstly, schlock can be nice, but I think that being too schlocky sort of limits your audience. I think that some people are turned off if something's a little too schlocky. The second thing is certain things that sometimes I like to have in my AI games. Here's the point that I'm really debating. I've decided that this game will not have nudity, which is fine. It's not like I need nudity in all my games or something. But I think that in some ways, making your game have nudity sells it to some audiences a bit more, but also limits it in some ways, because then it comes to things like, streamers concerned if they can stream it or not okay, and some people might get the wrong idea of whatever behind it. And that makes sense to me, I get it. However, here's the thing I'm a little bit shakier on. How gruesome should this game be? Like, violent. Because I don't think gamers in particular have really a huge, dislike of violence. I think in some ways they even enjoy it. I enjoy some good old death scenes and gruesome stuff in games. I don't think it turns that many people off away from games. Bring up Yoinky Splink again. So I'm kind of wondering, do you think we should keep this game, if we were going to put a rating label on this? I'm already determined that this game is going to not have nudity. However, I'm wondering where we should put the violence level. Now, if we're talking about Ione for a second, Ione is kind of weird. On one hand, Ione doesn't actually have a lot of blood in it. It has a little bit of blood, but not a lot in it. On the other hand, Ione has a sexual assault suggesting scene. And if you haven't played Ione in a while, you might be thinking, wait, did that happen? Yes, it definitely does happen. It goes by very, very fast, so I wouldn't blame you for forgetting it. But that is definitely in that game. And so it's in a really weird spot, if I can be completely openly honest with you. And so the original Ione was not a very bloody game. I do not remember. Let me give you a little bit of a reminder, alright? There is a scene where you hear the female character, whose name I do not remember right now, screaming, and when you go check on the room, you find Ione hunched over her, and he has his back turned in a very suggestive sex position, and he turns his head to look at you, and then he starts chasing you. And so after this point happens, that the female character also turns into an Ione. After that, a little bit spoilers for Ione there, but yeah. Yeah, I know that. It happens very fast, and I will not blame you if that doesn't stick out in your memory, but that was definitely intentional. It's nothing explicitly shown. However, I would argue it's definitely meant to be suggested of what was going on there. Now, given, in reality, probably it was whatever process they do to turn the people into Onis. Because we don't really know fully what the Onis do to turn other people into Onis. And after this incident, she turns into an Oni herself. So arguably, you could argue that it probably is whatever process the Onis do to turn people into Onis. However, I don't think it's coincidence that they put it in the game that the only female character among the cast of characters we see in a very suggestive scene in a very suggestive position that does go by very quickly, but then I think that it was purposefully supposed to be suggestive. Does that make sense? I think that was the intent. But is what it is. I understand in reality it's probably not that the Oyoni was actually assaulting her. I think it's supposed to be whatever. I mean, I guess he was assaulting her, but not in probably a sexual way. It's whatever the Onis do to turn other people into Onis, but you know, whatever. Who knows? Anyway. Yeah, that sounds good. Gore plus violence with suggestive content. I don't specifically need a huge gore game. No, sometimes death scenes can be appealing to people. I like death scenes in video games. Do you guys like death scenes in video games? Because I do. But however, though, the other side of this, and I will say that I don't think violence in video games will turn away that many people in the audience. But maybe it'd be good to go for like a T rating, or should we go for like an R rating? I don't think we should go for an 18+ rating. That is a no for this project. But I'm more debating if this should be like T or R. Does that make sense? Or if we're going to be talking movie ratings. In fact, why am I talking about the video game T rating and the movie R rating? I should be saying PG-13 and R rating, or T and M rating. Why was I mixing the two? And I didn't realize it until I started actually dissecting it. Regardless, are we making a game that's on paper okay for a 13+ audience, or on paper okay for a 17+ audience? And the reason I clarify on paper is because I'm very, very aware there are many people that are not quite 17 or that play rated M games and that watch rated R movies. Quite a few. I want this to tap outside of our typical audience. If this does, as I'm hoping, it will probably introduce a number of people to the games I've made up to this point. This also is going to sound a little bit weird, but I kind of like to mix up the quote-unquote rating stuff in my games. There is some games that I would like to sort of be ready and available for anyone. It's okay for all audiences, so they're okay with creepy things. And then there's other games that are like, yeah, no, if you're under 18, please do not play this. This game is full of shit that I don't want you, that you shouldn't be exposed to. Silly. Because I guess I called them silly before I spit on them. Okay, sorry. But to go with that, though, I kind of like making games that are a switch up between different audience intents. I think that's partly what might lead to the audience being a bit interesting, but yeah. There are some projects of mine which would probably be okay for most people to play if they're okay with a little bit of spookiness. And there's other projects that are not that. To roll with and go with them. Okay, I think I'm going to make the call. I'm going to make this a T-rated game. Though I don't want to directly riff off of Oyoni. I think it would be fair to say that Oyoni, if it was a movie or if it got a proper rating, would probably get a T rating. How did the Japanese Oyoni movie do? I have no idea. Okay, I know Japanese ratings are those are video games. Japanese ratings I'm thinking about the video game ratings. There's definitely a different rainbow for movies. But Oyoni movies rating. That's gonna be like the review ratings, but yeah, I know. But like, what was it rated? There was technically three Oyoni movies. One of them was an anime movie. The other two were live action. The first Oyoni movie is bad. There's like a couple good scenes in it, but the rest of it's bad. The second movie is a lot better, actually, like a lot better. That said, it wouldn't be a movie I'd recommend for people that aren't already fans of the game. So yeah, I think it might be a PG-13 thing to focus on here. Do they list the rating? If I go to the website, it has to show me. Oh no! Oh! You know what this means? They didn't renew their rights to the website. Oh boy, the Oyoni movie franchise is dead. They just let the website go. They're like, well, we're not using this anymore, and just didn't renew it. Oh wait, it got not rated. There's a parent's guide. Do Japan movies need to be rated? I actually don't know. However, I wouldn't clarify. Sci-fi thriller? Doesn't even get the horror tag? That's weird. Like, that's not official, but that's weird. And yep, they just let the Oyoni movie URL die. There that goes. Bye-bye, Oyoni. I've watched the movie. It's not like the scariest movie you'll ever see, but it's definitely a horror movie. It definitely does horror movie things. That's what I will say. I will say that the movie, I'm going to bump it up to a 5 rating, I think. Because I think it deserves a 5. Here's how I would word this. The first Oyoni movie is bad. I would actually say, unless you're really curious, don't watch it. It's actually not very good. Do you mind if I spoil the entire movie right now? I'm going to spoil the entire movie right now. So, the Oyoni movie, what it's about, there is a guy who is in a field on his laptop. For some reason, he chose to work on this field to make his Oyoni fan game. And it's not the original Oyoni, it's just this guy who's making an Oyoni fan game, okay? And anyways, then the girl that he likes, who seems to like him back, comes and is all like, oh, what are you doing? He's kind of embarrassed about it. And he's like, oh, show me. And he shows his Oyoni game. And anyways, he's making this Oyoni fan game. Then, of course, his school bullies come. And they're like, oh, you're so lame. Look at that fucking RPG Maker game you're making. And then they're all like really rude to him, and then they pull him off. And there's this movie that sort of loses the plot. It gets really hard to follow the plot. all these characters go into a house for some reason. I think the bullies kind of force two of them to go in, but why they go in the first place is kind of confusing. Then a bunch of shit happens, and characters get separated, and they're like, wow, this is just like that game you were making. And they're all like, wow, whoa, so weird. And the Oyoni monster barely shows up. It's mainly bad acting. Like, I'm not Japanese. I can't fully judge their performance. But you know when you watch something in another language, and you can kind of tell that they're not very good? Like, even though you can't fully understand what they're saying, so you can't fully judge, you can sort of tell, based because compared to everybody else and compared to past stuff you've seen. Anyways, a lot of it's focused on them, and like one of the kids paints them blue and is like, I'm the Oyoni. There's a lot of really weird things. Anyways, skipping ahead, the Oyoni doesn't attack the girl. He like weirdly smells her, and then starts talking in the boy's voice, and then the girl wakes up after the Oyoni's talking to her and saying some really weird things to her, and we wake up, and she finds out that the whole movie we just watched was a dream, and the reason she had the dream was because she was in love with this one boy who really liked Oyoni, and he got killed by some bullies, and she was playing his fan game he never finished, and she just had some dream based off of that, I guess. And that was the movie. Wow. Now you know. I would not really recommend the Oyoni movie. On top of the fact that it's got a really lame plot twist. The movie itself is not a very enjoyable watch. There's like 2 okay scenes, but I would say that if you're watching it, and maybe when you're watching it you would agree with me, it's not really good. It's like a little drawn out. There's a lot of focus on character drama, but the character drama isn't really compelling, if that makes sense. Anyways, that was that movie. However, what I will say is that the Oyoni version 2.0 was substantially better than the first movie in quite a few ways. It does follow a few beats of the original movie, but they go in very different directions. So they obviously, part of the reason they call it version 2.0 is because Oyoni had different versions. Obviously, part of the reason they went forward with this is because Oyoni, they knew the first movie got slammed by a lot of like critics and fans, and so they changed a few things to appeal more to the fan base. Firstly is that Oyoni was barely in the Oyoni movie, actually. So there's a lot more Oyoni in this movie, but not too much. And this is important to make a distinction. Oyoni is in the movie enough. In the first movie, it felt like he was hardly in the movie. In this one, it feels like he's enough in the movie. He's not too much in the movie. So it's not over course correcting, but there's enough of him to be entertaining. The next thing is they decide instead of made up characters, they'd use actors that are playing the characters from the original game. They're actually pretty good choices for all the cast, so that's good. Finally, with this as well, the story is better. It has a few beats of the original, but not exactly the same. I'll talk about that in a second. And the most important thing is simply the scenes are a lot more fun and interesting. There's a lot more to the movie that's like just makes it a fun watch. It's not like the most intelligent, scariest horror movie you've ever seen, but it's an entertaining little horror movie, which I cannot say for the original Oyoni movie. This one has some similar plot beats. Basically, there's a guy who, I guess whoever makes these movies really likes the idea of Oyoni being like this cursed game or something. That seems to be a thematic thing that happens here too, because there's a person who in this universe isn't making an Oyoni fan game. They might just be making Oyoni, but it might be like some Lovecraft shit where they're making a game that's based off of a real thing and they don't really fully realize it's a real thing. But they're making the game as an outlet to try and vent some feelings towards bullies. Basically, they have made a game where they're like, fuck these guys that fucking picking on me in real life. I'm going to make this game where they fucking die. It's like some venting thing for them. It's like venting arcs. It's like a venting game. But then when he finds out, I was like, wait a second, my game is becoming a real thing? What? Doesn't make sense. And he's kind of like, I don't actually want them to die. This is just, I just was making a fucking video game. venting art. And anyways, but mainly what he helps the movie is that the actual going-ons are fun. There's more interesting character drama, and there's a bit more that happens. You die in the game, you die in real life. They do a few more interesting things. So you might see the characters down here. What works a little bit better for this Oyoni movie is that the two main characters is our dude right here and this red-haired dude right there. And part of the movie's plotline is that he's very socially inept, and this is sort of the bully character. He's also based off of a character in the game, and it's a pretty good recreation, reimagining of him for the movie setup. A big part of the movie is this guy learning to be a little bit more trusting, and that he actually cares about the people around him, and why he uses bullying as sort of an escape toward certain feelings that he's got vented up. So there's a character arc in the movie for both these characters as the two leads. For him, a big part of it is learning not to be so selfish and not to pick on other people, because he actually does care about people, and he needs to express that more than being a fucking asshole to them. And yeah, and learning through that through a horrific experience that he comes out better on the other side from. He starts off the movie as a fucking asshole, and he ends up being like, I missed you guys. It's like, hey. I won't say too much about that, though. And this character is on his own little plot line. He's a little bit more stoic. He's a little more of an intellect, less emotional. However, though, he has his own little arc through the movie about basically coming to terms with his own perceived coldness, I guess you could say. It's not that he doesn't care about things, but he's like so stoic to the point where some people think he just literally doesn't care. And I think that, even though it's not like we're not making fucking high art here, I think the character arcs between the two of them and the relationship that they form during the movie is a lot more interesting than whatever fucking character drama was happening in the first movie that was kind of hard to follow and kind of very uninteresting. The only issue I would say is that a lot of the side characters do not get the same development as these two do. Most of them end up kind of dying pretty early in the movie, actually. So, yeah. But at the same time, that helps, because the first movie had like a cast of like 8 characters, and most of them were alive till towards the very end of the movie, and it was a little bit sort of cluttered and hard to follow. So in some ways, killing off, there's not as many characters from the beginning, for one, and making it mostly focus on these two makes a stronger character pool, and then add that to more entertaining and more interesting and more frequent Oyoni scenes, and you just got a better movie. Also, it doesn't have the lame plot twist, so that's good. All that makes sense. There was my reviews of the 2 Oyoni live-action films. If you want to watch an Oyoni movie, I would actually say the Oyoni version 2.0 film, which is the second film, is not a bad bet. It's an entertaining movie. It's not a great movie, but I don't think people went to the Oyoni movie thinking they're watching the best horror movie of all time. If you want to watch an Oyoni horror movie, it's a good Oyoni horror movie. And I would actually personally say, just avoid the first movie unless you're curious, because honestly, you're probably not going to get much out of it, if I'm going to be completely, frankly honest with you. But, hey, that's just what I think. Okay, so I think I'm going to focus on PG-13. I'm going to try and make it so it's not too violent, not too gory. Sometimes it's fun to try and make horror that doesn't really have blood and gore. And there's other weirder things. That's fun. The 3 things that I will need to pick or put together, I guess this is how I'm going to word it. I need to figure out who the characters are. I kind of have an idea of how many characters I want and who I want to voice them, etc. But I need to figure out the specifics of that. I need to figure out the monster design. This might come as a really big surprise to you, but we're not having the Oyoni as the monster in the game that we're making. So come up with a fun character design. I would say part of the reason Oyoni caught on was because of the monster design. Oyoni's got a fun little effect where Oyoni looks kind of goofy. Like if you just see Oyoni by itself, it's like Oyoni's in this weird space where Oyoni is simultaneously goofy looking, but also just uncanny enough to be a little bit, and then kind of not the Oyoni's sad, right? But Oyoni has this effect where he's like silly looking. He's not really scary looking, but he's a little uncanny. And the game does a surprisingly okay job at mixing together, making the silly monster be progressively more like, what the And then, yeah, and I think part of what makes Oyoni appealing is that Oyoni is a hard monster to grasp what exactly his objective is. Like, it kind of is to eat you, but yes, kind of bizarrely. I think that's fair to say. As well as he's got a design that's kind of simple and kind of weird and kind of cute, but kind of ugly. Like, you guys like in this, like, weird middle ground. Where you're like, huh. It is what it is. Is let's see, but we need to figure that out. We need to figure out the setting. I know I want to do the PG-13 thing. I might do some Oyoni research, just a little bit. I don't want to do too much on it. I don't think I'm going to do that right now because I'm a little bit sleepy, but probably we'll do a little bit of Oyoni video watching tomorrow. Not like Let's Plays. I'm sure there's like analysis and reviews of Oyoni. I haven't really looked before. But I just want to do a little bit of a refresher course. We're not going to fill it up with too much. We're not going to watch too much. But we'll probably start tomorrow's stream with that. Make sense? I also need to pick the name on this, but I'm not going to decide that right now. I'll try and pick that out tomorrow, I think. I do know we've got 3 previous names, but I feel like none of them are the stick. They aren't the thing that are going to be like the winners here, if that makes any sense. I will spend some more time thinking about it. All the same. I think we're winding down. We know what we're doing. I've made my solemn oath, my solemn swear. I'm going to, before I sleep tonight, try and find just a few Oyoni videos for us to watch tomorrow. Probably not too many. Just a few, just to do a little bit of a refresher course. And outside of that, I think we'll be golden. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. I know there was a few little bit of tense times. There's a lot of talking and deciding in this one. Tomorrow's stream, what we'll probably focus on, I don't know how much time I'll have. Some of what we do will depend on if I only have a few hours to stream or if I have a little bit more time to stream based on how long cleaning and doing the dryer thing takes. However, though, what I can say is that we will watch a few Oyoni videos. We will decide the project name. I'll try, and I think what I'm going to try and dedicate most of tomorrow to is deciding the design of the monster. I think that will probably be one of the harder parts, and probably a good thing to do first is to decide the monster. Now, we're not going to probably sprite the entire monster, but I want us to get at least like the front angle of the monster sprite done. Not the whole walking cycle, but decide on basically a look for him. Not to get the sprite finished. I will make it into a sprite form and try and get the front done. I expect it might take us a few times. I might have to revise it and redo it a few times. I'm going to go into the sprite process knowing that we're not making the full sprite right now, and I'm probably going to have to like scrap my work and redo it a few times. But I think we'll try and decide how to do the monster design because I feel like that's going to be very, very important for this. That makes sense? I think that makes sense. So for those who want to tune in during tomorrow's stream, if we do more than that, depends on if we have more time or not. But the things I want to get done tomorrow, A, watch a few Oyoni videos, like reviews and analysis of the original game, just for a little bit of a refresher and just remembering some things. B, I want us to pick a name for the project, which is a little bit harder said than done. Try and figure out something that works. And 3, I want us to pick... Vaguely, I want us to make a decision to do this game, like, of the... I'm blabbering. I lost track for a second. I was going to say we need to make a monster design for Oyoni. The reason I got off track is because I realized something which I need to express. I'm going to express 2 things. We are doing the PG-13 thing. That's the first thing. You guys already know that. We're going to try and not do blood, gore, only suggestive, not too sexual. We're going to keep things to a PG-13 movie rating. On top of that, the other thing which I can throw out there is I am going to be using the 3D engine for this game. I think one area that we can succumb... Also, we're going to do some Oyoni... I'm going to try and get some things right tonight. I'm going to try and not only look up Oyoni analysis and reviews, but I want to look up a few fan games. There's not that there's no 3D Oyoni fan games out there, but they're a lot rarer. And I think one area that we can compete a little bit is making our game in the 2.5D system I've been utilizing recently. Make sense to everybody? I'm going to probably make this game using the 2.5D system. I think that'll add something to compete with our product. That makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think that there might be people interested in a 3D-esque Oyoni setup game. All the same, all the same. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys get some good sleep. You have a good day. Have a good night. Everybody has their own plight. Let's get some sleep. Lay your head. Wonder why you're not dead. Let's rest. Good night all. Have a wonderful night. Adieu to all. Bye-bye.